Turning her meme into a career that made hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, it only lasted 176 days before she realized that success could also be
a lawyer.
Nightmare. It all began on this channel here, Tim and DTV. They had just 21,000 subscribers, gained from doing street interviews in Nashville, Tennessee, where they'd meet two unknown people who were out having fun. Chelsea Bradford and her friend Haley Welch. With some drinks in their system, they answered basic questions.
How do you get over a breakup?
Only way to get over one is get under another.
Until the interviewer asked 12 words that changed the course of history.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
You gotta give him that hawk tune.
Yo, what is good, my homie?
What up? There is. How you doing, buddy?
Later, on the 11th of June 2020.
I still can't believe that got so popular. This is the reason why I think, like, remember what I said before about how, like, the dumbest thing that could happen will be what does happen? This one really kind of took me back. Yeah. It did.
Darius reposted the snippet to his
Sucking
Instagram.
Dick is popular?
Again,
Yeah,
he had just a couple thousand followers, yet this didn't stop the algorithm from making the video viral. 18 million views and almost 500,000 likes.
It's not gonna get any bigger than this. And I go back like an hour later and the views done went up by like 1 million. I was like, oh my god, there is no way that just happened.
The clips went equally viral on TikTok, where everybody clearly loved her. She's a total vibe. Protect this woman at all costs.
Woke up at 5:30. Goddamn.
Disappointed that this didn't translate to income.
Everybody else is making money off of it with merchandise, and he's making money off the videos. I was like, that's not fair. Like, it's me. Why am I not making any money?
It was therefore announced Hoktua official. We are selling authorized merchandise.
The problem is that, like, when this happens, this is like a big issue that, like, the internet has, is that somebody gets popular like this, and it fucks up their real life. Like, you have people that contact and harass their employers. You have people that harass their family. And, like, there's a big issue where it's like, yeah, it's annoying that she says something like this. Like, yeah, for sure. But, like, let's not act like there's no bad collateral, right? Fame as hell if you're broke. Yeah, exactly. It's a life-altering event. Yeah, not cool, too. No, it is bad.
The Hawk to a girl, so she is getting part of the proceeds. Get all of your apparel here. Haley had launched her own line of hats, selling for between $30 and $40.
Cheers, homie.
Only 9 days before she'd announced, our infamous signed Hawk Tour hats are now sold out, with Rolling Stone therefore reporting Hawk Tour Girl has already sold at least $65,000 worth of merch. Even Joe Rogan was keen to buy a piece.
She's making money. There's merch now. There's like Hawk 2 burgers. Oh, I need to buy a shirt.
Look at her. She's signing fucking hats. Only in America. Only in America.
Showing Haley she was able to commercialize the meme. There was just one problem. Nobody knew who she even was. The only information given was that her name was Haley Welch, which wasn't all that useful as she had no social media.
I was sitting there, I was giggling. I was like, they're like, where is she? I'm like, right here, but you don't know it.
Finding the Hawk to a girl became a search for millions, with people stating on Instagram Osama bin Laden had less people looking for him. Some believe she was a preschool teacher, while others were certain she worked in a bar. However, both of these rumors were smashed when Haley addressed the public in her first podcast appearance.
3 million views.
Spring Factory. I'm not a school teacher.
That was my next question, because everyone said that you were a teacher and got fired from your job.
No, I'm not even old enough to be a teacher.
Haley further revealed she'd been offered some crazy money.
What I heard too.
$600 like 3 days ago for me to spit in a jar and sell it. That is revolting.
And as a result, she'd hide herself.
That seems pretty normal. I mean, like, every girl on the internet gets weird shit like that. That's not even really that bad, honestly. Like, I mean, I feel like that could be way worse. It could be way worse.
Go on.
Of a social media crew.
You have a full management team. You have a manager now. You have a shooter. She comes in with like this big ass camera. Like, she's the real deal. Already, this happened like a week ago.
Yes, ma'am.
But her capitalization began to repulse the audience. An entire management team in a week. Wild. The fact that she already has an entire management team is insane. You made a drunk joke, and the next day you have whole management behind you. This world is crazy. That
To be fair, this is stupid. It is. I mean, like, you got to admit, like, it is really stupid the fact that shit like this can happen. Like, for as funny as it is very funny, but man, is it stupid.
Her appear at a Zach Bryan concert.
Yeah, I remember this.
While she began to sell merch on a much larger scale.
You already have a deal with Spencer?
That's awesome.
Like every Spencer's everywhere.
What can I go buy at Spencer's here?
Hat, shirt.
She'd become friends with Jake Paul, tried to trademark the Huck to a phrase, and was suddenly being followed by TMZ.
They want pictures of my toes.
They want pictures of your toes?
I don't want to sell pictures of my toes.
No.
Even Eminem used the
Wow, what a surprise. What a surprise. Damn.
Barely broke a sweat.
phrase to promote his new album, lost more than one person got a hug to a tattoo. She passed 1 million Instagram followers in less than 30 days and was being paid $30,000 just to appear at clubs. However, if you're given success without first going through hell, you'll find that the hell creates itself later.
Well, I think that usually, so a lot of people get mad because they think that this shit was unfair, right? They think it's unfair that this girl just goes on and she says this thing and now she's like massively popular, right? That's really, it's straight bullshit. Yeah, but like, you're not going and saying, like, there's a million people that are like, I mean, people that have good spawn RNG. Like, the world is unfair. I mean, fuck. And so, like, you could think of 50,000 other people that had better RNG than she did. And I guess people will probably be talking about and getting mad about them too. But I feel like this one is also just really public, you know? She has charisma though. Well, what's the most important thing, I'm gonna just keep it real. Whenever I say that, you know I'm about to say something that's gonna make people mad. The reason why this was popular is
she's hot.
The girl was attractive. Now, we might not assume
Easy.
say, oh, she's not that attractive. Okay.
Duh. She's hot and she said she sucks dick.
I would say that if this girl matched with a lot of the people on a dating app, they would swipe right. I think she is attractive. I think she's hot. She's a 6 or 7. Yeah, I'd say she's about a 7. For sure. And so, she's attractive. This would not have worked if she was ugly.
Exactly. Exactly, because no one thinks she's gonna be able to suck any dicks.
And that's the real unfairness of it, is that if she could have said the same thing, it wouldn't have worked if she was fat or ugly. Yeah. So cringe rating looks, geez. It's true though, right? Like, it's completely true. Yeah, it's a cruel world out there. Like, I'm just telling you how it is. Yeah,
100%.
I'm not like, look, I'm not defending it. I'm not saying that it's good. I think it sucks.
Exactly.
It is.
Instagram comments began to change rapidly. Whilst they once read she's a national treasure, keep this woman safe, they quickly...
It's annoying how much you have to explain that facts are facts, regardless of how they make you feel, because otherwise he risks getting banned again because people fucking report him out of context type shit. And it's just like this, it is what it is. People aren't saying she's a national treasure because she's like some patron saint. They're saying she's a national treasure because she says the one thing to get your man crazy in bed is to suck his dick. You know what I mean?
Transformed into this has to stop. This is pathetic. Isn't this embarrassing? Disappointing ass world we live in. Making clowns famous part 1,062,000.
I think that 90% of these people are jealous. They're jealous and they think it should have been me. Why is it that this girl has this privilege and this opportunity and it didn't happen for me? Like, that's the real reason why it's the same thing with streamers. It's the same thing with OnlyFans girls. Indeed. Like, the only real reason why people are fucking mad about it is because they're not in the situation themselves. She hasn't done anything. I mean, who does anything? Like, that doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, what do you mean who hasn't done anything? Mad 'cause bad? No, it's a matter of overstaying your welcome. Maybe, I don't know. But, no, why do you go to the extreme for every people's opinion? Because it's true. I think that people, what do y'all think? Y'all think I'm right about this? That is most people just jealous and envious that are mad that this girl got an opportunity they don't think she deserves? Because I think that's exactly what it is. That's 100% what it is. Yeah, straight up. Like, it is stupid? Well, I mean, what do you think is stupid or not? Like, I mean, I mean, like, yeah, I'm more mad that she's everywhere. I mean, I guess, right? Like, the week that this meme got popular, I permabanned anybody that said Hawk to her. Anybody that typed it in chat, I permaban. Just instant. I don't care. Watch for a year, permaban. Nope, you're done.
I love that. I fucking love that.
You don't have to be envious to think it's dumb. Yeah, but I think a lot of people that think it's dumb are also envious. You can think it's stupid without being jealous? Yeah, but I think a lot of these people are jealous. I do.
Suddenly, she had actual problems to deal with.
I have to convince my pawpaw not to shoot the paparazzi outside of our house every day because they've been camped out here for like 2 weeks.
Creating paranoia on a day-to-day basis.
It's really strange. I can't really go in public by myself anymore. I'm paranoid of getting kidnapped or something.
Because there was a video of you with 5 security guards. Is that because you're paranoid about that?
Yes. And I'm little too, so I mean, I can't really defend myself.
It seems Haley
and that's another thing is that, like, people that get popular like this on the internet, it does fuck you up in a lot of ways. And I think this is another thing too. She's small. Yeah, it makes sense. No, it is. This is a downside. It's a big downside because you got weirdos, you got people that are trying to like get into your life. They're trying to, you know, like break that veil and try to like actually be involved with you personally. Like, obviously, like any content creator has this. Like, I'll have people that'll try to, like, you know, be like close friends with me or like try to get close to me. Like, it's real weird. It is. It's super real weird.
That fame kinda sucks.
What's the worst part about being famous?
Everybody looking at you when you walk into a room.
You don't like that?
No.
Does that feel unsafe a little bit?
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Although she continued to take advantage of it. She launched her own fanfics, which is like a safe for work OnlyFans, and charged $10 a month to an unknown amount of subscribers.
Fanfics, so was this like is this like Christian OnlyFans? I never heard this.
What up, Tom? Good morning, bro.
You can't go to OnlyFans, you go to fanfics? I never even heard this.
Out of mana.
Damn.
She'd also launch an AI dating app named Fugu Talk.
I bet. Yeah, I bet. That's why I said, remember what I was saying before about how this only was popular because she was attractive? Ooh. Ooh, what's wrong? What's wrong, boys? What's wrong? Maybe I'm riding. Oh, maybe I'm right.
Which received amazing reviews such as disgusting.
Ooh.
Haley wasn't lying when she answered,
Like, what's on the horizon?
I mean, any and everything, I guess.
essentially doing anything that offered her a paycheck. This was further proven by the Talk to a podcast, launched as a vehicle to promote Jake Paul's gambling company.
To be fair, W name. Fucking amazing name.
Slow me down.
Such a good fucking name. She's not attractive. Just because she's attractive on one perception to an individual doesn't mean it's generalized. Sorry, Asmon. Okay, you listen, man. If you want to go and like measure eyebrow separation and do like that weird shit that people go ahead. You want to do that?
I love that. He's just shitting on bro for being so goddamn stupid. Some people should not speak up, bro. Like, straight up. Sometimes it's better to just stay quiet. When... Honestly, he should have just hit him with a cooler... You're cooler when you don't talk, bro. Hold on, I gotta check on Buddy. Give me a minute and listen to this.
Consider this girl attractive. Now, as I said, like, I don't like making a lot of like I'll sexualize and talk about like how slutty girls are if they're not real. But I don't want to go and spend a whole lot of time talking about like what she looks like and like her appearance. I was just trying to make a general statement is that because she was attractive, this went way farther. And it wouldn't have gone anywhere if she wasn't attractive. That's it. Like, I don't want to go and start getting into a debate on, like, you know, what you would rate her or anything like that. Like, let's just dial this shit back. Poll? I don't want to do a poll. The reason why I don't want to do a poll, like, this is going to sound... Guys, this is going to sound really gay, okay? But the reason why I don't want to do a poll is because sometimes girls will watch me say this about them. Maybe she would see me say this, and I think it would make her feel bad if I had a poll and then a lot of people said that she wasn't attractive. And that's why I never did, like, streamer, like, I never rated streamers or did anything like that. Like, I never tier listed streamers out on appearance. I never did that. So that's the reason. I just think it would make girls feel like shit. Yeah, that's all. So you get mad, like, I mean, you call somebody fat. I mean, that's not even just a fact, right? But, like, that's different.
Yeah, the podcast was so terrible, even Jake Paul himself roasted it.
Why did you decide to start Talk to Her?
It's just stuff that has never been talked about in modern history. Scientific, historic, revolutionary wisdom. It's just an honor to be pushing humanity forward in that type of way.
However, the Talk to Her comments were absolutely golden. My phone was at 1% when this was posted. I unplugged my grandma's life support to charge it. This podcast truly changed my life. Currently fighting on the front lines in Ukraine, and everyone has called truce to watch Ep 1 of the Talk to Her podcast. Amen. I have stayed clean from drugs for over 30 years. Thank you, Talk to Her, for making me start again.
So these guys like to meme and talk shit, but this show got really popular. Like, everybody tries to talk about, oh, it's boring or whatever. It's a popular show.
Same trolls have given it an almost perfect IMDb score, calling the podcast a genre-defining masterpiece, yet the show's quality is better summarized by its crazy amount of dislikes. Haley's reputation clearly wasn't great, so when she
it's just hating ass hoes. That's all it is. Hating ass hoes getting mad about this, because if you looked at the Spotify list of the most watched podcasts, this was in like the top 5. It was in the top 10 at least. So you can dislike it all you want. There's still people listening to it.
Just an episode with Mark Cuban, she probably should have avoided the following touchy subjects.
Do you do anything with crypto?
Yeah, I do a lot with crypto, actually. I've got
He goes, she probably should have avoided talking about this. Yeah.
shit ton of Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Going back to the point of doing anything for money, it seems Haley was paid to shout out cryptocurrency.
So after I saw Michael Saylor speak at the Bitcoin conference, I have decided to start putting some money into crypto, and I just want to say, oh my God, thank you so much, Mr. Saylor.
And was more than willing to make her own token.
Follow to me.
I feel like a lot of people get involved. Like, this is, see, the thing is that started investing in the crypto and probably lost a bunch of money. Yeah, I had a lot of, we all know somebody that think that they're smart, right? They think that they're going to be the one. Right, I lost 30K. Yeah, and so I think that really
Papa Nugs, bro, thank you, dude. Thank you for the 13 months, bro. Thank you. I was checking on Buddy and I heard that shit go off and I was like, oh shit. Yo, thank you, dude. I really appreciate it, brother.
Unfiltered.
We're listening to how the Hawk Tua chick is like, she might be going to jail. She might be going to, like, prison.
This just regular, you know, southern, midwestern, I don't know where the fuck, you know, just unfiltered, funny girl that was, like, I guess you would say kind of normal. Like, she's kind of a normie in a way. And so I think that she had the normie reaction. Tennessee, I don't know where Tennessee is, but I mean, I think it's in the South, right? I mean, I don't fucking know. Because they had slaves there, right? And so anyway.
So. Yo, Papa, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you saying that. So Haley got with Jake Paul. Jake Paul got her to put out a meme coin. Well, this is all alleged. She put out a meme coin called Hawk Meme Coin. She goes live saying, oh, my Hawk Meme Coin is live. Like 95% of all of the coin was owned by like one wallet or one cluster. In the first hour of it going live, they sold all of it and pulled the rug on her entire audience, making millions in fees and profit on the coins. Little pumping dumping. And her face is right on the front of it. A lot of people are saying they think that she might be an industry plant to fuck over the crypto like scene, to get like more strict regulations. She advertised it. Then she gets on with CoffeeZilla and she's like, well, if it's so or if it's not like working, then why the hell are you on the call? And he's like, because I'm investigating it.
Basically, fuck.
It's so funny. They end up muting him and shit.
That's what I thought. And so, anyway, like, fuck. What was I thinking about? Y'all distracted me with that Civil War shit. Oh my God, she's a normie, right? She's a normie. So there's a lot of normies that get swindled by getting into crypto, because like, I mean, she doesn't know shit about crypto. Like Michael Saylor, like this guy was like a CEO of a company, and like I've listened to Michael. I feel like he got a few screws loose, but he also got a few $1 billion. So, I mean, fuck, maybe he got the screws in another machine. So I'm not trying to shit on the guy. But like at the same time, the guy was already successful. And a lot of people think that they're like, well, because this guy can do it, maybe I can do it.
One, can I give you some tokens?
Yeah,
for
I'll give you my
community?
wallet.
Okay.
But are you sure you're gonna like me? I don't know. I'm not as big a fan about me.
She tagged to Twitter showing her favorite meme coins, announcing a Huck to a token was also coming soon.
What are these? What is that? I'll go ahead. I'll look at this. See, I think that a lot of people, the reason why they get into cryptocurrency is because they want to become a billionaire. They want to, like, you want to know the reason why people like Michael Saylor? It's because he's got a lot of money. That's the reason why. If Michael Saylor was a bum, nobody'd be listening to him. It's all about money. It's people want to get into crypto to sell crypto to somebody who's got more money than they do. Like, that's it. It's gambling, basically, right? It's like, yeah, like, basically people want to buy the bag at $100 and sell the bag at $200. And then somebody else wants to buy the bag at $200 and sell it for $500. And then eventually somebody gets caught holding the bag, and that's not so good. So I think that's really what happened. And I think that's the reason why, like, I would say, like, 95% of people that get involved in cryptocurrency don't actually believe in the idea of crypto. They don't understand any concept around it. They don't have any interest in
They just want the money.
Technology. All they want to do is they just want to buy the thing and then have it go up and then sell the thing. That's it. They want to buy low and sell high.
Of course.
Well, on the 4th of December 2024, 176 days after she first went viral, Haley officially launched it.
My Hawk meme coin is live!
Despite calling it the Huck to a meme coin, its website reassured the audience Huck isn't just a meme coin, it's part of the culture. Haley is using her meme to unite her entire community.
I love how I feel like this is, you know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And you remember, like, all those suicide cults that they would have where, like, everybody drank Kool-Aid and they all died? And it's, like, part of the culture. It's like you've got a community. Well, like, instead of killing yourself, now you just kill your bank account. And so, like, everybody is like, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to get everybody together and fucking spend all our money on this bullshit. The coin literally spells shark. I mean, it spells, that doesn't spell shark. Like that. Type it in. Is there a red squiggly underneath?
Toxic rain.
I think we found one of the Hawk meme investors. Someone in his chat said the coin literally spells shark. They actually said the name of the coin literally spells shark. Oh my god.
Think this shark? You fucking retarded.
Yes.
96% of the Hawk coin supply is in 10 connected addresses before the launch, essentially meaning just 10 people control the coin's price.
Nah, this girl did this 100% just to make a bunch of money because she saw. This is the logic that this girl had. Well, you look at Mark Cuban, he's like got a lot of money and he does this thing, and then there's this other guy that has a lot of money and he did this thing. So maybe if I do this thing, I'll get a lot of money.
Too slow.
I feel like that's the end of the conversation.
Yep.
That's it, man. Yeah, that's it. Like
that's all it took.
Everything else, like, that's on the top. Flawless logic. Yeah, it's just how it is. Nah, she's smarter than that. This was malicious. She knew she was scamming. I don't. So, I think that you like okay. So like you're right, but I don't think like all the way. I think that she didn't go into it knowing that she was scamming. She maybe thought, oh, maybe some people could lose some money and that would be sad. But I don't know if she really went into it. Like you rob a bank, and like there's like a moral, like that's not good. You rob a bank. I don't think she went into it thinking she robbed a bank. She's ultimately responsible for being the influencer behind the coin. I'm not saying that she's not. I'm just saying that I don't think that she was entirely trying to scam people. I just think she's not.
Suggested the coin was likely a scam. Haley responded by stating fake news.
Okay, but here's a good way to look at it. If you asked her to explain what the blockchain was, what do you think would happen?
Choking cloud.
Appreciate you trying to protect the community. However, it didn't take long before tweets started appearing. Lost 85% of an £1,100 investment. I lost 10k, bro, I got rugged. Just lost 286k on this. Don't trust MetaMask wallets. Haley's co-creator called these people mentally ill.
There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill into this thing. If you guys...
He's right. He is absolutely right. There are so many people that get involved in crypto and they're so stupid. I don't understand what kind of people bought this. So, a lot of people buy stuff like this because they think that they can capitalize on it. So, okay, this is going to be a big, big thing. This is big picture. Society nowadays has created a culture of learned narcissism. And one of the second-order effects of that learned narcissism is that people think that not only are they deserving of all this money, but they think that they can earn it themselves. The American dream isn't to become rich. It's to become rich and think you deserve it. And the narcissism that our society creates nowadays enables people to take actions that make them believe that they're way smarter than they are and take steps off a bridge and think that they'll make it to the other side. That's what I think is happening, and I think that's the reason why sports gambling is so popular. That it's because of parlays. How do you think a parlay works? People don't understand abstract percentages. They're so statistically unlikely to occur that the companies report parlays as profit before the events even happen. Because people can't, they're so stupid. And so this is what I think is going on, right? Is that I think that we have a culture of people that think that they're special. Everybody's been brought up and told that they're special. They're the gifted one. They're the ones that can see what other people can't see. And they're the smart one that's going to make the right decision at the right time. And so a lot of these people don't think that Hawk Tua coin is going to make a lot of money, but they think that they're going to be on the side of the people that make a lot of money off of Hawk Tua coin. Does that make sense? So they're going to be one of the people that got in early and sold before it crashed. And so that's really where we're coming from here. And that's where this situation is going. It's the learned narcissism that has been prevalent inside of our entire society that has translated through second and third order effects of people believing that they can control gambling outcomes and bet on meme coins. Am I crazy? Well, that's not the right question. Yes, is the answer. Am I right? I think I'm right with this. I do. I think this is, I do. I think it's happening.
Prepare yourself.
Crazy and right, yeah.
Are in crypto,
people think
most
they're
likely
special.
mentally ill. It's just a bunch of miserable people trying to farm engagement and hate.
With Haley herself
like
blaming
me.
the losses on something they couldn't control.
We got snipe botted today, but we didn't sell a single token. But I just want to say, screw the sniper bots, and I'm not going anywhere.
CoffeeZilla.
That's crazy. Why would you say that and then go somewhere?
joined and called the project.
This is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
Questioning how much money each founder made.
Made over $1 million.
This is like somebody goes.
When she goes, okay, well, why the fuck are you on? He's literally interviewing her to try to figure out what's going on, not because it's fucking successful.
You know, this is horrible that you robbed this bank, and then you go to the police. Well, okay, well, if it's so bad, why are you here?
Exactly.
Why the fuck are you? So robbing banks is so why are you here with us?
Fuck are you doing here?
Who made the creator?
Which is who?
That belongs to the project.
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Haley Welch, right?
This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam.
As the pressure mounted, Haley disappeared.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick, but anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Only brought back by a class action lawsuit launched by a dozen plaintiffs who claim
Anywho.
collectively lost more than 150,000 to
I
Haley.
should have invested money into this just as a meme to see how much money I would lose. I should have invested like $1,000 or something like that, just for fun. I really should do that next time they're gonna do something like this. Oh my god.
As credit, she took responsibility, stating if you've experienced
She
losses
didn't take responsibility. She was forced into taking responsibility, and this was written by a legal team and not her. She's worried about going to jail. That's why she posted it at 2 in the morning.
Related to this, please contact Berwick Law. Furthermore, it seems she had no idea exactly what she was getting into, although it's still her fault if she put her name on it.
Yeah, it is.
Her Instagram
Her
hasn't
responsibility.
helped either. The only post Haley's made since pulling the scam is a video of her taking a lavish holiday. Makes you wonder if this trip was funded by the proceeds. Enjoy your time before getting shipped off to prison.
I love how people are thinking that she's gonna go to jail.
Haley Welch,
she's not going to jail. Nothing's going to happen, guys. It's not like, she's not going to jail. Nothing bad is going to happen. Why not? Because the government can't even figure out, so which one was bigger, Crypto Zoo or this?
It's true.
Bryce decided, straight up said, yeah, I kind of scammed you guys. He's not in jail. So
True.
what's the logic here? So we're gonna have basically an uninformed participant that's gonna end up going to jail, rather than somebody that did something that had 100x the effect, or somebody who admitted that it was a scam. Come on, guys. Yeah, working on these scams. You don't know that. You just hope that because you think that everybody always wants there to be karma. That people are always trying to look at there's gonna be a way that these people get held accountable for this. That's it. Please get your prostate checked. You're pissing a lot? No, I'm not. I use the bathroom 2 times in 4 hours after drinking a 32 and a 30-ounce to 16-ounce drink. That's normal, bro. Let's be honest. Also, I'm sitting on my fucking legs. That's it. That's not it at all. Pissing just fine. Yeah, it's not even a thing whatsoever. Weird-ass chatter. You are right. But anyway, that's the way that I see it, right? And that's where I'm at with a lot of this type of situation, is that I feel like soda goes through faster, pisser just fine. Yeah, definitely. You want to check it. Oh, okay, yeah, no doubt. Well, anyway, so this is the way that I see it. SBF is going to jail unless Biden pardons his ass. SBF ran a, what is it, 20 million fucking scam? That was insane. You're comparing somebody that made $5 million. A billion. Yeah, sorry, billion. Yeah, $1 billion scam. You're literally comparing millions to billions. That is a 1,000x. Of course the government
Oh, hell yeah.
get Sam. They got Sam over in Arkham Asylum now with Luigi and Diddy. How the fuck did that happen? I don't know. But that's where we're at. And he scammed the rich. Yeah, he scammed the rich. Yeah, and also, yeah, Sam scammed Rich. He scammed Kevin O'Leary. He scammed Tom Brady. You think you're gonna scam? How many did Tom Brady win?
God
5,
damn.
7 or some shit? Sam Bankman-Fried ain't won shit. Of course we're gonna put his fucking ass. Yes, that's what I thought. 7 Super.
That's insane, bro. People will buy it though. You realize people will 100% buy it. So that's on POE 1, right? That's on POE 1. Yeah. Crazy, dude. And there's someone that will buy it because it's a perfect bow.
No mana. That would only slow me down.
You could get a whole computer for that. A really good one. So the bow attacks fire 2 additional arrows and the bow attacks fire an additional arrow. That makes it shoot 4. That would be amazing for my build. Yeah. For a game that you don't even own, you own a license to play.
Super Bowls, you can't scam Tom Brady. Get the fuck out of here. Paid off politicians too? Yes. Yeah, you can't scam rich people. See, like, the thing is that the best way to scam people is to get a little bit of money from a lot of people. Because if you scam somebody who's big, well, they might just kill you. You don't want to scam somebody like fucking Trump. You don't want to scam somebody like, I don't know, Bill Clinton. You think people scam Bill Clinton? I got a feeling I got a feeling that doesn't happen. Imagine, yeah, you get in a deal with Vladimir Putin and he gets scammed. Oh man, I wonder what happens. Maybe the plane that you're in crashes. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's just the way it is. It'll happen once. Yeah, exactly. It happens, but only happens once. He's blackmailed by Israel. Oh, there it is. And so blew up like a typical YouTuber's career. She speed ran a typical YouTuber's career, blew up, became a meme, started the crypto scam. Well, this is the thing, is like, so I said that, yeah, so I've been saying this for a bit, is that I think that OnlyFans is DLC for female streamers. It's like, you know, it's like a little bit extra, right?
It's
like,
DLC for female streamers.
And I think that for male streamers, it's crypto, right? Like, crypto is the equivalent for that. Yeah, her podcast was huge. Yeah, it was. Or TikToks. Yeah, there's what the fuck. True, real and true. No, it is. It's true. And Angelica Girl Circuit, I don't give a fuck. Doing OnlyFans is working. That's fine. Somebody wants to think it's working. That's fine. Like, I don't like. The thing is that anybody that goes and thinks about working, like, oh, I'm trying to work.
A lot of people don't like his takes. I like his takes, and I agree with a lot of them. Like, when he gets talking about Throne and Liberty, he literally just says exactly what I think about the game. The combat's just ass. I can't get past the terrible combat. If it didn't have terrible combat, game would be great. But the combat is ass. And it's impossible for me to get past. The best part of a game is the combat. When you're playing a game that is all about fighting things, the only thing you do is spend your entire time fighting things. The combat matters.
Like, you think about making money and how to get money, that's what fucking matters more than anything. You talk about work, anybody can work. You got to get money. Yeah, you got how can you get the number in your account to be bigger than the way it is? That's the only way you should look at things. You don't think about anything else at all.
I was going to wait a little bit longer before fully diving in on this, but I've talked about it on stream, tickling.
We gonna listen to Moist Critical's thoughts about Elon Musk in the gaming space.
Subject here and there with Elon Musk's weirdest lie so far about being a Path of Exile 2 top player. For as long as I can remember, Elon has always touted himself as basically a gaming god, where anytime he picks up the sticks, he becomes one of the best to ever do it. And he's been trying that with Path of Exile 2, puffing out his chest, popping his collar. A lot of people know that he has one of the top characters in the game. Which he does, except it's very clear from the live stream he did, it's not actually his character. He has one or a team of people that actually pilot this character, and they just give him permission to go on the account to flex it. It's not a hurricane machine conspiracy theory. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt true that Elon Musk does not play this game. His account that he showed is definitely not played by him. And it's very clear through the live stream, which we'll go through in a moment, because Quinn made a great video breaking it all down to show just how obvious it is.
So let's start off with some context. Elon Musk's character is currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has been playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened.
The reason I wanted to wait a little longer before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of this is because I wanted to see Elon's response to it, because I know he's seen it. He is more addicted to social media than an Overwatch gooner. He is glued to this shit 24/7, so I am confident he is well aware that the entire gaming community is privy to his fraudulent claims of being one of the top Path of Exile players, and I just wanted to see how he would tackle that. Because his responses are always glorious. It's always the most cringe shit imaginable. Where he posts like an AI photo of himself as Iron Man. I am Irony Man. You call yourself the Joker, yet you can't take a joke. Ironic. And I wanted to see him do some garbage like that for this, but he hasn't yet, and I just really want to talk about it.
Cheers, chat.
So clownish.
And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps, which immediately is a little bit of a red flag, because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but he does that. He then proceeds to walk up to his map device and go to put a map in. The literal first thing you learn upon getting to the end game is how to operate this map device. You're going to start up a node, and then from that node you can go to adjacent connected maps. Now, Elon, he's trying to click.
Oh, he's trying to do the map that's not in the chain.
He's just clicking a map repeatedly, trying to access it. He was not eligible to enter that map.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
I don't know how many of you have ever subjected yourself to the torture of trying to watch an Elon Musk stream, but they are agonizing when he tries to stream a game. Because it's like 30 minutes of actual nothing burgers, where he will sit there, AFK, and all you get is just background noise. The banging of pans sounds like shit falling over. It's like listening to Legos exploding, and then he'll like occasionally talk, and he's still doing nothing, and then maybe he'll do like briefly one map. Watching Snoop Dogg stream when he left and just left it running for like a day was more entertaining than trying to sit through an Elon Musk Twitter stream. They're fucking brutal. So Quinn going through this cut out a lot of that, and when he's actually trying to play the game, he doesn't know what he's doing. So what he's showing here is he has that tab called Elon's Maps, which is a weird thing to do, but he's a quirky guy. Maybe he refers to himself in the third person. You could maybe try and conjure up some kind of argument there, because he is just so peculiar as an individual that he would do that. But the big smoking gun in this intro is that he doesn't even know how to use the in-game map. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like, I'm not even to that point in the game, yet looking at that map, I can tell you what is and is not accessible just through the basic understanding how games work. He is clicking on a grayed out node. He is repeatedly clicking on it, expecting something different to happen. It's fucking grayed out, goofball. You clearly can't go there yet. But he doesn't understand it.
Anyone who's level 97 is...
Well, yeah, they've stated that the people that are in the top 10 of the ladder, they haven't died and they've been playing since the game came out. So the only way for you to be able to be up there is to have not died and have been playing since the game came out non-stop.
And you know, we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like sitting there like some sort of...
Holy shit. So they play someone actually being they play someone actually being efficient at setting up a node on here. Watch, it looks like dude is doing this, and like if he doesn't get it done, he's gonna die. Honestly, watch how fast he sets this node up.
Goofball, you clearly can't go there yet, but he doesn't understand it.
Anyone who's level 97.
Watch this.
And you know, we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like
Did you see that?
Geriatric old man clicking this node, expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while, and then realizes his mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're gonna clear a map. You're gonna expecting something to happen, and then
so he shows an efficient player, and then they show Elon.
You know,
watch.
One of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like sitting there like some
watch Elon
old man clicking this node, expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while, and then realizes his mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're gonna clear a map. You're gonna loot the valuable items.
And you're gonna sell the trash, keep the good stuff, salvage the bad stuff. Everyone knows that. It's not just being an efficient player, it's just being a player in general. Elon Musk goes into it with a full inventory. You don't have to be a Path of Exile player to know that that's pretty stupid. If you're playing a game that revolves around getting loot, why would you go in with no ability of collecting loot? Unless, of course, you're Elon, who doesn't actually play the game and can't wrap his head around that concept that, you know, having a full inventory kind of defeats the whole purpose. You'd want to get rid of your trash.
We say as I have a full inventory.
Treasure, just absolute beautiful loot you don't want to part with. You'd put it in your stash. You wouldn't take it into the map with you because you need the space in your inventory. That is like actual basics. And he's already failing on the most fundamental aspects of playing not only this game, but any games even similar to it. It's actually a rookie mistake that I myself was making when I was first starting this game, where I was just taking unnecessary shit with me. I didn't realize just how quick and easy it was to just go store it or sell it. You can just click a single button, it'll make a portal to the town, and you can just sell it and then go right back through that portal to where you were. You don't lose any time or anything. It's not a hassle or a chore. And it's something that once you start playing the game, you become privy to. But Elon Musk doesn't really play this game, it seems. Yet, somehow has one of the top accounts in the whole fucking hardcore space. How odd.
So what I'm doing here is just boosting my shield before battle by meditation. Meditation before battle is always good.
And he starts killing monsters. He starts obliterating monsters with his character. But what becomes obviously apparent...
Chaos Orb, no loot filter.
Is like, no, he's just running past Chaos Orbs! He just ran past the Chaos Orb!
Chaos Orbs are one of the most important currencies, and they're also really rare. I have about 140 exalts. I have like 9 Chaos Orbs, just so you guys understand.
This fucking goober doesn't even have the wherewithal to loot one of the most valuable currencies in the game with a Chaos Orb. So I'm 30 hours deep. I've seen one. I've seen one in 30 hours. And he just runs right by it. He doesn't know the game at all. The only thing he loots are completely meaningless waystones. They're not fully meaningless, but for where he's at in the game, it's not what you'd be prioritizing for loot. But the reason he's clicking the waystones is because those are what's highlighted. Meanwhile, Chaos Orb wasn't highlighted, so in Elon Musk's little, like, caveman brain, not shiny, not need. So he just ignores it. He doesn't know the game.
It's unfathomable for someone to be in the top ranks without loot filter. Yet Elon Musk, the god gamer, he doesn't play with a loot filter. The only thing Elon does pick up are maps, because the default in-game loot filter highlights those things are worthless. The actual items of value that he should be picking up, that he would have had to pick up in order to get the gear.
Yo, what up, Honky?
To the boss, he's fighting the boss, and I want to say for about 10 seconds.
I have 1 Chaos Orb.
Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities. He just sits there, default attacking the boss without activating his mana flask. Anyone who's played the game and understands the character would understand, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana.
There's no explanation for him being bad at this character at this level. If he was the one that has been piloting it this whole journey, he would have mastered it. And what Quinn is pointing out is that he...
Yo, cheers.
You can tell from his gameplay. When he's fighting this boss here, he is out of mana for an inexcusably long period of time. In Path of Exile 2, if you go out of mana, if you play League of Legends, you can immediately pop a mana flask and get it back to continue optimizing your stats. He doesn't do that. His character juices the wazoo, so he's able to get away with being so dog shit. But the fact that he doesn't pop his mana flask for like 10 seconds is crazy to me. And anybody who plays the game. It's not him being some kind of chess master galaxy braining this, where he's being frugal with his mana. Well, actually, I made a calculation that it would be suboptimal if I popped one of my fucking 20 mana flasks at this moment, because you wouldn't understand. I'm one of the top players in the game. I'm thinking, well, 5 steps ahead of you. It's just him just being bad. It's him being bad at his character, because it's not really his character. Whoever is piloting this account behind
what the fuck?
Lets Elon go on and do these really easy
God damn it.
Even when he's super shit, he can get away with being bad and not be punished for it.
He then goes on to loot items off the ground. He starts dragging them into his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that is to anyone who actually plays the game. And his bags are full, and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. And nobody, not even people who are kind of noobs at the game, do this. I don't even think Elon Musk has done the campaign.
So, do you guys think it would be fun to watch a hardcore, like me try a hardcore playthrough? I feel like seeing me die that much might not be fun, but I don't know. It might be entertaining. I just feel like I'm starting to understand enough about the game to where I could attempt doing hardcore without feeling bad about it. Oh, what just happened? What is that? Did we just get botted? Are we getting botted? I think we are. I'm pretty sure we just got botted. That definitely ain't like new people just discovered the channel, because, like, I mean... Yeah, we got botted. Yeah, there's 5 people in here, but we got followed by like 50. Yo, stay safe, motherfucker. It doesn't look like a lot, though. Fortunately, it was only like 10. That's not bad at all. I don't, yeah, a little botting. Whatever. They'll get deleted. What's nice is Twitch deletes those. We don't even have to report them anymore. They automatically get deleted if they're bots. Which I'm assuming they are. It's like more people followed than are sitting in the stream right now, but you know, way she goes.
Really played an ARPG to a high level at all, including Diablo. Nobody, I mean actually nobody, is going to drag their loot into their bag once they spend any amount of hours in Path of Exile or Diablo or anything. No one's going to be doing that. That is a mistake that only your grandpappy would make if you sat him down to play this game, where you just slowly...
Listen, hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest, everybody's being a little bit more critical than they need to be here, because how many times have you had a full inventory where you couldn't pick up something? So you went through your inventory and found something that you were okay with dropping. So you drop that item, and instead of closing and picking up the item, you drop said item and then pick it up and put it back in your inventory. Now his geriatric movements and his Joe Biden style, like fall asleep halfway before you get it from the ground to your inventory, that I understand. But everybody's attacking this particular thing like nobody ever does it, and I'm gonna be honest, I do. And I'm not a super efficient player, but I'm relatively efficient. I got a character from T1 to T12 in one day. I feel like I'm pretty efficient.
Nobody fucking does that. So I really question the authenticity of his claims of being one of the top Diablo players through his...
But to be fair, if I play hardcore, I'm going to get way more efficient, because last night I tried it. I made a character last night on hardcore. I got to the third boss and died. I tried it with a sorcerer, a class that I've never played before. So it will be, I mean, death clip after death clip. I will end up dying a lot. And I have my softcore shit to come back to, so we can just do like sections of hardcore and not just always do hardcore. But yeah, I will 100% die a lot.
Own sheer blood, sweat, tears, and elbow grease and cum. I think something similar has been happening for him on Diablo, where he has people behind the scenes playing the game for him, and then he just goes on occasionally to do a couple maps to flex on Twitter streams.
You're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I've played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are playing. To rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being.
Yeah.
There has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah.
Are you in the top 20 in the world or top 20 wow, in Diablo?
Yeah.
A ton of people are calling this into question now after watching the Path of Exile stream, because those are transferable skills. If you're really good at Diablo, you should at least be pretty good at Path of Exile. And he's just not. And he lacks the basic understanding of ARPG fundamentals. So how the fuck could he be one of the top Diablo players and be this clueless for Path of Exile? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't compute.
His settings on the map transparency are turned on by default. His life values are turned on. All these basic settings that anyone in the top 100 would do, he is not doing. Maps can effectively have different content on them, and that content will be signified by icons on the map. So it could be a map which has an expedition in it, a breach in it, or it could be corrupted. Elon starts looking through the atlas, and he finds a map with, I kid you not, 4 things on it.
There are 4 things there. So this one has the real risk of dying.
4 things. What are those things?
God, dude. 4 things. It's 4 things, dude.
You can't just write this off as him being lazy and trying to put it in layman's terms, because this stream of him discussing his Path of Exile 2 achievements isn't made for, you know, your uncle or something who's a big Elon meat swallower. This is like specifically catered to gamers. So it makes no sense that he would just write that off as just 4 things. And also, his settings make no sense for someone in the top 100. No loot filter and all the basics still on. That's how I play. And I am nowhere near a top player in Path of Exile 2 at all. It doesn't work. That excuse.
What's wrong with having the numbers?
He could not achieve.
Yo, what's wrong with having the health bar numbers? They're talking about the defaults. I run the numbers. I keep this stuff here so I can see it. I want to know what my shit is.
He doesn't know what those 4 things are, which is why he calls it that.
He then goes on to say, "Oh, kid,
this is max difficulty on hardcore. If there's a way to get higher difficulty, I don't know what it is, but this is everything maxed out."
Path of Exile has boss fights and endgame bosses, which are quote-unquote difficult battles, which Elon actually did do on one of his streams, where he just went into the endgame boss and dived repeatedly to it. Maps are just farming. You go into maps and you farm them for loot and experience. They're not the most difficult battles, and I don't know if he's trying to deceive people watching a stream into thinking that he's doing some insanely hard thing, whenever he's literally doing something you do to effectively grind or farm.
Listening to Elon talk about Path of Exile 2 is like listening to the out-of-touch writers in CSI, where they'd have things like, you have all the top scorers in every MMORPG ever. I am elite noob slayer. Like, when they try and relate to gamers, that's Elon with Path of Exile 2. It's such a weird thing to lie about, because this isn't a cool thing to anyone that's not already playing Path of Exile 2, but anyone who plays the game would immediately recognize he's just making shit up and doesn't actually know what he's doing or saying. And it's just classic Elon. This is a max difficulty Turbo XL Super Arcade. In fact, I'm the only one that's unlocked this difficulty setting. And I just wish it was a little bit harder, because for someone of my intellect, it's just a bit beneath me. But yeah, this is maxed out difficulty on hardcore. You can see I'm breezing through it. I wish I could increase the difficulty a little bit just to stimulate myself a bit more. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm just too good for it. Like, the way he talks about this game, while clearly being clueless on it, he's actually infuriating. I can't fucking stand it.
And Elon Musk starts going over his gear.
This is a great staff, but it's only a level, 62 staff.
His weapon is, I kid you not, one of the best, if not the best staffs.
So, his weapon has 2 sockets. It's got 40% increased physical damage. It's 289 to 498 physical damage, 12.7 crit, 177% enhanced damage, 20% increased attack speed, crit damage bonus, crit chance. It's fucking... Look at this thing. And he's like, it's only level 62. I kind of want to upgrade it. It's ridiculous.
On the entire hardcore trade league. You cannot even buy it. Insane weapon.
Not only does Elon have a staff that you can't even buy, but it's so good that the second best one, which is missing 2 of what makes a staff so powerful for an invoker, which is the crit and crit bonus, is still 20 divines, and that's obviously very expensive.
Here I am, like...
20 divines on 20 divines. It's way worse, and it's 20 divines on hardcore.
Level 62.
That is something that you learn pretty early on into the game, that the actual level up here isn't the most important part about it. That's just the requirement to equip it. Quinn gave an example that one of the strongest, most meta builds at the moment uses a weapon that is level 1 requirement. A level 1. If Elon Musk had that on his stream, he would have probably blown a fucking gasket. He would have had a conniption, thinking that his boosters were doing a bad job. But they're doing such a good job that it has become blatantly obvious that Elon is not the one behind it at all. His weapon is nuts, yet he is fixated on it being level 62, thinking it's beneath him because he's a much higher level. He doesn't grasp the concept that it's not the level that makes the weapon good, it's all of the blue stuff there. You can't reach this point in the game without that basic understanding. You just can't. Like, he's talking like he needs to upgrade his weapon soon. Like, yeah, I need to get myself a better weapon, one that reaches my potential at level 95. But for now, this is getting the job done. I'm able to do all of this with such a low-leveled weapon. It's fucking insanity.
My helmet is level 56.
Int, lightning, and chaos resist. Okay. Only 56.
Amulet level 61. Ring is only level 48, 49. At least a level 75 jacket.
It's a jacket with 6 things. Yeah, tell us how bad the item that only drops from the highest difficulty of the hardest boss. Just tell us that it's only level 52. Did you find this at level 52? That's impressive.
Level 52 here.
They can only ever be level 52. Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
Pretty low level compared to my character level, but seems to work pretty well. In softcore, you can get much better equipment.
Seems to work pretty well is an understatement. He is a fucking force of nature with this gear. He is beyond juiced. The actual pilots of this account have done an extraordinary job of making an absolute deity with this gear here. And yet Elon can't recognize that because he's not the one that did it. He only mentions the item's level, the least important part about items in the game. And once again, the excuse of, oh, he's just being lazy and he's trying to put it in layman's terms so people don't understand. People know, like, level 62 versus level 95. Well, no, because that doesn't work because the 62 is extremely good regardless of him being level 95. He could be level 1000 and that level 62 weapon is still going to be fucking unbelievable. Like, he just doesn't understand how the game works. He just doesn't. Like, if he didn't want to go into detail on everything for his gear during the stream, that's fine, but he is actively saying that the gear isn't really good because of its level, which is so false, it's laughable. That's why he is being giggled at by both Crip and Quinn during this, because he is beyond clueless as to what he's even looking at and what he's talking about. And from his gameplay, it seems he doesn't even really know how to play the game itself either. I would wager a guess he's maybe spent a couple of hours actually playing the game, but only, like, clearing maps. I don't think he has ever picked up a piece of fucking gear in his life or worked on a build or anything at all. I don't think he even knows how to use, like, skill gyms or support gyms or anything. I bet if you asked him to bring up, like, certain things, like explain why this gym is where it is, he would have no clue why. If he brought up his skill tree, he would have no idea what's even on it. And, like, if you ask him about trials, he would hit you with big fucking question marks or just ignore it and move on. He doesn't know the game. And he proved it with this live stream here. But the question needs to be asked, why? Why even lie about this in the first place? Again, this isn't something cool to people who don't play Path of Exile. But anyone who plays Path of Exile is going to recognize that you're a fraud. This is not your account. If he was honest about it, saying like, hey, I tried Path of Exile, I really liked it, but I don't have time to grind it, so I paid people to grind it for me, I think people would have a little bit more respect for that, as opposed to him cosplaying as one of the top players, pretending he's the one actually putting in the work and doing it, when he's definitely not.
And if you needed any more proof that Elon is 100% boosted, he was playing the game today, inside of maps, blasting, while simultaneously on a X-spaced.
Yeah, RIP. So, Elon's account, Percy, did die, and in hardcore that is permadeath. And I'm not sure if it was Elon that died on it, or if one of the people he paid to boost it made a mistake while grinding. I'm not sure. But I love the idea that it was Elon who bit the dust on it and bought the farm, because the people that actually put the hundreds of hours into getting this account so juiced out the wazoo are probably fucking furious. Like, they set Elon's maps aside, which are very easy maps for him to clear for the sake of flexing on Twitter with this account that they're actually putting the work into, and yet somehow this bumbling buffoon still finds a way to die on this overpowered character, just reverting all of their hard work to zero. That's just a beautiful thought, because they set aside easy maps for him. And maybe he got a little too big for his britches. Maybe what happened is he saw all the people, you know, calling him out for obviously not playing this game. He's like, okay, I'll put on my big boy britches and I'll do some hard content, and immediately just gets fucking washed, like just actually rinsed. I'm very excited to learn how exactly this account perished, because this, I feel like he'd probably mention it, you know, like what happened, what went so wrong. But yeah, I wanted to talk about this a bit. It's such a weird, stupid thing to even lie about in the first place, and yet here he is telling blatantly obvious.
So good. And like I said, if nothing else, he's got every YouTuber making videos about it that has to do with the space. Like a bunch of people talking about it. People who come into the chat asking about it. So regardless, he's got that going for him.
Remember when I made a video a couple days ago saying Valve should release Steam OS? Well, they are actually doing it, ladies and gentlemen. As of March, it seems like you and I might get our first chance at playing around with Valve's actual operating system on our computers. And lo and behold, you know when March comes around, I will be making a video on how to ditch Windows, install this, or actually, if you want to be a little bit of a bi-curious person, I'll teach you how to dual boot it, why not? But I want to get people into the world of Linux. Now, I've always said when it comes to Linux and the amount of distributions that exist on the market, you really need to have some level of brand power, okay? Trying to tell the average gamer, hey man, just install Ubuntu, just install Arch, just install Manjaro. Like, if I start listing off random names to you, you'll probably want me committed. But if it's one name gamers know, it's absolutely Valve or Steam. No matter how many other, like, launchers come into the market, like Epic Games or really anybody, it's always Valve with Steam that pretty much reigns supreme. Now, obviously, I don't have to really remind people, I love the Steam Deck, okay? This is probably one of the best handhelds that I've ever owned in my entire life. And it's probably the one device that I've put hundreds, if not probably 1,000 hours into at this point, playing numerous games. My amount of gaming, whether it be emulated, whether it be playing titles that are in my backlog, have started to finally progress ever since I ended up getting my hands on this. Now, when it comes to PC gaming, I don't really enjoy sitting at my desk playing a video game unless it's like a game that really warrants it, like Cyberpunk 2077, because I really wanted to crank the visuals up there. But generally, I play a lot of RPGs, so I am totally comfortable with running games at 30 frames per second at 800p, just if I can play it in a cozy manner, whether it be in bed, whether it be on the couch, whether it be away from the computer. I don't mind playing games portably. Now, it's one of the reasons why Nintendo Switches are probably some of the most sold systems, is because alongside just docking it to a computer, I'd wager a lot of people just love playing it on the handheld. They like playing a bit of the game and then just pressing the power button, throwing the Switch aside, and coming back to titles like an hour or two or a day later. That's
yeah, what up, Hexagram?
Handheld gaming.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Whether you look at the Steam Decks.
Yeah, so it's on some ordinary gamers. I guess Valve is gonna release an operating system. Listening to that while playing the game. But yeah, I keep all my low maps in the Elon Maps tab. Everybody who plays the game should have an Elon Maps tab.
Just because I don't really like the input on this, I think Valve has probably made the best.
If you don't, you're doing it wrong.
Set of input, like the trackpads. You know, I don't know why any other company doesn't copy this entirely. I don't know if Valve has a fucking patent, but I feel like any company that wants to implement these trackpads always fucks it up somehow. Like this, they have this little weak trackpad on the bottom, which is kind of annoying to play with, but, you know, I'm going off on a tangent here. Probably the best input available, probably some of the most easiest to use handheld PC gaming you can find. But this isn't a slouch. It's stronger, and generally the screen looks a lot nicer, even if it's not OLED. I've been playing a lot of games on this device, even emulating a lot of stuff, and, you know, until I installed Bazite, which is just SteamOS unofficially, onto this, because it ran Windows, it was an absolute miserable device. Using the Windows interface without it being properly optimized is annoying. The fact that hitting the power button meant that this thing would wake up, and especially when I stick these things into a backpack and the fans are running, that is a recipe for disaster. But ever since I installed Steam, I can hit the old power button, device fires up just like my Steam Deck, and lo and behold, I'm back to playing Ghost of Tsushima anywhere I go. Like, look at that. Look at how smooth that baby runs. It's like butter. But of course, the Legion Go is a device that apparently has sold pretty well. And it sold well enough for apparently the Legion Go to have a successor device come out, the Legion Go S, which is powered by SteamOS in the first officially licensed third-party handheld powered by those SteamOS people. So Valve posted this, and they basically showed that at CES 2025, they basically are shipping another handheld. Not them, Lenovo is.
Oh, that's pretty cool. There's going to be another handheld. What, I don't know what that means. GGG's very likely hammer fist. What's that? Alright, let's get some alchemy orbs. I'm not trying to waste all my exalts. We've got quantity, rarity, rarity.
Hey.
Oh, see, you don't know what's going to be nerfed or buffed until it happens. I don't really speculate because all that is just like making up what you think. I don't know what they think is overpowered. Like a bunch of people think rarity should be removed. I don't know how they're gonna remove something that's like been a staple of ARPGs forever. But whatever they do, I really don't care. I enjoy the game. Like 20 exalts. Yeah, the game's dope as fuck, bro. Like, I'm sure they're gonna go in the right direction with it. I have full faith in them. Ooh, Sandspit's a fun fucking map. I like it. Oh shit, give me 1 second. Let me that. Alright, what are our modifiers? We got 61% increased quantity of items on this map. That's fucking sick. That's the highest quantity I've ever seen on a map. And 70% increased rarity, which is pretty nice as well. Monsters can fuck us up.
Choking cloud.
But I think we're pretty... It's so open that it's a real easy map for us. With it being quantity and rarity, I'm gonna full clear the whole thing. No fucking area left. Level 18 skill gem. Nice. I wonder if I have the dex for it. Probably not. Maybe. But probably not. I love how fast this character runs through shit. We could probably go up a tier or two on maps. Start running 13s and 14s. I think today I'll work on doing our 4th ascendancy. I could probably complete it. Maybe. I don't know.
I need more mana. Barely broke a sweat. That would only slow me down.
Fuck, we got way too many maps on us. Why the fuck I got this many maps on me?
Go on. Of course.
Oh yeah, Warriors set up with that. I like that shit. The ascendancy with the... I'm gonna make a warrior soon. I have a weapon for one. It's fucking ridiculous. Son of a bitch. Whatever. I get to redo that map.
Hello there.
What is it?
The one I'm talking about.
Time is of the essence.
Look at that bitch. Thank you. 329 to 684 top end with 6 skills. Turn a T12. Need that XP back. Yeah, on this character, I just use a unique. I do have. Where is that thing? Maybe it's in here. Oh, that's only 212. Huh. I don't know where it is. Oh, wait. I think it's. I listed it for 20. Yeah. 248. So if. Look at my damage. It's 13,828 with this one. With an 18,000 damage explosion. With this. Got a 30,000 damage explosion with 22,900 DPS. But the only reason I don't rock this one is because it only shoots one.
Prepare yourself. I need more mana. mind if I do?
I like sapphires. I can't believe I missed bosses on the other side. Delete. Stand by him.
Stay light, stay alive.
What is it? Time is of the essence.
One more boss.
Miasma. I'm out of mana. I need more mana.
Nice. Tier 12. Banged out.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
Oh fuck, I forgot I already. Yeah, it's 100 spirit armor. That's real good for anybody starting off. Any of the homies who need it. I figure.
grain.
Yo, cheers, chat. Find something else to listen to.
Peak player numbers still smashing all Path of Exile 1 records by a long shot, over a month past release. A single Ascendancy class dominating the top 1,000 spots on the Standard League ladder. Chase item dupes, rollback corruptions, and other terrible bugs causing the economy to explode. Conspiracy theories about how to locate citadels in the Atlas running rampant through the usually level-headed community. Increased love for the campaign, more silly fake item and fake skill flexing than I've ever seen in my life, a greater desire for a patch than ever before, a huge double game director interview coming up, and oh so much more. The current state of Path of Exile 2 Early Access, in a word, is wild. It's a whirlwind of love and fear and emotion that many people have experienced over this past month and a week, and we need to talk about everything that has come out today. Salmoana, my fellow exiles, talking to Kai here, back with another Path of Exile 2 video. We're just over 1 month into Path of Exile 2's Early Access, but yes, it feels like we've undergone numerous evolutions already, despite grinding your game being on holiday break for most of the last few weeks, as New Zealand shuts down during the end of the holiday celebrations. We have a ton to talk about, but super quick, if you enjoyed this type of content, lightly caress the like button and give the subscribe one a boot. There's a bunch more Path of Exile 2 videos like interviews and lore dives on the way. And just a quick ad right here, everyone. We hit 50,000 subscribers in the past few days, which is just surreal. Goal for 2025 is 100,000. Let's make it happen. Or try to make it happen. Let's begin, shall we? Over a month into Path of Exile 2's Early Access release, the game still beats out the Path of Exile 1 11-year peak in every 24-hour period on Steam, which is wildly impressive. Here is what the actual graph looks like on Steam charts right here for Path of Exile 2. We can see the all-time peak still at 578,562. Playing an hour ago, 284,232, and it is currently January 11th, which is 1 month and 1 week into Path of Exile 2's Early Access launch. I have this other tab right here, Path of Exile Steam charts. Can you guess what the peak all-time for Path of Exile 1 is on Steam? It is 228,398. That means, right here, if we look, Path of Exile 2 is still beating out the Path of Exile 1 all-time peak 1 month and 1 week into Early Access. This is with no challenges or battle pass to keep people coming back for more. This is with no extra real balance changes coming in, no extra new content. It's half the campaign. It's a skeleton of an endgame that is very enjoyable, and a bunch of other disparate, awesome systems currently in the game. It is an early access release, truly, and we'll look into that a little bit more. But despite that, people are coming back week after week playing the game. We can see that we hit our lowest peak day this week, which was at 246,821. That is still about 20,000 higher than the Path of Exile 1 peak. It's ridiculous, and there's a lot of different things that we could talk about here causing Path of Exile 2 to have such staying power. I think it's not the end game, even though many people do find that enjoyable and better than a lot of other ARPG titles out there. Not better than Path of Exile 1, though, in my opinion. I think it's mostly new players or players who really enjoy the campaign experience, and they're crafting new characters, or they're still progressing through the campaign on their first attempt, coming back after a long work day and just pushing themselves from Act 1 to Act 2 to Act 3 into Cruel, and it's taking them this long to get through it. It took me quite a long time to beat the campaign for my first time in Path of Exile 2, and I'm an ARPG veteran. I think a lot of brand new players to ARPGs are still pushing their way through the campaign, trying to reach that endgame, and that is leading to the high retention numbers. Any other thoughts below? Please let me know. Do you think that we are going to beat the peak once we get the first big content update? And I'm not talking about the upcoming patch, which we'll discuss momentarily. I'm talking about when the Druid and Huntress are added to the game. Do you think we're going to pass that 578,000 number on Steam? Probably a million overall if we're talking Steam, standalone, and all the consoles. I think it's possible, but I do know once the game is free to play, remember, it's a barrier to entry of $30 at least for most people. Once it's free to play, we are breaking 1 million concurrents on Steam.
Oh, easy.
Incredible. Huge congratulations to Grinding Gear Games. Now, quite shockingly, and yes, this is partially a pun, a single Ascendancy class absolutely dominates the leaderboard of the top 1,000 characters in Standard League, and while it's likely not this exact pie chart across the entire game, I'd reckon a sizable chunk of players in Endgame are indeed playing Storm Weavers. And we're talking about softcore here, not hardcore. This particular set of data is happening for one massive reason and a bunch of other tiny reasons. We've addressed the big reason before, but shall mention it again once here. It's Magic Find. Archmage Spark Stormweaver at the high end is basically the best scaling class wherein you can stack the right number of increased item rarity on your gear while being able to dominate all content. Then there's the fact that Spark as a skill is rather powerful innately. There's no need to aim, it's great at clearing, and in many boss arenas, its bouncing capabilities just annihilate bosses and hit them quite quickly with a juiced up mana stacking Archmage character. And of course, the Sorceress class has ample position on the passive skill tree to invest in the best defensive layer in the game currently, Energy Shield. Truly, the Stormweaver Ascendancy just allows everything to come together with ease in Path of Exile 2. Other honorable powerful mentions right now before the first massive patch of Path of Exile 2 hits are the Invoker, whose Ice Strike and Flicker Strike builds, among some Tempest Flurry builds, are just super cool.
What's nice is they're bringing up a bunch of builds that I don't run, because what I feel like is we're less likely to take the hits in the nerfs because I don't run all the meta shit
right now. Then there's the Gemling Legionnaire stat stackers, which are ridiculously expensive but are among the most busted characters in Path of Exile 2. And finally, we have, well, anything that can fit a Temporalis in it, which completely changes the way you navigate through the entire Path of Exile 2 game. And speaking of this incredibly special item, we now need to address the unfortunate and honestly terrible, yet hilarious, scandal that surged across Path of Exile 2 the past few weeks or so. It's terrible because it affected a bunch of people who were enjoying the game and doing their best to enjoy the economy and progress. It's hilarious because some people are participating in real money trading practices and trying to make a profit off busting an early access game. It's unfortunate due to how the situation is being viewed. And no, we're not talking about the billionaire in the room yet. Soon, Exiles. Soon. What we're discussing here are multiple bugs that blew up the economy in a few ways. Here's but a couple examples. First up, the Temporalis fiasco. Temporalis is a unique body armor in Path of Exile 2, arguably one of the strongest chase items in the game, only rewarded to those able to beat the trial of the Sekimas with the no-hit relic enabled. I'm never gonna see it. Meaning players must overcome the entire trial without being hit a single time, all 4 floors of it. This relic is incredibly rare and expensive and difficult to beat, meaning Temporalis should also be ridiculously rare and hard to obtain. However, at least one duping method was discovered, which enabled cheaters to infinitely open instances of the final part of the trial of the Sekimas and get rewarded with as many Temporalises as they could obtain. This caused this powerful item to flood the market when it truly shouldn't have, which caused 2 things. 1, the cost lowered substantially from around 200 divines to 20 divine orbs, which then, 2, caused the rampant use of Temporalis in builds, pushing more and more supposed to be broken builds to more players than Grinding Gear Games ever thought would have Temporalises at this point in the game's life. Bad for the economy, bad for the game, bad for the players, and bad for Grinding Gear Games. Of course, this particular method was fixed and all the cheaters should get the ban hammer from Grinding Gear Games, but the damage has already been done. Another exploit example was basic but powerful. Players managed to figure out how to roll back the server after getting a particular Val Orb corruption on items they did not want, allowing them to re-roll said corruptions over and over until they got the desired result. This allowed players to get near perfect or purely perfect Val Orb rolls on some incredibly powerful items via infinite chances until this was fixed. Many other bugs existed and were squashed by grinding your games, and still others likely exist in the wild. On top of the basic damage done to the economy and integrity of the game, it's likely that these bad actors also participated in real money trading or transactions, or RMT, for some of these services, which is a plague in a game like Path of Exile 2, and if many of us had our way, would never ever exist or be used. However, some people do use it and do so in such a convoluted way, it's difficult for grinding your games to track quickly. However, eventually many RMTers are found and banned, either temporarily or permanently, which is of course the right move here. To close out this section, this is of course an early access, basically beta version of Path of Exile 2. These wild exploits and bugs are of course going to happen, and they should be expected, and it sucks that many people are thinking this game should be super clean already. It's not. It's just not. Luckily, they're being fixed now before the full release version of the game is out. It still sucks, definitely, and it harms the trade economy of honest players so much due to its immense scale. I'll also reiterate, it is shocking players participate so heavily in real money transaction play in an early access game. I'm kind of glad they are going this hard in early access, so hopefully by the time the real game hits in about a year, these type of dire exploits are all found and fixed, and nothing this bad can ever impact the economy or game again. Surgog, one of the biggest sleuths and reporters on this type of content, claimed the Temporalis duping exploit was the most detrimental and high impact bug in all of Path of Exile history. That's a powerful statement, and I trust he is correct in that assertion. Alright, 2 weeks since our last touch base, has the opinion on the endgame shifted? Well, simply put, players have gone insane with conspiracy theories attempting to cobble together a method to reliably fight the Atlas's pinnacle bosses. Primary one that made the rounds a bit ago was attempting to devise the location of citadels, wherein you fight Uber-Act bosses via the position of corpses in the lost towers on the Atlas. Players claim the position of the corpse told you where to go to find the next citadel. This, of course, is absolute rubbish. Instead, the theory I've adopted is one I heard from Snoobay85. The Path of Exile 2 Atlas is just like Delve in Path of Exile 1, an endless dungeon wherein all you had to do to find lots of the big bosses was to get as far away from spawn as possible. That's the approach to take in POE 2, and well, since following that advice, in about 10 hours of playtime, I've found 3 whole citadels, which is way more than I found in the previous 35 hours of play. Now, again, this is a theory, a POE 2 theory, and nothing is confirmed here. But I'd advise, if you've not been able to find these uber boss areas...
He's, what the fuck is that film theory? YouTube channel. I forget, but there's a film theory channel that he did a callback to. That's kind of funny.
And would like a chance at the Arbiter of Ash Pinnacle endgame encounter, you strike out from spawn and go as far away as possible. It has worked for me, and I'm really hoping with my now more limited playtime, I'll still be able to find the right citadels and get at least a single attempt at the Arbiter of Ash. And yeah, a single attempt. That's all you get right now on every single endgame system in Path of Exile 2. You die, you're done. It's an interesting debate, one that people have been firing off about on all sides. Should the one portal maps stay or go? Should the one portal bosses stay or go? I'm of the mindset, no matter what, there at least needs to be a different system for the pinnacle bosses. One and done attempts, especially on the Arbiter of Ash, on your first try, are horrible. There needs to be a story version of this fight you can repeat. Perhaps if you fail, the invitation to it drops after you complete your next T15 Waystone, and you cannot sell this version to other players, exactly the way it is in Path of Exile 1. Grinding your games, wow. Aside from the one portal debate and citadels, other topics of importance in the endgame are the meaning of the Lost Towers, the speed of endgame, and its overall depth. To the latter, I say, more depth shall come with time. Remember, they spent around 6 months developing endgame, from almost nothing before release, as opposed to 5+ years working on the campaign. To the others, I'm quite certain changes to the Lost Towers are coming, perhaps giving them bosses, special encounters, or something else to make them more exciting, or at least better if you invest more into them. We'll talk about that in a moment. Then for the speed of endgame, well, it's obvious the game isn't as fast as Path of Exile 1 at endgame, but it is quite the system shock when moving to endgame from the campaign, and many are curious if the rapid ramp is intentional or not. Should the curve be flattened a tad? Should this level of speed stay in the game? Should everything in Path of Exile 2 be balanced around the speed of a mace warrior? There's a chunk of fundamental game design questions to answer here, and grinding your games has their work ahead of them when it comes to endgame. I'd prefer more meaningful combat in the endgame, monsters that are scary alive, bosses that appear more frequently, and upgrades that appear more often, just like in the rather on-point first 3 acts of the Path of Exile 2 campaign. At this point, I've almost wholly abandoned the Path of Exile 2 endgame, playing a little bit of it here and there, and I'm just replaying through the campaign on different characters, either in the same mode, Standard League with Trade, or in new modes, in my case, Hardcore Solo Self-Bound, meaning one death and I'm done, and I cannot trade or interact with other players, and it has been spectacular. I just had to put this little segment in here because lots of other people also share this same sentiment. The first 3 acts of Path of Exile 2 are absolute cinema. I gotta especially shout out the first act and the final boss fight and everything leading up to the Count Geonor battle. It is spectacular, and I am so looking forward to Acts 4, 5, and 6, not only because I kind of know what's going to be in Act 5 because of this art book, but because the quality level of the campaign compared to the endgame, which obviously, as I just said, they put a ton more time into, is just superb. And that is where most of my enjoyment comes from right now. Not just the design of the campaign, the bosses, and the monsters, and the areas, and all that, but the character progression systems too. I actually like the Trial of the Sekimas and the Trial of Chaos. Yes, they need tuning, but I like the bones of them. Well, I like the foundations of them. I do. I like them as a whole. I just think some of the afflictions are ridiculous. Some of the mods in the Trial of Chaos, absolutely ridiculous. But everything else, I love. I love that entire experience from level 1 to about level 65, 70. And then the early end game, it's okay. And then the later end game, because of the problems I just pointed out before, it's a little rough. I'm just looking forward to the future. And right now, I'm typically a 1-character individual in Path of Exile 1. Play through the campaign once, I get my challenges, and I'm out. I am playing more and more characters in Path of Exile 2 than I ever have in a single league of Path of Exile 1, and the game isn't even finished yet. It's quite the testament. I cannot wait for the rest of it to come out. Now it's time for some content shoutouts, and we're starting with ya boy, Kitten Cat Noodle, who released her very first episode of the Path of Exile 2 lore series on Act 1. It's phenomenal, as we've come to expect. So if you are looking for about a 29-minute breakdown of that first act, this is where you need to go. She does a stellar job as usual. Turn it on when you're mapping, turn it on when you're running, or just chilling doing nothing. She lays out the fundamentals of Act 1 in Agam, and it's great to listen to. Additionally, I have to shout this out. This Still Sane podcast continues in January and February and into March. And this is the current lineup for the rest of January. Next up, we're talking to Lycan on the 14th, Junggrown on the 16th, and then Hog on the 21st, and then some people after that as well. We've got people scheduled all the way out to March right now. It's a very fun series in which we're talking to very different creators, especially ones that have completely different viewpoints from myself, and platforming those viewpoints and just talking about the game that we all enjoy so much. It's been wildly successful. People have really enjoyed it, and it will be continuing for the foreseeable future with the help of Mobalytics, as you see right here. They're going to have a whole dedicated section of their website for the Still Sane podcast. They help me improve the creative aspects of it. I'm really excited for what the future holds for this series. If you haven't already, check out at least a few of the episodes. The one with Kit and Cat Noodle, we talk about the lore. It was pretty awesome, and it was the longest one yet. And then before we talk about someone else who is involved with this particular website, I have to say, Never Sync, his filter, it's coming out in full today. Filter Blade and his own POE 2 filter release. I know it said it's yesterday on this tweet, but that was released yesterday and now is today. So by the time you see this video, it's probably going to be out. There will be a link in the description, as there are links to absolutely everything else I referenced in this video. So you can go and download your very own Filter Blade for Path of Exile 2 today. Never Sync, man.
Ooh, new filter, new loot filter.
Thank you for all of your hard work. And now we have to just take a moment to talk about the absolute stupidity of this saga right here, of the richest individual in the world, Elon Musk, talking about Path of Exile 2 and then showcasing to the world that he has no idea how to actually play the game and is most likely boosting his account and buying everything on it. It's pretty hilarious. Let's begin right here. So, when Grinding Gear Games announced that they were going to be doing a patch this coming week, he came out with this silly tweet right here in response to them. Great game, you're sandbagging a little by calling it early access, but that's okay. Now, I was a little confused because I looked up the term sandbagging and it looked like it was, he might have been insulting them, he might have been complimenting them. I asked for some clarification on Twitter. Dark Microtransaction, as well as many others, helped me out there and said, yeah, he was basically giving it a compliment. However, I totally disagreed. Essentially, what he was saying is, hey, this is a great game. It's early access, but it plays like a full game. You guys are kind of screwing yourselves over by calling it an early access game. I totally disagreed with him. So I sent out this tweet saying, dude is totally wrong. This obviously plays really well. It's a great game. But Grinding Gear Games for years has said, we're going to release an early access version or a beta version of
him getting like this is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, because he was 100% complimenting Grinding Gear Games by calling it an early access.
POE 2. It's going to have, half the classes, half the acts, a third of the ascendancies, a bunch of systems still skeletal and the like. It's going to be early access. There's going to be a ton of bugs and all that like. So I said, it is definitely an early access game, and this guy has no idea what he's talking about. I think, this is my take, he sees, oh my gosh, Grinding Gear Games could have sold this at an $80 minimum, then had all the pack tiers pricing up, sold it as a full game, and then they could sell the expansions for 20, 30 bucks afterward for the Druid, the Huntress, the Paladin, the Templar, and all that stuff. And
so basically, he thinks the worst.
What are they doing? So that's one angle. Then the other angle is, oh my gosh, please don't do this, because Grinding Gear Games, this was a real early access game. It's not like the early access crap that we've been getting for many years. Baldur's Gate 3, that was a real early access game. It wasn't completely finished, but it had a lot in there. There are other games that release into early access and they're playable for like 5 hours.
Yo, we just got some crazy fucking magic find on some of these. This one just bounced from fucking like 20 to fucking 86. Hold on. There's another one. This one right here went up to 110, bro. With quantity on it. That's wild. Let's do this 86. All right, we got to lock in. Cheers, motherfuckers.
I've never felt less at home in a forest before. Toxic rain.
What the fuck? That one was only 26 rarity anyway. What the hell was that all about? Did I pop the wrong one? Weird. Those corrupted up, but the stats aren't showing on the map. Bro, what the fuck? That shit is hard as hell. Why is it so hard? We've been running through the maps. I corrupt them and now I can't run through them and they also show shit? Oh, it says 60 rarity. Actually, let's break that down. A chance shard. Fuck. This one shows the right. Oh my god, I wasn't paying attention that time. God damn it. But that one showed the right rarity. The rest of them weren't. When I corrupted them, did that just make them like fucking stupid hard? Is that what I did? It must have. Yeah. Dudes are fucking crazy hard now. God damn it. God damn, I lost so much XP. God damn it, the fucking corpse explosion bullshit on death effects bullshit. Annoying. I still don't have my shrine hideout. Where can we get that? The fuck is that? It's like something up on a fucking mountain. I found a burning monolith before I found a citadel? What the fuck? Okay, so we need to kind of like research what's going on with our shit here, because we got some shit we might be able to like attempt with our other character.
Hey, it's Neversink, and today I want to talk about a large new feature that we just released. Path of Exile is a game that changes a lot, and the ever-changing economy and meta of Path of Exile gives us reason to often update the filter and the tier list within. As a player, you benefit from these updates by having accurate tiering and by having a filter that matches the current POE meta. We already do this automatically for the base Neversink filters for a while now. You can use these on Filterblade or by following them on the POE filter ladder. There is a problem though. If you follow the filters on the ladder, you can't add any customizations to it, or use styles or custom sounds. It's just the default Neversink filter. On Filterblade, you get the latest version the moment you download or sync, but it doesn't update itself until you actively download or sync it again. Today we introduce a new feature that combines the best of both worlds. The Filterblade Auto Updater. It will automatically update your filter every day without you having to do anything. It will merge all your changes, style decisions and preset choices into the latest version of the filter.
What's up, buddy?
Yo, what's good?
Oh no. Trying to buy some items.
I'm working on my loot filter. Neversink put out a update, and it's like a fucking full loot filter now.
Oh, nice. Since
Like
you brought that one up, I got it, and I also use this thing called Sidekick. Do you know what that is?
Is it through Overwolf?
I don't know, possibly,
Be
So
careful
basically-
getting any of those because people get their accounts hacked right now.
Oh, you can have it. There's nothing on here.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just letting you
No,
know.
it was a good. I don't know if it was a good YouTuber, but it was one of the guys I watch. I was watching one of his videos,
It's basically
and
the
like
same
his
as
loot
POE.
looked different than mine. So I was like, "What the hell is that a filter or something?" And he made a video about it, and he had this sidekick thing and the whatever the loot filter you were talking about. But basically, Sidekick is a market checker, so I can hit like Control D on one of my items in my inventory, and it pulls up the trade website and shows what items like that similarly are going for.
Oh shoot! Damn. I need to start having you value my items. Fuck.
I'll click it if you don't want to put that shit on your computer.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to download it just because like it's my stream PC and I've already had my shit hacked.
Issues, bro.
Yeah,
You've had
like
enough shit happen.
I'm not I'm a little
Yeah,
scared of that
if you
shit.
want, just either put it in the guild or chat me the thingy.
Yo, I actually have something I want you to look at just because like it's not for sale but for the memes cuz I crafted this thing and I think it's insane. Where you at? Here, I can just invite you to a party. But yeah, I'm fucking trying to get this new one cuz it automatically updates now.
Oh, nice.
The loot filter. Yeah, bro, look at this.
Dang.
It almost has 700 top end damage and it has 6 level to all melee skills.
Dang, 6 to melee skills. What was the other good thing on there? Damage?
221% increased physical damage.
So just... What is that? What are those? So just based off the physical damage and the +6, I think it's... Are those divines or are those chaoses? Remember the damn
Logo. The symbol form.
Yeah, that's there's one for 13 divines. And there's one, so it's got a 60 increased physical damage on top of 214, adds 12 to 211 lightning damage, 82 accuracy, 1.49 crit hit chance, +7 melee skills, 40 mana per enemy killed, and it's corrupted, is going for 300 divine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because that thing is insane. It's 3-socketed, right?
There's one that's, no, that one's no sockets. Well, unless it doesn't show it on there.
You might not be able to see it, but if it's got 60, it's probably 3-socketed with the physical.
Yeah, it's got 3 sockets because they're a different color and
Yeah.
up on top.
That's
But
insane.
The one with 6 melee and just the physical damage is going for 13. I'd post that bitch.
Damn.
I wish
Yeah, maybe I should. Let's
I can screenshot that. Hold on. Screen.
I'll put it for, what do you think, 15 divines?
Might as well. See if you get any hits off of it. Yeah, and there's only 2 items on the market like it. The one that's 6 and then the one that's 7.
Now if you refresh that page, you should see it on there too.
Yep.
I wonder what the DPS at max, is it higher than the other ones or no?
The 13 is 330 to 6 86.
In the top right corner, it'll tell you DPS at max quality of the listing. Here, I'll pull one up.
It's not the website. It's like a little.
Oh, never mind.
It pulls it from the website, but it's not like the full view.
Yeah, I got you.
Like here.
But that's dope. That's fucking, yeah. I know that thing is insane.
Yeah, 300. Oh damn. That's nuts. Yeah, I was trying to get that damn. I got a bow and I was gonna get the hat, but I don't know what it is, dude. Every time I try and get like certain items, no one responds, or they're just busy.
Oh, yeah. Well, to be fair, are you going for things that are like really commonly used items?
No, it's that Ignite helmet that
Yep.
build was.
Yep. Are you going for ones that are not corrupted or ones that are already corrupted?
I was just going for whichever one on the page.
Yeah, because like people buy them at 1 to try to make people buy them for 2.
Oh, no, this was for Val orbs, dude. So, I mean.
Well, that's even like that. Then people are, I think, even more likely to buy them faster because exalts are more expensive than Vals.
Right, but it's just a
So
junk
that's-
one. It's not like
Well,
it's
yeah.
already corrupted. It's just shit.
They're trying to market and manipulate. You can trade. You can go to the currency exchange and get like 25 Vals for 10 exalts, and then they put it back up for 1 exalt, and then they made 2 Vals.
They should be able to do that shit.
Well, there's bots that are doing it, and then they turn around and relist that currency on a real money website, and people buy it. The problem is that people are buying it. That's the real problem, or the root of the evil.
Well, yes and no. In my mind, the root of the evil is you need to iron out your fucking crafting system. But yes, definitely. Like, this game took off in popularity, so stay on top of it.
The problem is that they can't maintain the gratuity of the game without having the bots inevitably, because to have a trade league means that people are going to be able to buy power because they can trade for power. It's impossible to have a trade league without people having the ability to buy power. And the reason that the people are so sophisticated at making the bots is because they've been doing it on every game, combating every developer's shit, and then they reverse engineer the way that they ban the bots, and then they program the bots to not have the things that they were able to detect so that they can't reverse it. It's like a constant battle back and forth between the bot runners and the devs.
Oh, I know. I don't condone cheating in this game, but I cheated on another game. So I'm very aware of how all that shit works, but I don't do it anymore.
And the biggest problem is they can make more money from an account than it costs for the account. So every time they do a ban wave, there's already 1,000 accounts ready to be run again with a whole new bot that they already designed that's completely different, so that as soon as the ban wave runs out, they run a whole new set of bots.
Who cares if they lost $30 on an account that nets them 800 or whatever?
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
I definitely get it. I had a loot cheat program on Tarkov, and I'd still get ran over by fucking auto aim, auto bots, and all that shit. So I was just like, nah, I'm good. I just want to be able to see where people are so I can avoid them, and it never worked out like that.
Yeah, I shut down running Tarkov as soon as I saw how rampant the botting was. It's insane. I watched a video on it, and it was like insane. The fucking amount of bots in one game. He was literally just.
You know it's bad when they have YouTubers that's their channel's only thing is posting bots and all that shit.
Yep.
That's insane. But they have I know it's not your type of game anyways, but they have it's a PvE I guess it's a server, but so it separates it, and so you never run into a cheater because it's all PvE, it's all AI.
Yeah, which.
But it's fucking hard because they turn the AI up since there's no people. Oh man.
Yeah, but it's just lame.
Yeah, it's not your type of game. I get it.
Yeah, because like to me, people will just find ways to cheese PvE.
Yes and no, because I was doing the PvE with the cheats, and even knowing where every bot is, they'll head eyes you from across the map if you show yourself. So it's their PvE is something else. Like I as a shooter, I've never played something so difficult. Like literally peek out behind a bush and instantly head eyes.
Quantity.
So is that I saw you did a ranger? Did you do that build fully out?
Oh yeah, it's fucking gross.
Is it?
It's so good.
I did not just do that. No, I did just do that. What a great start to the day. I just dumped a bunch of keef on my carpet.
That's
Butterfingers this morning.
quantity of items, quantity of waystones. We're gonna drop that in the tower.
On to level 70 ultimatum already, finally.
Don't have anything. Bunch of maps. I guess we run that. More maps. Run this bullshit map. Yeah, we're gonna run a little bit to try to get some currency and shit, just because we're starting to get broke.
What level is this?
This one's a T14.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna stay back. Ooh, tower. Holy shit, my experience bar is jumping. Level.
Yeah, what level are you? 77?
75.
Oh. Yeah.
I was about to quit and start my witch because I just can't make any progress with this chick.
Yo, if you start a new character, I need to make one. I got a warrior I need to make.
Oh, it's like level, I think she's 30.
Mine's like 40 something.
Yeah, I'm stuck at the dude you have to fight to get to that sandstorm.
Oh, the king?
Yeah.
What are you doing with the witch?
Minion.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I need something to get me in high fucking tier levels.
Yeah, I feel like Minion's probably one of the easier ones to do that with. My bow build is really good. I run like T12s already. But I had like 200 exalts to invest in it, so I bought some really high damage shit. Yeah, my warrior is 37.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I was making him thorns. Well, trying to. So he just stands there and gets hit. I need to see my loot filter change.
Skill point. Haven't had one of those in forever.
Reload the game. Wait,
Okay, so I'm
Today
done
I
with
want to
Quiver,
talk about a large new feature that we just released.
Cool.
Path of
So I can
Exile
start
is a
working
game
on
that
my
changes a
normal
lot, and the ever-changing economy and meta of Path of Exile gives us reason to often update the filter and the tier list within. As a player, you benefit from these updates by having accurate tiering and by having a filter that matches the current POE meta. We already do this automatically for the base never sync filters for a while now. You can use these on Filterblade or by following them on the POE filter ladder. There is a problem though. If you follow the filters on the ladder, you can't add any customizations to it, or use styles or custom sounds. It's just the default never sync filter. On Filterblade, you get the latest version the moment you download to sync,
That's
but
where
it doesn't
okay.
update itself until you actively download or sync
So
it
two
again.
more skills.
Today we introduce a
more
new feature
levels.
that combines the best of both worlds. A Filterblade auto updater. It will automatically update your filter every day without you having to do anything. It will merge all your changes, style decisions and preset choices into the latest version of the filter and sync it directly onto your profile. It's basically the same as opening Filterblade yourself, loading the save, saving again, and synchronizing it to your profile. That's all it does, and it's a great quality of life feature. There is a bit of a downside though. When you do the steps yourself, your gamer PC does all the heavy lifting. For the auto update, our servers have to do that, which is very costly, especially if it has to be done for hundreds of thousands of users every day. If you made it free now, the server costs would make us live under the bridge quickly, and it's hard to update the filter from there. To avoid this, we are making the first version of it only available to patrons for a few dollars a month. But it's not meant to be like that forever. In the future, once we optimize the cost and performance enough, the funding from Patreon will finance a free version of the feature for everyone to use. We also talked to GGG about it and they are okay with us using this concept. But enough talk, let's actually use it. Here we are on Filterblade's save load screen. All you need to do is click on config on any of your saves and log in with your Patreon account. Currently the feature is available for $3 Patreons, but we hope to make it cheaper soonish. Check the current tier benefits before subscribing. After that, all you need to do is select which filter from your POE profile you want to sync, and you're done. Save state will now be updated daily and sync to the specified filter on your POE account. Check the last updated time in your synced filter on your POE profile if you want to make sure that the feature is working correctly. We intend to expand this feature with notifications, advanced tiering rules, and other new ideas in the future. If you want to know more about the development and background of the feature, check out my dev blog style rambling video. I suppose my fellow developers might be curious about that. If you have further questions or feature ideas, feel free to ask them in the YouTube comments or in our Discord. Thank you all for listening and for your continued support, and see you next time, Exiles.
So if I put that in there, did I just change my loot filter like that? Let's see. It's called motherfucker loot filter. See if it works. Yeah, because this new loot filter is fire. Makes like important shit like highlight red.
Oh, nice.
Makes different noises for different stuff. Never sync the real MVP. You know what I'm saying? My Deadeye's already level 82. My Ranger, Deadeye.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's fucking insane, dude. That's bullshit, is what that is. Because I literally watched you start that character, and then watched you pass my sorceress, and I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah, like here.
But all you did was throw that fucking bow and helmet on him, didn't you?
Hey, listen. That's
No,
not.
I mean, no, I'm not talking shit, but I'm saying, like, you've discovered the pretty much the meta leveling way. So, yeah, of course.
Well, now I've discovered how to turn that damage. It went from like 1,000. Now it's 13,800 unbuffed per explosion.
Yeah, I just saw a video because I was, instead of trying to scroll through all the unique helmets on the website, I just typed in Ignite unique helmet POE 2, and it brought, there's a dude that did a video of that build. I don't know what he did it on, but he had a full skill tree and gems and all that too. So you're not the only one that saw that.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think
That's
I am.
freaking awesome though. No, that's not what I was. Yeah, it's a build that's obviously.
I'm sure he's probably got his whole passive tree completely different from mine too, because
right, I guarantee you guys. Went about it differently.
Yeah, it's and I mean, it's crazy good.
But I was more or less saying that so maybe you could look at it to see, compare, and see if you could buff yours or if you're better than his. I always like looking at that shit just to see where I can improve, because like my initial build, my Spark build, was very close to like what he had, minus like the level difference. So like you kind of know what you're doing, but I'm just curious always. Like I would have, it's right there in plain as day that Spark is a projectile. It never even I would have never put it together to use a bow and a quiver, but apparently that's like the best way to do it. But
yeah, I bet a Ranger would do really good with Spark, because they have loads of projectile damage.
And there's a lightning. Oh, that's what I'm doing right now. And then I'm gonna make this sorceress the teleport area of effect one. Okay. So I can put all this spirit gear on her. What you did? That's genius. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. I'm gonna redo this. So that means I need to get another one of these. Or wait, I have that initial bow. Ooh, I just found a cultist bow. But you can't use that. The item that changes like a base item to a unique, does that only work for gray items to unique?
Normal items. Yeah, white.
Darn. This is the first time I've seen one of these bows. Fruit bow.
So the bow I had, I spent 100 exalts to get a Vald one that shoots an extra projectile. So instead of 5, it shoots 6.
There's a precursor tablet over
Yeah,
here.
your drops and my drops are different. Like
it's grayed out, it's yours.
Oh. Yeah, I'm running fast. Too fast for I don't really notice stuff as it drops sometimes unless it makes a noise. Yeah, fucking this character straight just runs through stuff. There's not really a slowing down. You follow this one, I guarantee you'll level fast as fuck too. Spell, fire, 1 to level of skills. That's ass.
Talk to Dingleberry. Where's he at?
Oh wait, options, game, item filter, motherfucker too.
Yeah, 2 more points.
Item filter loaded successfully. Let's go. I've got my motherfucker filter. All right, you're going to want to be careful because we're going to run a T11.
I'm staying way back because
Yeah.
if you're that fast on this chick, yeah. Oh, wait. I meant that.
Increase rarity. Pop that on it. That in there. Gotten to that tower yet. What direction have we not gone? Oh, way out there. Okay. Fuck, I hate augury. Yeah, you're gonna want to definitely stay back on this one. My least favorite map. Alright.
I don't know. Augury or the Val Factory. All the congested maps like that, I think.
I need more mana.
Fuck off, wolves.
Bro is hella resistant to me. What the fuck?
No!
I died. Yeah, it's a lot harder with you in here. I'm gonna have to do a lot lower. Yeah.
Ooh, Atlas skills. So what do you think? Quantity of waystones or quality? Or rarity? 100% increased rarity. I've already got that one. Wait, no, I don't. There, take that one.
I would go quantity of items over waystones personally. That's because I have I get tons of waystones from my my Atlas passives. Ooh, that looks nice. God damn. Oh, that new filter is nice. And it's so easy to set up. Holy fuck. What?
Got a rare fish.
Run over to meet.
Insta boom.
Yeah. Yeah, basically all you gotta do is just stay with me. Don't even bother attacking because it'll slow you down. You move slower when you attack. It's one shot for everything to die. I got locked in an animation, god damn it.
I hate that.
Yo, 2 legendaries off of 1 enemy. That's hilarious. Oh, there's still an elite over here. Yeah, I mean, I'd recommend if you want a real easy character, run one of these through. Fucking, my gear is nothing amazing. Like, it's decent, but really nothing amazing. All you need is flat damage on everything, and then you just do crazy damage. Like so. App's done. I don't even have max chaos res. I have 47. What was the XP like in that one? Pretty good. Spell and chaos damage. Spell critical damage, mana regen. That's kind of good. I like those boots for low-level characters. That's something we can work on. All right, where are we going? I feel like we could travel outward. I'm not. Yeah. Let's go way over here. Outward. That one. Bridge. We're into. Wait, let's. Boom. Fuck yeah. New loot filter owns. You go to the website, you can customize the filter through the website and everything. So good. Do you have a bunch of essences in your stash?
Are those the ones that give them properties?
We just got one off of that guy, that essence. If you do, you can take alike ones to the reforging bench and try to turn them into greater. They sell for a lot of exalts if you get lucky. I made like 100 exalts doing that. Hey, Theris, welcome back, bro. How was the nap, dude?
Toxic rain.
Are we doing the react, Andy? Are we gonna react to moist?
Bro, just speedy as hell. Ooh, that fucking purple precursor tablet. Yo, that shit looked fire. I like this fucking loot filter a lot. Red exalted orbs.
What is it? Go.
So it's not a mod. Here, I'll pull it up for you.
Hey, it's Neversink, and today I want to talk about a large new feature that we just released. Path of Exile is a game that changes a lot, and the ever-changing economy and meta of Path of Exile gives us reason to often update the filter and the tier list.
Alright, let me put this in Discord for you. Give me one sec. Because yeah, you'll even want this for on fucking what the fuck? Oh, am I not in my own channel? No, I'm not. Not in my Discord on this Discord. Let me get you guys. So you go to Filter Blade XYZ. Pull up, I got a display on here, yeah. So you can pick POE 1 or 2, and then it loads up, and it changes all your shit. Everything just looks way better. Red Chaos Orbs, White Divine. So believe it does, but I'm not sure. Because you can sign in with PC or console. At least it looked like it. You could.
In the recent year-end letter from CIG, CEO Chris Roberts said something many people would agree with. If the game ran well, people would love it. While this is true, there are some downsides to focusing just on playability. Regardless, this is the anthem from CIG going forward. Championed primarily by Chris Roberts and Richard Tyrer, the senior game director, there are several key reasons to believe this could actually be the name of the game in 2025. And this year may actually be
I linked it in Discord. It's in general chat.
Citizens so far, and more players may actually start to enjoy the experience. Huge management and team restructuring behind the scenes, key technological achievements,
No problem, bud.
meshing, the Vulkan API, and the beginning of the economy. An experimental branch meant to rigorously test features before they are released, and a return to 4 updates released a year. The message is clear: CIG wants to focus on one thing this year: player enjoyability, getting you into the game to play and stay. So today I'm going to show you what Star Citizen's short-term future looks like, why this pivot point for CIG is different from previous times, and why we may actually have a really good playable experience by year's end. This is the game plan for 2025. Thank you for coming to my Tomato Talk.
Didn't we just do a tower? I must have thrown a tablet in it already.
If you want to get to the specific gameplay changes I think we might see, check out the chapters in this video down below.
I started another map. Oh, you got it.
Otherwise, let's talk about company restructures and the new development practices.
Careful, I jumped up the tiers.
If you watched my previous video, then you know the long-term setup that has led to 2025. If you haven't, I'd check it out, because we can see quite a bit of unified messaging around this idea of playability, of course, but also on the restructuring of teams, moving away from specialized teams, centralizing production, and moving towards a more traditional development and release structure. Something that many lovers and detractors of Star Citizen have wanted to see, in a way, for a while. Many players are tired of consistently delayed features, unpredictable stability and performance, and a general lack of congruency in the development. And at 12 years into development, some may argue it's actually too late. But what's been built here hasn't just been Star Citizen. They've been building the studios, developing the game engine, and creating the other game, Squadron 42, and these have also led to some of the delays. And I think up until now, they have not been in a good position to move on from the move fast and break things model of development. There have been some pretty major breakthroughs in the game engine they're developing in the tech side recently and also coming up in the near future that I think changes things. Systems like PES and server meshing, the goals set out in 2018, eliminate scalability concerns, allowing this game to start moving towards becoming an MMO, while the dynamic economy and advanced AI create the potential for deeply engaging player experiences. I'm talking not just balances of what things cost, but also risk and reward calculations, now showing players much better payouts when they're running missions that ask for more. Genesis is aimed at making full planet creation scale up from the tech that was introduced in 2017 in order to help make star systems faster. The resource network, conceptualized back in 2013 and introduced in development in 2020, is finally functional in outposts and ships, controlling power management, gravity, and life support. Crafting and base building add dimensions to just about everything in the game, and supply a much more cohesive meeting point for all gameplay styles and mechanics in the game, which we'll get to later. The game renderer finally supports the Vulkan API, future-proofing the game and allowing for further optimization and features like clouds, DLSS, FSR, ray tracing, and other improvements to the game's looks. The list goes on and on for long-term goals that have all been coalescing at the same time. Even the UI in this game is starting to come together for several systems in ways it just hasn't before. But timing isn't everything. CIG has had a lot of tech before, but they shipped their alpha implementations of features in ways that needed fixes, changes, or got immediately called out by players as having avoidable errors. Under their siloed team structure, specialized teams like the actor feature, UI, or vehicle feature team worked independently on their respective components. This often resulted in mismatched expectations, where a feature might technically work, but lacked usability, integration with other systems, or a cohesive player experience. This results in gameplay that is fun or works in the game, but still leaves you feeling like there's a lot of potential, and specifically, it feels still disconnected from the rest of the game. Mining doesn't naturally lead to cargo hauling. Mercenary work doesn't lead to opportunities for medics. Nobody is exploring to find the minables or salvageables for others to exploit, and various UI are not very consistent across the game either. Everything feels separated, still alpha-level implementation, not necessarily delivered all from the same handbook, and based around a culture of testing rather than playing.
Now don't get me wrong, we have a lot of gameplay already in the game, but it's in isolated pockets. It's like, you can do miner, great, you can go and do mining, you can do that loop, but I want the connections. I want the interwebbing. That's the difference between features and content and a game. And I want to push towards that as quickly as possible.
This is what will be changing in 2025. It's not necessarily about the features we will be seeing. CIG has given next to no specific messaging about that, a huge change from just about every other year previously. No, instead, they're louder on messaging about structural changes, managerial changes, and a change in the philosophy behind Star Citizen's short-term development. This is the first major change we're seeing. Many of the teams at CIG are being restructured from their solo-focus approach as discussed before, with a multitude of devs looking solely at the actor features or the vehicle features, to a more multidisciplinary approach. So when the gameplay teams are shipping their cargo hauling features, there's going to be a UI designer poking them every day to add search and filter features for the build, because that's just something that the UI people would think of that they might not have been there to do previously, at least early on in the process. While the previous model of specialized teams allowed for a very experimental, fast-moving, and foundational approach, Star Citizen is seemingly moving out of that phase of development and into one a bit more calmer, traditional, and possibly a bit slower. But slower isn't what it sounds like. See, those multidisciplinary teams are focused on content delivery, missions, interlinking functionality, in-game rewards, and proper location functionality should hypothetically be developed in line with these features now, allowing the game content players will enjoy to be developed hand-in-hand with the people making the actual features that use them. Something that we've actually heard before.
We wanted to create a closer relationship between the feature teams and the level designers, who are basically the people who are using, they're essentially the client who are utilizing these features.
Another thing CIG wants to do is return to the normal structure structured 4 updates a year, something players became very used to from 2018 to 2021, but as soon as 3.18 hit, things got completely thrown and haven't returned to normalcy for 3 years due to PES, the replication layer, and server meshing. Now we've reached a milestone where it seems they want to return to quarterly updates, which under this new method of work, I think will include smaller amounts of features that are more efficiently packaged into content drops, and make more sense than the hodgepodge of features we sometimes get before. But this is the most important part of this whole strategy. Starting from April of 2025, are Star Citizen's updates more cohesive, more polished, and more intuitive? Or is it still all the same? Finally, one of the most notable changes coming in 2025 is the introduction of a more refined testing pipeline. We've seen this used with instances like 4.0 testing and some of the earlier features last year, but in 2025 it's going a step further. By isolating features in an experimental PTU environment before integrating them into the live game, CIG has significantly reduced the risk of new features breaking existing systems and ruining the update experience for players. Now a feature will be introduced to the public in the experimental PTU, but it will sit in that phase for possibly more than a quarter, so it can be tested in the live build with everything that could complicate the launch of the feature without actually affecting the gameplay experience you guys would be getting. This approach reflects a broader commitment to stability and polish, a welcome shift
Son of a
from the
bitch.
chaotic updates of previous years. But the challenge with all of this will be balancing these new practices,
Fucking goddamn fucking maze.
ensuring that this restructuring supports rather than compromises the more systemic features Star Citizen aims to deliver. I would say that the company here is not the same CIG that has tried to make shifts in its development style in the past, for better or for worse. The combination of completed technical milestones, streamlined team structures, a renewed focus on quarterly updates, and seemingly somebody put in the position to make it all happen, makes 2025 feel like a genuinely pivotal year for this project. While I thought last year would contain all the changes needed to make it a pivot point, the delays of server meshing, economy rebalance, and a new star system took away from that aspect. But it's not just about the gameplay. For the first time, CIG actually has the tools, the leadership, and the processes in place to shift from endless experimentation to tangible delivery. Does that mean skepticism is unwarranted? No, but the progress made in 2024 suggests that CIG is finally learning how to execute, outside of a couple blunders. The refocus on time-focused updates, the use of the ePTU, the restructured teams, and a pledge to playability may be just what Star Citizen needs right now. If there's ever been a year that Star Citizen was in the spotlight to see some substantial progress towards its actual vision, it's 2025. As always though, don't believe it until you see it, but keep an eye out for it this year. Something special actually might happen. In the meantime, let's look at how the actual gameplay you play might change during that time.
Man, I want boss fights in Star Citizen, bro.
Don't know much about what is specifically planned for the game.
I want
All
'em.
the gameplay we know about, have seen, and have heard of, we only know that base building and monster hunting and pyro are planned in the next 12 to 18 months.
Well, I mean, they kind of have some, like,
in that period of
That's I want the boss
One
fights.
mission with the,
That's meh. They're talking about having motherfucking a giant fucking animal that you fight. Or not even like an animal. It might be like a fucking kaiju. Who the fuck knows? But it's going to be a giant fucking thing that we pull out our tanks. We pull out our little ships. We pull out our fucking hover bikes. Whatever the hell you lose your hover bike, motherfucker. You're on the ground unloading on that motherfucker. Some motherfucker rolls up with a little like cyclone and picks you up. You jump up on the back of that bitch, pull out a rocket launcher. You're dumping the rocket launcher on that motherfucker. He smashes the ground. Your fucking cyclone flips over. You guys all fly out. In a Cutlass Black rolls up a Cutty Steel rolls up and you guys all load up and get in the machine guns and start just unloading, ripping on it, and he's fucking flying you guys around it, and you got like little fucking stealth fighters fucking going through.
Right.
dodging the tentacles and shit while they're shooting that motherfucker in the face and shit. Yeah, yeah. Then I call in and I'm like, A2 incoming, dropping a motherfucking nuke on this bitch. And then we do a goddamn nuke run, and that motherfucking stuns the bitch. But then he enrages and shit. He got like these hammerheads just dumping. You got motherfucking everybody dumping. You got tanks rolling up and shit. You got
global event with the entire
yeah.
lobby.
Cheers, yo.
So everybody bring in their A2s, and anybody that's got
as well, like
A1s. So you got like a fleet of A2s and then a fleet of fucking A1s behind it.
Sorry, I got a little crazy for a minute there.
None of it has actually been confirmed.
But yeah.
Like I said before,
yeah, there's potential.
From what they've done in the past.
If they don't
So
I got on the other night just to play on my shit before they wipe it.
At the beginning of this video, if the game ran
well, it's all wiped.
No, it's not.
And you've also said just as much.
There's 3 different modes. So there's live, there's preview, and there's PTU. Live is still 3.2 whatever, 3.23a. 4.0 is live, is not live. It's the preview of it.
Gets really good stability.
Okay.
So like you can go check it out, but it's not like their live is still there. So like you still have all your old shit.
Right now, you can either check the prices of commodities
you
at
have
various
to select it on
locations
the
and buy
drop
low,
down
sell
menu.
high at various levels of capacity.
Oh yeah, I
So
just
this
play
occurs at
4.0.
extremely low, all things considered.
I'm like,
Things are not incredibly
it's
dynamic,
already,
but
you
you'll
know what I'm
find
saying?
a
Might
wide
as
price
well.
discrepancies between the new
I don't want the
dangerous higher
4.0
systems
experience
and the
until
relatively
it's
safer
rolled
standard.
out
The
live and all
information's
the
not available to you
bugs
in
are
the
gone.
game yet, but
Because
you
then
easily
I
find
can be
websites that
unbiased and
track
it's
the
You
level
might-
of
like,
you might-
That's why I don't
profit
do the
margins, etc.
PTU because
There
like
is also
the
a black
PTU
market
last
for
time when they did the cargo.
All I'm saying
I
is,
went into the PTU and it was phenomenal, and then they put it out into live and it was shit. So it like it discouraged me that much more.
I feel that. I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, it might never, it might never not have bugs.
I mean, like game-breaking bugs, like, you know,
Yeah.
it's one thing when you've got it online with PTU with like, 500 people that play PTU, and then you roll it out to your live service and like, come on. But
Yo, you can't tell me that new filter don't look fire though. That new filter goes insane stupid right now. Oh.
Is it just a new filter for
I died.
the
You gotta
same
complete
program?
that. You have to complete it. I died. Yeah, you gotta complete it by yourself. Oh fuck, I have to redo it anyway because I died. I released. Yo, that's a mod I've never seen on a shield before. Hit against you have 21% reduced critical damage bonus. I've actually never seen that on a shield.
Yeah, you can start another one. There's no benefit to me doing it. It won't matter for you. And I'm not gonna die and lose half a fucking level. What can I do for you? Ooh, expert chain tiara? Let me slap something in there. Accuracy rating, really?
But because it came out earlier in this game's development, it's still missing things like missions and reputation support, which means there isn't much visible progression in doing it outside of money and your enjoyment, which may be all you need, but mining is due for an update. Regardless, it is well developed, and if CIG can indeed get base building or crafting of any sort into the game this year, it will completely transform the profession. At that point, missions are appreciated for introducing and grounding the profession, but the amount of motivation to mine different materials goes up quite a bit once that happens. This could start a mining boon, which could call for cargo haulers and of course security forces. And this is just one look at the impact base building and crafting will have in the game. Outside of that, mining is already changing, with new more valuable materials spawning in the new system if you feel like trying for them. I did some ice mining in the outer reaches of the Pyro system for a couple hours straight, and flying smart, I didn't get attacked at all. From what we've heard, this resource scattering will be changing at some point as well. Not sure if it'll be this year, but it is in line with resource quality, which is linked to crafting. We should see all deposits change from multi-material rocks to singular material rocks that vary in quality. This quality will translate from mining to refining to crafting, and ultimately it will affect the quality of the items you use. So you can see how the choices you make at the very beginning of the manufacturing process and mining will affect the ultimate outcome several possible game loops later when you're using it to shoot someone in a contested zone. Again, crafting is a big change, and this will change the way folks look for and collect minerals. It's also possible we finally see mining missions in the game via contracts in 2025. But we have no reason to believe it will happen. Bounty hunting in this game is extremely straightforward and has been since 3.0 really. Take a bounty, fly to the location, kill the marker.
Nope, roll bitch, heal.
This will come in handy.
Work is your FPS combat, and it's generally a thriving option, even if the missions are busted. This is because even if things don't work out, you'll still get a good chance to experience most of what the game has to offer combat-wise, and you'll get some loot out of it that you can sell. With some of the improvements from last year to the FPS experience, it's playing better, but with proper stability, this would likely be a pretty good experience for the genre. Not only does the AI improving in 4.0 and general stability improvements from server meshing show good signs when it works, but we're also seeing more locations in the game you can take these missions, and they also correspond to reputation progression. Arena Commander may also see some key updates now that the game is seeing more stability, hopefully with the anticipated Horde mode that would have you fighting endless waves of FPS NPCs. Much like Pirate Swarm, but on the ground. What might be changing the game for merc work in the PU are more in-game rewards achieved by dungeon crawling in the Pyro system. Besides this, there are possibilities we'll see even more rare or
that's kind of something I'm interested in, is going and doing some exploring in Pyro. I got on, like, I signed in the game last night and I was like just fucking around in my hangar.
I'll get on to the new
And I was thinking about, man, it would be sick to go traveling in Pyro.
Run, bitch, run. No, I'm dead.
Oh yeah, these motherfuckers are tough. It's a tier 8. I think if you stay dead, you get the tower completion.
Exclusive loot
even if I die.
But yeah, there's new missions in Pyro. There's like there's these fucking things where you pay to like go salvage a ship, and the ship has a bunch of illegal goods on it, so you can load them up and go sell them, like weevil eggs and shit. The bounty contracts, I know I heard they were like real buggy, but if you complete them, you get 150K. And I'm wondering if like if we get high again on them, like if they have a bunch of fucking cargo we can sell.
That I was watching a video of a dude. You get your rank or your rep up in normal, like you would in your normal system, and then you go to Pyro, and it, I guess it transfers, and you do what we used to do.
But I think FPS especially.
Oh hell yeah!
We've seen some talk of improved voice comms, and we know that they want.
But I guess it's different. So like it's not just it's not the hammerhead every other time.
I worry we
yeah.
actually see a comms related update.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
And I think the status.
I'm curious on mining if they're gonna put any new ores in or anything, or make it more prevalent.
Salvage in 2025 is already a pretty decent time for the folks that do it. Very calming, relaxing, and methodical. You can do it solo or in groups, picking up construction materials or RMC, taking the haul back and forth, or teaming up with a hauler and spending long hours in the black. It also makes good money, but how could it change in 25?
Oh, you got that?
No, I want it when it comes out. I'm not getting it until it's actually out.
Yeah.
You're not suckering me.
I feel that.
I mean, if the temporary ship was comparable to the price that you pay for it, I'd be okay. But no, it's you get a caterpillar, which is only like I think it's like $400. You have this many towers open?
Yeah, so I've been doing a lot of farming, and like on my main, I don't like to do towers because it's like kind of meh, not like a real map. But to juice all the maps around,
right?
I gotta do the towers. So I figure, well, I'm leveling you, since I'm doing shit that's not really beneficial for me. I'm not even getting XP, and I'm losing it when I die. So like, basically kind of useless doing this, but I'm just trying to get you some XP. So I'm just using this to juice all of my other maps for when I run my my main. And I'm running like T15s, you know what I mean?
Oh, so your maps are all the same on different characters?
Exactly.
Game map?
The whole atlas is the same, yes.
Okay.
It's a shared atlas.
If you get Okay, if you get points on a different character,
I have
all
like,
your bonuses.
yeah, when I'm running on my low levels, I get ridiculous amounts of waystones and shit because that's how my atlas is set up for me to get tons of waystones. Yeah, because I've even got plus the levels of bosses from my atlas. Because I've completed tier 15 boss maps, tier 16. Tier 16 is fucking crazy. But you drop items that can't drop anywhere else. Like bases that are higher level than anything else because you can't get that high a level otherwise.
So that's like the minimum level is the 14 where the really
Tier
good
16. And then once you start getting plus levels to the like to the area 2, that'll help like irradiated and shit. You gotta like cleanse the fucking area. Like black spots. Glad those are highlit. So the way this loot filter is, like you can, of course you can pay to have it automatically update for you, but they automatically update it so you can just go there, re-download it, and swap the file in your folder whenever you want to update it. And you can fucking modify it however you want to, which is actually super sick. Another tower complete. And we full clear in these things. That was a 83% rarity waystone. 83% tier 8.
Grab that waystone.
This one's corrupted, so it's +1 monster level, and I dropped a T10 map in it, so be careful. I want to try to get a little XP. Yeah, once you start getting too high of level, you don't get XP unless you're doing higher waystones. Yo, cheers, chat.
Oh yeah, that's a lot more experience.
Oh my god, I almost died already. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, it's too hard when there's two people in it.
Oh shit. I was killing for a minute until that special dude came out.
Don't mind if I do.
I spend so much time mapping and so little time towering. Oh, it's actually insane when I realize how many fucking towers that I have not done that I have unlocked.
Choking cloud.
What I would recommend is doing a witch. You can use corpse explosion I would try to build the witch around corpse explosion, because corpse explosion, it doesn't matter what level you are, it's based off the health of the enemies. Doesn't matter like what you put into it, doesn't matter what gear you're wearing, it's all about the health of the enemy. There's ways to increase the stats, of course, but its worse is only going to be based off their health, so it's always going to be viable. I did that on my character that was just made to buff people, and when everybody would die, it was still able to kill shit because there was bodies left over.
Right.
But also, I will say, like, right now you're playing a class that makes it almost impossible for you to see any floor effects, for you to dodge them. So you're always going to die. I bet you die a lot. Not judging by you or how you play, but just because the way that, like, when you run around throwing that lightning, I can't even tell what the monsters are doing anymore.
Oh, okay. Floor effects.
Yeah, it's that is like I would like, that's the whole reason I don't have a build like that. You know what I mean? Because like, if you can't see the floor effects, it doesn't matter how much armor you have, because a lot of the bosses have one-shot mechanics. That's like one of people's biggest gripes, and what they're gonna try to talk to GGG about on the next podcast. I was listening to DM talk about it, and they're trying to see if they'll make a slider for party effects, because like when you're in a party and everybody's doing shit like that, nobody knows what's going on.
Right, like make it so you can only see your own attacks.
Or something like that, yeah. This is kind of cool. Really shit rolls on the damage rolls. T1 and T1. But then it got 21% chaos damage and 22 chaos resistances, which is nice on top of the 11 chaos resistances. Having 33 chaos resist on a ring is kind of high. Damn, I lose so much resist. I didn't realize how much resistance it gives me. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I lose the 95. I lose the int. So I only need 10 int. But I don't have anywhere I can take it from, I don't think. Yikes. I actually need that 10 int.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on my witch.
Yeah? Dude, witch is OP. That's my best class. I've already completed the 4th ascendancy with it.
Well, I'm sitting here thinking about doing spark on the bow chick, but it's a spell, so you'd still have to need faster cast rate as opposed to the attack speed that you'd usually get with a ranger, right?
Yeah, you'd have to find a way to get. Well, it depends on what gear you put on. That's, I mean, like.
Well, I mean, a bow and an offhand Well, I'm dealing with that now, anyways.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could get a ring with cast rate. A lot of them have like 10 or like 8 to 10 cast rate base. And then you can get like 20 on it, so you can end up with like 30 easily. Alright, so we just juiced the fuck out of all those maps. Now we hop on this motherfucker. We do a couple of juiced here. Oh, we have 14. I don't know if we have a... I'll have to corrupt that. Those ones up to... Oh, wait, I could... Actually, let me just tier one up. The reforging bench. Oh, they're corrupted. You can't reforge corrupted ones. That is dookie butter. Yo, no problem, dude. It's so nice, bro. When you get that shit set up, it looks so good. All right, we got this tower right here. Oh, we got this one we need to throw something in. Items quantity. And waystone quantity. Now we pop this cocksucker. Throw that motherfucker in there. Easy to set up, dude. It's so easy to set up and it looks so fucking good, dude. Let me know if you need anything on the, like anything murdered on the witch or anything, bro. Like if you get stuck on a boss, I'll just come and murder it real quick for you and then you can just keep pushing.
I'm gonna get that helmet.
What's that?
Grab that helmet real quick.
Oh, check in the guild stash. There's a armor that gives you 100 spirit. It'll be insane for you this low level.
The unique.
Yeah. It takes away from your mana, but who gives a fuck about mana when you're a minion runner?
Is my power to wield.
There's also a one-hand weapon you can get for your minion character that is a offhand. It's like a level 15 mace. It adds plus to minion skills. You can wear that and a scepter. So you can have way more levels. And one thing I will tell you is for minion characters, the thing that scales their damage the most is added levels.
Okay.
Yeah, so like you will do way, like drastically better if you can find ways to get added levels to minions and keep their levels as high as you can. I actually found a mace that I would like to try to find a way to make work at some point. But it gives you an intelligence requirement instead of a strength requirement. Like there is a strength requirement, but the intelligence requirement is what's really high. Like plus 100. And the unique aspect of it is bonuses and reductions to your minion damage applies to you as well. So I feel like with that and the unique that minions resistances are equal to yours, then those two might synergize and you like do melee damage with your minions and it's like you're part of the army. You know what I'm saying?
That'd be tight.
It's a very weird concept, but man, I think it would be dope if you could make it work.
That would be tight.
Like a melee minion character.
I mean, the skeletal ones are melee, right? I'm sure there's a bunch of other ones. Let me see here.
Yeah, there's a bunch of melee minions. But I'm just saying, like, you would be part of the minion. One of the squad. The minion. One of us. Yo, these are juice now. All of these. At Hidden Grottos, not much else. Oh, we haven't done this. Oh, we map in progress. Map in progress. Okay, that's the one I just completed. I think we've done all my towers that I had. Oh no. Another one. Wait, I got a stone citadel. Requires waystone 15 or higher. Yo. I think we work our way to that stone citadel. I could.
Mission?
Huh?
Isn't that one of the quests? To get
Yeah.
to the Citadel?
Yeah. Now maps are a one and done type thing, so I might look up a video on the Stone Citadel before we do the Stone Citadel. I also might not super juice the map. Oof. I fucked up that one. That's a tower.
All part of my plan.
Yeah, the loot looks so much better with the loot filter, dude. It's fucking wild. Which minions are you running with?
I have Arsonist and Frost Mages.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, I fucking love Frost Mages. When you can get fuck. When you can get wild shards on them. They're super dope. Wild shards, yeah. Supported skills have 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle.
Oh, damn.
So I run that and scatter shot on them, and they do crazy shit. And then arcane tempo, and then I do +1 skills, 1 to cold skill, for the extra level to frost mage. But yeah, that setup on them, I fucking love them. And then, do you have like a warrior or two to add blind and maim to them? No. That's a good trick to do too. And also, if you get one storm mage, I run 2 because I really like the storm mages. I think they're cool. But the storm mages can inflict shock on your enemies so that you always have them shocked. You can put a gem in the storm mage that if they shock an ignited enemy, the shock never expires.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, so you do that, and then your motherfuckers are like that. That just makes more damage for your frost mages because the guys are shocked. They're more vulnerable.
Need to restat to wear that helmet.
Indeed.
Oh, best helmet for your minion character is gonna be the Atziri's Disdain. That thing gave me so much energy shield. It's a unique.
Okay. Well, I'm just using this for the bow build level.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably a pretty decent idea.
Did it matter what quiver you used? Or did you just throw on any?
I threw on any quiver, but what you want is a quiver with any sort of flat damage. Like, adds blank to blank physical to attack, adds blank to blank cold to attack, adds blank to blank fire to attack, adds blank to blank lightning to attack. Any of those are gonna fucking drastically increase your damage. Like, exponentially. You'll even want that on the rings and shit. Rings, your gloves, and your quiver. And then you just do insane amounts of damage. Like, it's fucking gross how good it is. Alright, this is a very juiced crypt. 117 rarity, 11 quantity.
This is all in your head.
Now, one thing I did do while I was leveling was I spec'd completely to try to get any projectile damage I could. And like spec basically like I was running that build, and then I respec'd at the end after I was already done the campaign. So you might have to use a lot of passives to like make that work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just had to do a bunch.
Any fire damage, projectile damage, Basically, fire's gonna be your biggest and projectile damage. And then after that, you can do like chaos if you can't get any of that other stuff. Nice. Hell yeah. Pathing our way to that fucking shit we need to complete. How you doing over there, homie? Doing all right?
What is it?
Motherfucker went silent. Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm sitting here talking, fucking muted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just redoing my skill tree and passives, so I have enough decks to get at Gas Arrow.
Oh.
I gotta swap all this shit over.
Build. Question. What are your rings looking like? Do you have junk rings?
Probably.
You could probably make up a lot of the decks through rings and amulet.
I do have a whole stash of rings. I mean, it's just stats. Let's see here.
Oh, I'm gonna put a quiver in the guild stash. I don't know if it'll be better than what you got, but it adds attacks gain 7% of damage as extra fire damage. Might be dope, might not.
Attributes, that'll work.
I'm glad I have this stash tab with just a bunch of maps so that I can use them to upgrade them to higher maps. Shit, that 13 won't upgrade because it's corrupted. All right, cool. All right. We're doing the one just before the Citadel. Oh, we definitely got a boss at the end of this, I'm sure of it. Goddamn. Hell yeah. Yo, cheers, motherfucker. Over here ripping dabs. Oh, man.
Cheers. Intelligence for minions now?
I'm not gonna lie. After you play that shit for a little while, you're gonna just want to make that type of character. That explosion bow. Especially if you run it with the death harp. The death harp that's that shit.
What's that?
That's the bow that you use with the build, so that you shoot 5 instead of 1 arrow.
Oh, I got the splinter heart.
Oh, that's not.
Split projectile split toward 2 different targets.
Oh nah, you want the death harp. It's only like 1 exalt. Try to get one that's not corrupted so you can dual socket it and then corrupt it in hopes that you get an extra projectile, because then it's worth 100 exalt. That's why a lot of people don't respond to 1 exalt sales, is because they're usually sold out, because someone like me will just buy a ton of exalts or a ton of vowels and just val anything they can to try to get badass rolls.
I should put what in the sockets, you said?
you want to like add sockets to an item before you val it, but uniques normally you don't even need to like upgrade them. You just add sockets and then val it. The val corrupts it unpredictably, so you might get like a god roll on it. That's why like anytime I need to use something, I'll buy like 5 or 6 of them not corrupted, and then I'll corrupt them all and use the best one. Sheesh. I love to see the loot. Fuck, man. I can't get over how good this fucking loot filter looks, dude. It's actually crazy. It just changes the whole look of the game. Honestly, like, it feels like it would be a good idea for the POE devs to just go ahead and hire the guy that does never sync loot filter and just bring him in to make their loot look as good as he does. My dudes are just standing in the lava and attacking him. They don't even, they have literally 0 fucks to give.
He said he's gonna die one way or another.
Oh, bro. That's how you complete a map. That's how, that right there is how you.
This shit right here? This shit right here, minion? Is how you complete a map.
We about to fucking pop a T-15 on this bitch. Man, I feel like I probably should look it up. I should look it up, bro. Stone Citadel.
Hello, everyone. So I was thinking, and I realized that.
Okay. There's a boss fight. Okay, it is a boss fight.
Poor as a tough player with a mediocre build, so. But.
Oh. I'm not going to show you the mechanics. I'm just going to use a broken build.
Hello, everyone. It's been 4.5 days of searching, but we have finally found everywhere we've seen. This kind of looks.
Ice build. Okay, so we might be able to see.
Yes, before we get to the boss, at least.
Okay, so.
Die on the boss. I'll be upset, but less upset.
You never put that magic phone charm on, did you?
Layout is
I never did.
Than the actual
it's under the bows and
like
the
whole temple is the most.
I haven't been using that character. I'm not going to lie. I think that's why I haven't. I just.
All right, here we go.
I'll get on them and I'll take it one of these days. I haven't been on them. Alright, so is this dude just gonna one-shot the boss super easy too? Yeah. Yeah, let me do 5 million damage real quick. So nobody's gonna show us the actual mechanics. Alright, so we're going in there butt-ass naked, boys. Oh. Should I juice it? Do I juice it?
Go big or go home. It's a boss. Juice it.
God. Pack size off rep. All right. Gosh. I think I can deal with this one more. Holy fuck, that was a stupid idea. They ended up way overpowered. They're tuned high. Alright, I gotta piss so bad my back teeth are floating. Popping that. Stone Citadel. Give me 1 minute. All right. Here goes nothing. I'd have a poll, but I don't know if anyone would even vote on it. Most people are probably AFK. Let's see what happens, boys. They are armored. We have 60% less flask and energy shield recovery. Monsters have 57% increased resistances on top of whatever they had. It's gonna be hard as fuck. And my fucking guys don't want to go through the doorways. I love to see the tier 1 map drop on a tier 15 super juice. Why would I pick that up? There we go. Start defending them, motherfucker, homies. Yeah, there we go.
All right. I got one that's corrupted. The only dude that responded.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, but it's got 25 life per kill and 12 mana per kill.
Okay.
Sockets, so.
Is there stuff in the sockets?
Nope.
Nice. And it's 2-socketed? Sick. You got lucky someone socketed it before they valed it. A lot of times they just won't even socket it and val it. That's why I like to buy them base, because then you can socket it if it's not. I like to put lightning in them. Normally, because the lightning gets like the highest top end. There was one for sale yesterday that was a 3-socketed, and it had 2 of the spirit gems socketed in it, and the spirit gems are 270 exalt a piece.
Damn.
And the thing was only up for sale for 5 exalts, but the guy wouldn't respond. I think it was a bait. Yo, we're fucking doing this, chat. This isn't what we gotta worry about, though. It's the fucking boss fight. I hope we pass the DPS check, because I'm sure there is one. Giving monsters fucking Mad resistances, probably not a great idea. Oh, and armor. God damn, this is a big ass area. Oh shit, elite right there. Look at that. Motherfucker tried to slide in at the end. That was a cool noise. I haven't heard that one yet. Happens when you drop a T-15 map. Let's go ahead and empty our inventory real quick. This is a big ass fucking zone.
What is it?
Ooh, look at that 15 with crazy rarity. 115% increased rarity. All right. So there's one rare and the boss. The boss apparently has like 5 million hit points.
Holy cow.
Yep. So we're going to kill the rare. Then we're going to go for the boss. Oh, there's 2 bosses. Video I saw was not what I'm seeing here. Okay, we are extra fucked. All right, heading to the boss. Fuck, I hope I can do this.
So, at the eve of the end,
Maybe it's just one?
Vatzoatl has finally come for me. You will burn. The best laid plans. Now! I can't give up. I must save my people.
Okay. It's hard, but we might be able to do this.
I will succeed.
Got 500,000 damage into him on his second phase.
Face the might of the mind.
Okay, we're in 1,000,000. He's halfway dead.
Let my efforts be in vain. One death is nothing for the greater good.
He's fucking my minions up.
Intellect looks like.
Oh shit. Okay, we're good. Oh, he's separated from his head. That's fucking crazy. Oh, now his whole body's. Oh, now he's gonna try to murder me. Ow. Oh my god, that was all of my fucking health, my energy shield, and my mana. I had like nothing left. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. That was huge. What are these?
Big.
Got 2 of the weathered crisis fragments.
Oh, dude, yeah, I like that.
What's up?
Your filter. That's tight.
It's so nice, right? It looks so fucking clean. Oh, damn. These weathered crisis fragments sell for 52 exalts apiece. Okay. Ooh. That belt, though. What the fuck? $153 life, 173 mana, 26 cold, 29 fire. I'm doing the rolls on that shit. Fuck it. Damn. The 2 rolls that I got on it were T1 stun threshold, T1 armor. Now we valid. Oh. What the fuck? Gave it strength instead of the fire resist. It's unfortunate. Put it up for 5. That's why we gamble, though. Man. Happen.
Go on.
$18 all attributes is kind of good on a neck. See what else it gets. 133 life. 28 life for Jen. Damage recoup is ass, but oh, there's no resistances. Butt cheek. Okay. So we did that. Do we have any more citadels? Yes. This one. Going with 115 increased rarity. On a stone citadel. Yo. Tier 15 Waystone. Let's go.
Another corpse to serve me.
Yo, this has everything on it. It's got ritual, it's got expedition. There's a boss fight at the end. Like, what the fuck? This is the best map ever. Okay. Gotta set it up for 5 bombs. We can bomb these 2 at once. Wait. No. Let's start with this guy over here. Where's my mini map? There we go. Alright. Yeah, we'll start with this guy right here. Boom. Second one. Get both of these cocksuckers in one. Can we not? Everybody move. Damn it. No. Can't reach. So, pop this cocksucker here. Then, number 3. Right here covers both of them. Number 4. Bomb. Cover both things. And where's the last one going? Can we get it there? Yes. It looks like it should hit them all. Alright, let's put a bunch of these cocksuckers out, and boom.
Is my power to wield.
Oof. That hurt a lot.
How useful.
For the Calgar.
Okay. Holy fuck, that was intense. We did it. That was tough. How's the witch going, homie?
Slow going.
What's that?
Slow going.
Yeah, a little bit. But shit, dude. It's so strong.
Takes forever.
Yeah, it's so strong. Like I'm literally rolling end game right now. I found another one of those stone citadels, so I'm basically just farming them now.
I think there's only 4. Well, for the mission, there might be more after that mission. Where is this?
Wow, dude selling the 4th ascendancy kill for 45 exalts. That's pretty cheap. That's like attainable for a lot of people. The 130 is crazy.
I don't know what kind of people you're talking about.
Once you're running with that character for a little while, I think you're gonna have a lot better experience. I think you're gonna find like a lot more stuff because you're gonna be able to push higher shit.
Yeah, I think my experience is probably like the typical, like casual player. It's like I play all the time, but like it's not dedicated.
I feel that.
Like I get pissed off and I'll go play something else.
Yeah, I feel that.
And then get fucked.
I don't really get pissed off at all. If I can't beat something, I just think that I've gone to it too early and that I need to go and farm something else a little more. Like that's kind of like my mentality because I play this type of game like a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like this...
okay, so here's my reasoning with it is the areas that I'm now supposed to farm, either I don't have the gold to get, or the areas that I have to farm to go get gold are just, it's that Val factory. So that's not even like you get no experience doing it. and you just run through there to get gold to go buy $15,000 how many times, because you got to buy them in sets of 3 to get the next, you know, that's a level 2. But yeah, so like,
oh, you're having trouble getting waystones.
well, yeah, but like even once
So-
you get to a certain point where you're like level locked, no, I don't even say level locked. I can kill shit, and I'll get like I'll go 4 or 5 runs and have half a level, but
And then
I'll
die
go into
and
that
lose it
one,
all,
and
yeah.
I get pwned, and I'm back down. Like I've gone, I
Metal
should be
uninstalled the
80.
game
I
for the
should be
same reason.
85, dude. It's just
There
the way that
is
it's
there
set
is a
up, it's
death
very
penalty.
fucking punishing for just a normal everyday player that doesn't want to dedicate every fucking waking hour to this game.
Yeah, I get that. The death penalty is harsh. Metal uninstalled and got rid of this game, and he said he's looking for a new game because of the same thing.
But like I like it that much to where I wouldn't do that. But like I very much see that. Like I've had to learn from you using the shit to, okay, I actually have to use and buy gear to be able to push. Well, I'm fucking damn near max resistances. Well, I'm 20 short on 2 of them, but
What's your effective
I
health?
still get just
What's your
fucking
effective
wrecked.
health?
I have no idea on this.
Yeah, like if you check your
I
health,
have like 1500, 16, 1800 health, the same energy shield.
yeah, that's. I'm not like trying to be a dick, but that's kind of low for trying to push like T5 plus.
Well, there again, so like either I have to sacrifice like probably magic find on my gear to start
Or
throwing in
maybe
another
throw instead of wearing a focus in your offhand, throw on a shield and start specking some chance to block. How much of your passive tree is committed to your defenses?
It's all energy shield. It's all mana regen and energy shield because that's what that build most builds synergize off of with the witch.
Tailgate.
Or not a
You
witch.
be
a
nicer
fucking-
to the guy. What do you mean? I'm not being a dick.
We've known each other since we were like 13. He can be a little harsh. It's all good.
Yeah, that's true too. But no.
I know it ain't like that.
Yeah, so resistances are really, really strong, but they're not everything.
No, I get it, but like, I can't get high enough in
You
the
need to
fucking
smoke more.
levels to get shit that drops. Like, I get shit drops, and I've like you've seen, I've got okay fucking magic resist or magic find, but like, I can't make it to the higher tiers to have the gear that I need with the stats that I need to drop. Because like, yeah, I'll get some decent shit, but it's always that one stat that's off. I mean, I'm slowly getting there. I get it. I get why people fucking.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a like Diablo 4. This is more Diablo 4 meets Souls, like you were talking about. Very fucking punishing if you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yep.
Well, I kind of know what I'm doing.
So
I'm a veteran of these games, but
the way I would think of it is basically just use this early access time as like time to learn the game. Like don't even worry about the end game at all because there's going to be we might even wipe in the next couple of days when they do a big patch. They might have to do an economy wipe. You never know.
An economy wipe.
Yeah,
Like
like
what,
they
materials.
everything. You start a new character. There's been so much duping.
Oh, really?
Yep. That you could have duped items and you don't even know. It's
I didn't even know that was like a thing.
yeah, me
Or
neither.
a problem, really.
Ooh, I got an expedition logbook. Let's go. Expedition logbooks are sick. Where are you at? Oh wait, yeah, you're running the witch. Never mind. Witch.
And honestly, it might just be my luck with the sorceress.
Yeah, I mean sorcerers are not super easy unless you get a lot of currency
Like, I
to
don't really
spend
have
on them.
problems on my witch running through, but I'm also not a high. And yeah, in game's a whole nother fucking thing.
What shield do you use on your witch?
I don't.
What are you using in your offhand?
A bow and a quiver.
Oh yeah.
I'm like level 24 or 40 something.
So there's this shield called the Oaksworn Sigil. I'm looking at it on stream if you want to just peep it. It gives you another 50 spirit. So if you had that and the armor, the unique armor, you would have 150 extra spirit right now, not including your scepter. I think that because you're running a minion character, you'd probably run through better with just minions.
Oh, I swapped it. I'm not minions right now. I have
Oh,
all the
okay.
minion stuff, but like I went for fire damage and ignite damage and
Okay.
so I'm running through these, watching them die. I kind of
Hell
like
yeah.
this.
Hell yeah. Well, shit, if that's working, that's working. Fuck it.
I mean, it is what it is till I get past the campaign. As long as I can just nuke and walk through stuff, I don't really care. I'll just pick gear up along the way for minion build. I don't know, doing this, I might, as soon as I get this one done, I might have to
Run
throw
to
all this stuff
yourself
on
a
my,
fucking, yep,
yeah,
a
throw it all on
ranger.
my ranger, cause like, just with this bow, and like the lightning build that I have, I think it would like triple my yeah, definitely at least triple my damage output because you'll shoot 3 of the lightning thingies.
Well, yours
per
shoots
one.
4.
Oh, does it?
It's 4 plus 1. If well, wait, which bow are you using? Are you using the Death Harp?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one shoots. It's got it that it adds 3
Oh, that's a way
on
more
it,
than 3.
and then on the top it says it adds
One,
an
2,
extra
3.
one, so it should be 5
So what's like
total arrows.
8 or more? Because there's 3. I'm in a bad spot to see. I need to open.
I haven't even beat this Stone Citadel yet. God damn.
Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3. Quit attacking me, so I can count these. It's 7. Yeah, that's a fan of 7.
Are you using an attack that splits it too?
Oh yeah, I have scattershot on.
Yeah, scattershot reduces the damage a lot. You could probably yoink scattershot out and use something that adds like elemental damage or more fire damage.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's 4, 5. Holy shit, that's a lot more damage.
Yeah, you one-shot stuff a lot more. Yeah, with Scattershot, like, yeah, it's nice because it adds 2 more, but they're so far on the sides that they're not adding more damage to the cone. It's like, it just makes the cone wider and less damage. There's like a diminishing returns of going too far with it.
Yeah, that's why you don't need to be wider than what section you're walking through.
Exactly.
One
But it's
volley
nice.
blocks off the walkway, so you're good.
Yeah, it's real nice to just one-shot everything in front of you.
You hit me with his big stick.
Fucking tailgate.
Dude.
Time is of the essence.
Like, how can you think at a time like this? Bro, I straight just threw those fucking exalts away. I might as well have just sold those exalts. I would have been better off. Yo, how is there more than 50 monsters still? Like, what the fuck? I've almost revealed the entire map. Yo, cheers, motherfuckers. Are these omens of resurgences worth anything? I'm gonna take it anyway. I don't know if it is, but doubt it.
I think all the omens are worth money, aren't they?
I have no idea.
Well, you'd know better than I would.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Doubt it. What's up, Shot? Going good, dude. How you doing? Do you have any more citadels we can run? That citadel's done. I think we need to map out that way to try to find more citadels. I only have the stone citadels that I've found so far. Yeah, that's what my ranger's for. It's good at breach. Hmm. Yeah, I should probably get going this way. Can start with that.
Yes. Indeed.
Hello.
Oh, that's 7.5 exalts. Not bad. Video and Dev Talk drops at 3:30 Eastern. Yo, Benny. Hell yeah. Appreciate that, bro. Yo, check it out, dude. I just farmed 3 of these motherfuckers. Look at these things. They are called... What? Where are they? I saw them before. Oh, popular. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Owned. That's what I need. These dirty cocksuckers. Right fucking... Where are they? I don't see them. God damn it. Dirty cocks. Oh, is it because I put them in my stash? The fuck? I found these big bad bitches. Weathered crisis fragments.
Hello.
They go for 52 exalts apiece. I got 3 of them.
How can I help?
I have gotten 2 stone citadels. I ran them.
Oh yeah. So what? Those are like the buff thing for the citadels.
That's the key you get from the citadel. You need to find one of each of the citadels, beat them all. They each give you a key, and then after you get the 3 keys, you can go to one of these. A burning monolith.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I found a burning monolith too. What's up? What's up, chat? So once I get the other 2 keys I need, which I should just sell 2 of them and then buy one of each of them and attempt the burning monolith. Right? I mean, that'd be cool. Oh, damn. That sucks, dude. My fucking ranger is like a beast. Are you stacking evasion? Evasion feels like it's in a weird place. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, but it's hard to get to 75% without a lot of currency. I mean, like that and have all of the resistance stuff. Yeah, like my ranger's kind of squishy. I get what you mean. I am very excited to see what they talk about in the talk. I would be surprised if they did a wipe, but I would not be upset. Maybe a little disappointed. You know what I mean? I'm gonna lose my pixels. But if they do it, I'm fine either way. But I have a feeling the same thing's gonna happen after they wipe it. The people are still gonna find a way to dupe.
Always.
I feel like until they can effectively say that under no circumstance will anything be able to be duped or fucking bugged, I don't know if they'll do a wipe. Cause imagine they do that and then like Star Citizen, people immediately find a way to cheat it again. It's like, all right, well, you just punished all of the people who weren't because of the people who were, and have given those people who were a new outlet of more income because people are gonna be more apt to want to buy this shit because they don't want to go through getting it all over again. One thing I know is that
Star Citizen, and you ban those outrageous offenders.
the devs at GGG don't not appreciate our time. They appreciate the players' time, I think. You did, yes. 99.9% of other people did not. You know what I'm saying? That's not what they signed up for. They bought a fully complete game when they paid the $30 for early access to them. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying what's going on in their mind. Can we cool it on escalating drama topic? Listen, dude. You're gonna like it. Ooh, tier 15 Waystone. I like those. I guess we'll pick up the 12. I like that it has a different color on the map for each Waystone. Oh, map's complete. Nice. Next T15. Fucking do it. %91 increased rarity on a T15 map. Let's. That stellar amulet, easy 20 exalteds. Yeah, you know how I told you stellar amulets were 10 exalteds the other day? They're already up to 20.
Damn.
Throw it in a tab, get 20 exalts like it ain't no thing. I feel like I need a second gem tab. Kind of wild.
Hello there.
Yeah.
Let me take that off your hands. That's quite pretty.
is in the last corner of the map.
Yo, I'll be that guy all fucking day, bro. Give me your a dumbass and his fucking money are soonly parted. You know what they're buying them to do? Use a orb of chance on them and watch them disappear. It's 124 rarity plus, what's my rarity? 90. 214. Pretty good.
It's about time.
It's always been about the exalt. Even when it wasn't about the exalts, it was about the exalts. You know this. The worst Sunday of 2025. God damn. Motherfuckers can't settle their differences. Gotta always be worried about looking at other motherfuckers' exalts.
Yeah, I bought my shit. So you side-eyeing my stash?
I hope your hardcore character die.
Hope you lag. Come back to death.
Yeah. I hope you DC on a pinnacle boss. Imagine you're talking shit to somebody and like you say something rude to them and they just come back with that. Man, I hope when you're at home tonight you DC on a pinnacle boss. The fuck? Your boss asks, what's a pinnacle boss? Of course you don't know, Stan. You'll never get to them.
None can oppose me.
Yes.
Ooh, 31 max life on it. That's a good roll. $30 to spirit on that armor. Let's see what it goes to the Orb of Alchemy. Dookie. Oh no, we're still working on Decay.
Death is my power to wield.
Tailgate woke up in a mood today. He did. He said, no one's safe. I'm fucking with everybody. All right, we got less than an hour till the podcast. All right, bet. Oh no, we'll pull it up here. I'll put it on here and have it playing while we're playing. I'll turn my game sound way fucking down.
It's about time.
I love how many tier 15 waystones we're dropping. Means that we don't have to stop and do 14s anytime soon. And I keep juicing and then corrupting them in hopes that maybe we get a tier 16. I guess we could juice and try to make the 14 a 15. Yep. So schlock.
Yes.
Of course.
This might be a hard one. I think them not wiping will also give them the ability to see if their patches and updates and like everything works, because they'll be able to see at which the rate that items get posted to their website slows down. Because imagine they fix all the patches or all the bugs and shit. All the items that were getting duped shoot up in price because the supply goes way down. They're gonna know that they're duping, or the duping method was fixed. I'm actually thinking more and more that they're not gonna do a wipe at all. I think big nerfs are coming though. Exactly that, and the game's only been out for a month. Exactly. Like, I've been doing builds that are not the main builds. Like, although my ranger's kind of closer to other main builds, but otherwise, like there's not. There was like a little wave of videos for minion builds, but there's like not a lot of talk of, oh my god, it's OP, you got to make a minion character. It's all about the monk. It's all about the sorcerer with the arc build. It's all like those builds that are really bad. The stat stackers too. Yo, I got so lucky with my scepter because I didn't even pay for mine. I bet a different scepter would be better though. I could probably get a much better scepter at this point, and I really should be able to afford it. What up, mister? Holy shit. 45% increased lightning damage. On a ring, that's kind of crazy. Had 22 resist all, too. Yo, third ascendancy, 13 exalts, pay after, PM me. Not a bad. I mean, people actually like doing it for like affordable prices now. But that's because everybody can do it on their own now. Here's chat. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Oh shit, that's not good. Nice. We're out. Easy. Get him, motherfucker. Shit, we left the boss way the fuck back there. He's not. Real good job clearing. Oh, damn. Time for a fresh cart. I love a fresh cart. And it's rosin. Yeah, buddy. Jersey Mike's or Firehouse? Hard one.
I don't know.
Going with the Mike's. Mike's famous Philly. Jimmy John's is good. The sub so fast you freak. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of Mike's famous Philly. You know? Yeah, I did it. It's done. Now we got what? Another 30 minutes till the podcast.
What is it?
That's not hard at all. Firehouse goes much harder than Jersey Mike's. I don't know about that. Listen, so I'm big on bread, and I'm gonna be honest, the bread is better at Jersey Mike's. The ingredients maybe at Firehouse, yes. But I think the bread's a little better at Jersey Mike's. And I'm like, bread's the most important part for me. I don't know why I'm fucking weird. I get it. But I really like good bread. Firehouse is good, but there's like less bread there. Bro, Benny, do you have this new fucking loot filter, bro?
No. Come on, let me beat her.
Oh, that's
No.
That's a tragedy. That's a oh man. Really? Console can't do loot filters at all? Whatsoever?
We almost got her. Kill her.
is of the essence.
Run, run. Come on. Haha, die.
Yes.
That sucks, bro. Sorry.
Go.
I hate that. No fucking. Oof. Bro, look at how nice that looks. Oh no. There it is. Whew. Thought that thing was lost forever.
What is it?
Wait. Quickly.
Hey.
I wonder if this is any good. This focus. If I sent you a message, could you check it from that?
Yeah.
Try that. It's two-socketed, empty.
There's one similar. But it has. So is that mana with that mana or no? Oh, he's got 20 quality on it too. Oh, there's one comparable, but it has 80 more mana and chaos instead of cold. And it's 78 increased spell damage, 73 physical damage, and it's one divine.
Oh damn, 78 and 70. That's way higher. I'll put this one up for 10 exalt. Oh, maps.
Oh, that one's 20 quality too.
Yo, hell yeah, do your thing, homie. We'll be chilling.
Yeah, he's got more rolls on his though. Looks like.
Yeah, mine has
Yours
open.
says R5. He's got. Oh, he's got. Those are the classes. Never mind.
Yeah, mine has 2 sockets, so it could have 2 more lines of stats, just depending on what someone wants to put in it.
Stoner Alva's down there now.
Oh fuck. Oh no. I'm trapped. Dead. Fucker. That's alright though. I have more 15. Pop another one. And I got a 15 from that map, so. Any.
Damn it, now you got me wanting a sub.
Sorry, motherfucker. Saying, motherfucker, I gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? Man's gotta eat, Julian.
I think Jimmy John's is in order.
A Totoso. A fucking a Totoso. Need a box for your bling?
Oh, God. No.
10 motherfuckers.
Those dudes probably hurt more than anybody. The priests of the sun that shoot that death ray.
Oh, that shit don't play, bro. You just gotta line of sight them.
Yeah.
That's the only option you have.
But he had a beat on me from off screen.
Yeah, bro will hit you from fucking Nebraska.
I want to know how he throws a ball of fire at me and doesn't catch my poison on fire. It's flammable, bro.
Magic, motherfucker. Thinking about something. Currency exchange. Oh god damn, I can't afford a faded crisis fragment no matter what. What about an ancient? Ancient's only 53. The faded is the one that I'm not going to be able to get. Ancient, I think I can afford. Yeah, I can afford an ancient right now. Weathered crisis fragment. Sell 2 of those.
How can I help?
So I can afford the ancient. Which gives me 2 out of the 3. But then I need 189 after that. How much do I have total right now? I don't have enough to buy one of them, let alone both of them. Hold on to our exalts right now. We'll think about it. I kind of want to make an attempt on that boss. Give me 1 second. All right. Buddy needed help getting his butter. Yeah, buddy. stuff takes so long to kill on this character, I swear. It's
You busy?
not really. Just running a map. You need help?
Back there? Yeah, I need to kill... Ooh, I can get back up there. Oh, no, I can't. Those checkpoints, bud. The sun god. Yeah, it's gonna make me run all the way back up there. Report that bug.
It's my power to wield. All part of my plan.
Yeah, send me an invite. I'll come murder the motherfucker for you. What's the podcast gonna be on? Benny, do you know?
Let the sun curl your flesh. Euphoria.
Okay, dope. Easy. I'll pull that up in a sec.
What podcast is it?
The Path of Exile one.
Thank you.
Vile ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
Ooh, flask. My flask upgrade.
Oh, okay, so it's in 30 minutes. Oh, okay, so it's in 30 minutes.
Okay, boss, get down from there.
All right, I got it set up, so when it's ready, just we'll get it going. You're using a minion character right now?
I will be.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a +1 to minion skills helmet and the guild stash. Third tab.
How can I help?
Go on.
Hey. Good
Hello.
luck.
On with the work.
Nice. Playing that a little wrong, but that's okay. Hoping to be eating while watching that shit. Food got here earlier than it got here. Yeah. They take subs so fast, you freak. At Jersey Mike's too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm gonna go get food. I'll be seeing you in a little bit.
Hell yeah. I'll be chilling.
Later.
Peace. Hell yeah. Just rolling through this T15 fully juiced.
I think not.
I speak. Of course.
Oh no, we're dead. Fuck. That shield kind of crazy. The cooldown recovery rate, mana regeneration rate is just wild.
Actually very simple. They're dumb. They're dumb, they panic, they don't know what they're doing, and then they make mistakes.
Everything's going to the stream.
Stream's actually going to be on Darth Microtransaction stream.
I don't want to be distracted though, so the only thing I have on my monitor right now is the Discord call and the questions. Just to kind of focus properly. I'm back to the website, please. We'll reread the question one more time. We have just enough time to go through them again. Oh, also, it's going to take them a couple minutes after the reveal to get into the call, for us to get the audio and stuff prepped. I have an extremely professional, this screen right here, which will pop up when we're getting all of that set up, okay? It'll take a couple moments, but that's what it will look like, all right?
I love the zero.
You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very much you.
Yes. It's perfect.
I love it.
Yeah, I got everything up and prepped, so.
Watching Charlie, watching Crip, watching Croyn. No, I'm just gonna watch the Quinn video, okay? That's too much. Yeah, I'm so used to retail where there's basically no punishment for wrongdoing. There we go. Imagine if this happened in war. Your squad leader yells run, you start running.
In here right now. But yeah, just make sure you mute your mic the second that we pop it up. so that we don't actually.
Okay, there's going to be people coming into his chat saying, he's a big boy, he can handle it. I feel bad for Sarah. Sarah died for playing on the team and for doing their absolute best. That's very, very sad. They already are? Yep.
Alrighty. Okay, reading through the questions one more time. You do the intro, icebreaker, I ask the follow-ups, then we go back and forth. After talking about what they released, then we get into the state ofs, trade, in-game league mechanics, state of maps, elements, ascendancies, HP, ES armor, map sizing, checkpoints, build variety, and meta, pinnacle bosses.
What is it?
Ascendancy, difficulty, map conditions. All right, I'll say it one last time, just in case this ends up happening for the people that are watching. In 4 minutes, we're going to begin a reveal. The reveal will be a video that will play out revealing everything that is coming. After that, there will be an interview in which we'll be interviewing Jonathan and Mark, the game directors of the game. We have a list of questions, about 70 questions long. We will attempt to get through most of these. It's a 2-hour interview, so I'm sure some of these will not be asked just due to the brevity of the interview. With that being said, all of these questions, except me asking a question about Blight and Druid and Ghazi asking a question about minions, are all taken from the audience. So we are just basically taking questions that the audience wants to see and directly handing them over to the devs at this point.
I'll probably like make a statement of that in the intro.
Sure.
As well, so that gets to the VOD as well.
Sure. There will be a VOD of this on YouTube. Obviously, the Twitch VOD will be here too. On Ghazi's YouTube channel, he will publish the video afterwards. It's hosted here, and then it goes to his YouTube VODs. There is currently a storm in Alaska, because I am stuck in this terrible place. That is happening, and my power is flickered 3 times. So in the scenario of the power going out here, and of course, no other day but today have I had any storms, if that happens, you can watch it on Ghazi's TV's channel. The main POE channel is restreaming my stream, so if my stream goes down, their stream's going to go down, so you would have to go to Ghazi in that scenario, and then he would carry on the interview from there. That's everything. Starts in 2 minutes. Thanks all for being here, and we'll do our best not to choke.
Good luck with that. Right.
Bro said, good luck with that.
It's because people don't know what they're talking about. They almost never do. Yeah, I'm not gonna apologize to the dog. It's crazy.
We've done it a few times with, especially with these guys as well.
Yeah.
Not really nervous. It's always a lot of pressure when it comes to making sure that we make sure the community's heard.
Yeah.
That's the only. I'm not nervous, but concerned that we're not going to be able to do the community justice.
I mean, pretty much all the questions are from the community, so.
Yeah, so we'll do everything we can and then some.
Okay, 1 minute. Just remember, mute your mic when we go full screen with the review, so we don't accidentally talk over it.
All part of my plan.
Will do.
Okay, 1 minute. T-minus 1 minute, boys.
Check Discord.
Oh, also, there will be, after the video release in 40 seconds, there's going to be like a 5-minute downtime while we get technical stuff set up. So it's going to be on like black screen, just so you guys know, for a few minutes. But that's like pretty normal. So just heads up, watch it. Okay. 25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as I play the video, here in 10 seconds, you're going to need to let me know. I will have to open the chat for this here. You guys are going to need to let me know how the audio is, okay? If it needs to go up or down, just as a heads up. Okay, with that being said, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Muting mic.
Yep. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week we'll be releasing POE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet. In this video we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly, or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here. First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important.
They were showing my gameplay. That was me.
We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps. Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire, Bluff, and Mesa. We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring. We're now also spawning more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool. Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps, and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved, stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies. Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode. Now, we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas, done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it. For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the expedition of ritual
I'm not to
boxes.
start playing again. Oh god.
For Ritual, we've made omens now appear in the Ritual Tribute window 60% more often. For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops.
Thank God.
We'll be
This
wanting
shit
to
was
make some more
garbage.
substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on.
Super garbage.
Now, one of the major concerns that
Okay,
we're
here we
often
go.
seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes
too hard.
long.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
when you
exactly.
do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find. To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. High difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time.
What about respawns to maps?
Another thing that players have noticed is
Wow.
that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out, though, that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realized that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too.
Yeah.
In this patch, we are buffing a lot of uniques.
Oh wow.
These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun.
Is this
and make subsequent
retroactive?
character playthroughs more fun too, when you have some great uniques to use.
Exactly, dude. Playing with my that mercenary.
We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity.
Okay, so it wasn't just
Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable.
What? Oh
As
my
we continue to
god!
play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes.
Yes!
But there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage. Plague Bearer's Detonate Deck can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing.
Uh-huh. What about the tornadoes?
Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and do less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those.
The problem is the off-screen.
One of the big issues
I hope
for
they
players
let you
on
zoom out
consoles
more.
is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the
Choose
PC
chat.
users can.
Yeah, yeah.
For 0.1.1, we'll be enabling the same system that POE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the POE 1 website to allow us to get
Long
this
dick.
feature out as fast as possible.
Oh, long dick.
Later
That's
on,
there
we'll
it
improve
is.
the user
Look
experience
at
of
that.
the
There it
on the
is.
Path of Exile 2 website.
Yep.
This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate.
Okay, let's see it.
Like buffing armor and scavenged plating.
People have been talking about that a lot.
Showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Nice.
Oh, shit, you guys can't see it. It's down at the bottom here.
Fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town.
Yeah. Ooh, you get that out of the loot box.
And plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make.
Yeah, yeah.
And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame
You just
is
do
that we
it.
now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in.
Sure, they're building
Still
up.
a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and
Okay.
try and address them.
Okay.
I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future.
Dead
Later.
Eye with Heralds.
Exactly what they need to do. Oh my
There you
god.
have it. Pretty awesome,
bro.
We are now going to
Huge.
get them ready for the interview.
Holy
so we're gonna
shit.
Go to a screen here that
Give me a
is
sec, I'm gonna
VR
take a piss
back,
before they do the
VR
interview,
back type of
okay?
Screen here. You will hear no
This is
audio.
wild.
And it'll just be a blank screen for probably 5
This is
10 minutes
crazy,
at the highest.
crazy.
And now we're going to
Talk
do an
about map
interview about
portals?
what we just
Yeah,
saw.
they gotta
So
add in those
give
map
us 1
portals,
moment
too.
Here.
I need my map stash tab. What a fucking W. Yo, chat, what do you guys think? Why is my chat's not updating? What the fuck? Let me fix this.
All right. So they're about to interview Jonathan. Is that it?
I'm just talking shit, yo. I don't really think that was
Is that where
mine.
we at?
I don't really think it was me, but
Yes.
it's
All right,
fun to
good.
say it was.
Fuck
you know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
All right, let's do it.
Fuck yeah.
All right, let's do it. Map respawns, I beg. The problem is that you don't like you should be able to respawn a map. Like that's the way I see it. I think you should be able to. Jonathan and Mark, don't nerf my goddamn build. I am just, dude. I've been waiting on this. Like the only thing now is like I don't know if I should keep playing my.
Why is there so
Necromancer,
many? What the fuck?
Or I want to, because I want to play a witch too. I feel like witch is better in a lot of ways because like Necro, I feel like can't fully capitalize on ascendancies because I feel like Infernalist is like it's okay, but it's not great. Play Spark? No, I'm already playing Spark. Like I already have it. Like I have all my shit got. And so look at the POE Twitch chat. What are they saying? Templar? Bro, if they add in Templar? If they add in Templar? Where was it? If they add in Templar, bro, like, imagine.
Yo, cheers, homie.
McConnell, we could go and do a fucking, see if he wants to do a
Audio
level.
now.
Like, I'm Warrior.
Hello, everybody.
He's
So
Templar.
here we are.
Dude, that
Let's
would be
just
wild.
Real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm
Okay,
going to
here we
have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well. And we'll get back to the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
He said that
Hi,
so many
I'm Mark.
times.
Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right. And then lovely co-host Ghazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Ghazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and
So
we're gonna
good,
keep up
dude.
with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host Darth Microtransaction and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again. As much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes, but yeah, no, it's real good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit. Not too long, but just a little bit, and
Well,
now back,
holiday?
which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
And it
Awesome
seems
to hear.
it seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can.
So they just made
yeah,
a-
the thing now is of course going to be like one issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we
What?
concentrate on fixing problems
What do you
people have right
mean?
now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are
2
causing
weeks?
people to have you know, like
are these guys?
like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having a the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through
Maps.
is questions
deaths.
collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple of
W.
light for some reason questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side
Right.
of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players
Probably
are
the
happy
new
with them,
towers,
we're not
right?
exactly excited about them per se because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right?
Yeah.
So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and
Says
so
we
on.
don't even give a
There's
fuck
obviously a
about
lot
this.
of stuff there, but for this
Yeah.
stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time?
Mhm.
That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Which is exciting in its own.
Sure,
to see
sure.
how much more we can improve, how
Sure.
many people having a good time.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So I mean, that's good, but yeah,
sure.
really, it's like there's no one thing there. We're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
To where it doesn't suck.
Well, I want this.
More
Well, there's a
variety.
couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items,
Yeah.
etc. from inherent maps.
Yeah, there you go.
You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now.
Yeah, it's too
But
good.
the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus
Mm-hmm.
adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of
Yeah.
monsters will have different benefits.
That's
so
the fun part.
that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters,
Mm-hmm.
whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map.
That's what I want to see.
But it has the same density of monsters. So
Yeah.
you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium. Or say Expedition favors, that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So, having those different kind of axes is really
Yeah, they're gonna give
interesting,
a
where you
full
are
patch
thinking
note.
about that as you go. Now people have to learn
It's
that,
gonna be
and that's cool.
big.
I actually
Like
want people to
Expedition
learn that
versus
and kind of
Breach
post all
versus
their
the map
details
type.
on like this map's really good and this map isn't. And
Yeah.
we've accounted for layouts, how
Second
fast they
order
are to
thinking.
clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters,
Yo,
rare
cheers, homie.
monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character. Like, is this map actually fun or not, right? The end game is we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play. And be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to
The
make this
maps
change or
are
that
good,
change
I
or
just need
sort it
more
out.
stuff
So
in 'em.
there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that
Yeah, I
in-game
just want
had
more
by
stuff.
virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so like you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map, you've run it and you're like, I didn't get anything back from it. So the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas like a lot of
That's
the
what
good
happened with
players
me.
who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with POE 1 were just like happily sustaining maps. And so yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
I'm new, but
questions.
we have no problem
This was a question for later, but since we're
with
talking
map
about that maps in
sustain.
particular, something you mentioned here. What is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Vow Factory? These are some of the least favorable
People hate
maps.
those.
Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety
disparity
in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, like if so, I mean, there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it like so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like obviously you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed.
Fucking
but a lot of that contributes to like, this is the worst map
yes.
because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so.
Yes.
And then there's the ones that yes are just like, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then
that's how it is.
Again, now
That's
using this
fine.
other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters, or the most magic monsters, or just the most amount of monsters. You're gonna have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AOE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're gonna get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just
Excessive
running
hallways.
The,
it's a dead end.
I mean, sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every
The bad
2
case
seconds.
of this though is definitely the tower map, because it was kind of like you mandatorily
Fuck
have to
that
run that
map.
map,
Fuck
and
that
so
map.
having that be not great is like not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. Like that was really urgent to address because it's like because it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip
They're
it.
so annoying.
So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Bit of visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps a lot.
open, less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were.
I think every map should have a
This comes
boss.
to a very common
I'm gonna
question
say
about
it.
Waystones Sustain.
Every map should have a boss.
What was your opinion on the state that previously
Just the
was
way it
with
is.
Waystones Sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses
Bosses are
obviously
the
going to
best part of the
impact
game.
Waystones Sustain, so you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having.
He's right.
As we're playing
It's the
ourselves. And, like,
cascading
so there's always this
systems.
thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience
That's
before
smart.
we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone Sustain, and so that's like, and now this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you can do, and killing bosses will give you upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just
and
people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who's.
I suspect
also
it's
you do a
also
map,
just a
you
lot
die,
of people
you can't
struggling
go
with the
back in.
difficulty and dying.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps.
Exactly.
I mean, even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is
are
probably
in a different universe.
The answer is
Mark.
probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, I try. I'm gonna see how it is for myself, and I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So We have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out. But effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of wealth that you found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And is on us because we need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers.
Yeah, I think he's
right.
right.
This is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. There's quite a lot to that.
The problem,
and
I
that's
think,
kind
is
of more of a
boss
thing
map
that we can
drops.
sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad.
Yeah.
So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next questioner.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
That's why Elon died? Really?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league... Sort of. I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so,
different. You can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable, it's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. We discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we're in a position where we're going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
I feel like Gwynen's kind of redundant now.
I like that take.
Personally,
another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having
Cheers, chat.
6 resurrection or revive attempts.
This
right?
question's from Elon Musk.
Other attempts adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and we were like, are we gonna we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. But effectively, there's a little bit of trickiness around each one to just work out all the states of everything. If you're looking at just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just someone has to do it. Is for the breach one, for example, we have to decide okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, you can't reset the whole map because then you get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means we have to do some Someone has to go write some
Wait, I'm
code
not
to like make the
following
breach
DM.
thing work correctly for checkpoints, and it's
Fuck.
just like random stuff like that. Just
That's
little details
awkward.
that just mean that like it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a
Shit.
really long time, right? We're just like someone will get to it in the
I'm
next couple of
not.
weeks. It's just
I'd say King in the
Yeah,
Mist.
yeah.
King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's
Right.
an isolated boss fight in
Sure,
a room
sure.
with nothing else going on. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's
I
none
wanna
of
know
that
about,
like
map respawns.
respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a
Sure.
sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going
Yeah,
on
yeah.
because. Yeah, that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome. Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones.
Mhm.
Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what
Well,
happened.
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to so, we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just the just that the
Bro,
boss
he
had,
knows
it
the
had that
deep
exploding
lore.
minion thing. That
Oh,
had,
God.
was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but the all of his
Yeah.
little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die, and in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you're like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you.
This is the bug.
Hmm.
And so what you found is
Yeah.
a whole bunch of people were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight
That
afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Like certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other two. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case.
Okay.
And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So,
So speaking
the
of
3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know.
I thought.
All right.
I could tell you. See, the thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It is. It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did catch
it's
in the
just RNG,
video.
that's all it is.
It said closer to the cinders, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So, but basically, all that is literally just that there, where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell like where the that's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn like right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. That we actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Yeah. It's seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on off the top of Arbiter and Citadels here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more?
Oh,
detail?
sorry, it wasn't mobs. That I think this was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly. But
Maybe I
the
did.
bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively, what we
Light
did, because a lot of
radius.
people were talking about issues with higher tier rares
Get it outta
as you
here.
get to harder content. And effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out like there were some anomalies
Accuracy.
around like what happens when
Stun
mods get
resist.
cut out
Get
in
it
the
outta
lower
here.
levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was
Good.
like I can't remember the other change. But
Accuracy
not a
went
real
down, life
stat.
on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least,
Yeah.
and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes, and then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think it was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items. But we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item. So, yeah, but you couldn't
4
even get T5 realistically, except from high level stuff, right?
You still
could occasionally, but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that that were going on, and we've effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better pairs when you're talking about like high-end, like high-tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, like tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse direction.
Yeah, it is really annoying, isn't it, Jonathan?
But yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is. In some cases, it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that because I think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards, so I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that.
Yeah,
it is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considered adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier. Relatively soon, but again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that. But then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway.
It's better.
And like,
Please,
I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but
good thinking, logical.
Whatever.
Change it back.
It might be less confusing if
That's
T1 meant. No, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Like probably. Yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, come to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that.
That's
Speaking
for the
cavemen. Consoles. Can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance,
the consoles have broadband yet,
like text,
or do they still use dial-up?
Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then tested and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. People often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that. Yeah. Things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
How much they
I know you were saying. I mean. I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness did surprise you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, I had my whole
yeah, that monk thing was
obviously people
crazy,
are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, oh, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one-shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever, and so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously, there's going to have to be some changes because, like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that, like, we actually have an understanding now of, like, what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first, like, true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that you know, in terms of like how it evolves that way. So yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer, but that is also what we're working on in the background as well. Is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch? Then is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed. But I don't. I mean, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like fix things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of like the the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
That's true.
Yeah, people look into things I think a little bit too much. Okay.
There's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not in this patch.
He said it looked like the guillotine was
follow
about to
with
drop.
the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access?
There has to be, right?
Yeah, so there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there, but it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if
they'll
you
release
can't really
probably a
just
new
make
act
changes
each
to
one.
balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not alright, right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address.
That's why
but
they cap
ideally in
volatile
such
dead.
a way where it still leaves the build
as
perfectly
example.
viable.
Yeah.
It's just that it's no longer completely destroying
And
what's going on.
the other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always.
Right.
We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage.
Yeah.
And then we make a note of it, or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But, often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, something we're going to do. And so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the, economy/league reset kind of point. Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right.
Yeah, all that makes
It's a very
sense.
extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question that we just
Yeah,
lean
you
back
got
and
like
let you
5
guys do
different
your-
answers out of that.
I
Oh
love
my
it.
God.
We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification, security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is,
people
was
getting
there a data
hacked?
breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this
Really?
is this is
I didn't know
unfortunately
this.
really sucks, and I was really hoping we get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website, and we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it, and this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this was
socially engineered. Just what
I mean,
happens.
another thing, this was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done, and this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that?
Yeah.
And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts, and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally, rather than
And then so it got deleted.
so like rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were
Yeah, they're
compromising
deleting-
accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the node afterwards to say that that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there.
It was an actual
So
inside job.
I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of POE 2.
Yeah.
So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they were somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this
Just how it is.
To sort this out. So
Just the way it is.
all of that is to say that we totally fucked up here with security
Totally.
stuff on this
Okay.
account. We're certainly not going to have any
They
Steam
totally
accounts linked
fucked
to
up.
we're going to audit, make sure
Alright.
that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. All of that really, really sucks. And especially because, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't easily find out what even freaking happened.
Cheers, homies.
So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But that seems to be what
Weird to fuck
occurred.
up security like that.
So
No, it
just
makes sense.
quickly for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap. This was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach
Yes,
of an
exactly.
admin account.
So-
Yep.
And this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
a
yeah.
one-off,
There it is.
one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. We just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But that was just really, really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it would have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. It's kind of one of those things where we will do it, but we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of
Yeah, he's right. It's not hard.
Someone loses their password,
it's
what do you do to
involved.
verify it? The two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's okay,
driver's
so now you start to have to worry about what
license,
personal
social
information can they
security
give you,
number,
and then now it's storing
It's a
personal
lot.
information, and then what's the GDPR implications of that? And there's just it's just a whole rabbit hole of just random policy stuff that all kind of comes around to that stuff. Effectively, What I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. You can bet on that, and that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right?
Yeah.
So that one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it.
They probably need a second level of verification for like changing
it's all support
the logs.
nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the
Or make
extremely
them
vocal
non-removable.
transparency about what's going on.
Crazy
I'm sure
level
lots
of
people here
transparency
watching
here.
appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything.
Holy
so
shit.
Appreciate that information.
Wow.
We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release.
I'm
which
surprised they
begs,
even
the
talked about
question,
it.
How many leagues between? There's 6 classes.
real.
So if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for POE 1. So like that's like I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got like like releases that are fairly large that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that.
That's cool.
For the actual like what is going to be in
So
it
they wanna
release,
do it in a
obviously I'm
big
not going to
chunk.
talk about that because we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like so we want to be able to do the balance patch addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that people actually come back and play it and like, that sort of thing as well.
Yeah.
Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a POE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So we're gonna like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So yeah, as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just. Look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because. Like, if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like, so there would be, okay, so imagine we release one act, right? It's like, how does it fit exactly into having the leveling, like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Yeah. Like, that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like, do you have Act 4, you can also play Act 1 or Act 4? Or like, like it's kind of just weird, right? And like, so like from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time,
it'd be hard to get
then that
people
kind of
to come
means
back.
like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on. Like we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this. And it's like, and what we kind of thought like. There are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening.
So not for a while, guys.
Anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make the content. Like it'll be so much, and like also just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like. You say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state.
That's probably true.
But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Sure.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And, I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute
remove Magic Find.
Which is
Delete
kind of
it.
showing that it's fine.
It's trash.
So what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
It's a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what Rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then. So the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, like compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all.
No.
And which is like a position you can take. And I don't know that I necessarily,
I don't agree with that.
Agree with that position,
It's
but
stupid.
like it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work. And ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which like that's kind of
I don't like it.
goal. So
I
yeah,
mean-
but I mean that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into
Exactly,
every
right.
single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items.
Yeah.
It is impossible.
Mm-hmm.
You love it? I'm not a fan.
So
I
yeah,
don't like
it
Magic
certainly
Find.
holds different value. I don't know how, but then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things and we pick the most, what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be
That's
a lot
how
of people
I
who
feel.
disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into
my
this a bit
opinion.
more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't
It's
think it's
weird.
a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is okay. So the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes
It's
when I'm
a
like,
huge
Magic
multiplier,
Find's the
right?
reason,
For
inflation's
gear?
the thing, etc.
Yeah.
So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which, yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern this week because of the fact that there's other things that we think we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. That's the kind of our focus right now.
Fair
Which I mean,
enough.
obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really that map playability and making sure that because when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of something that we were more concerned about. So that's I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about it before we can say more about it. I think.
It's not
How
fully
about I
okay. That's
phrase the
fair.
question
It's
like
not the
this?
priority right now.
In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. in PoE 2, you now bake that into
Yeah,
the
I see what you
rarity.
mean. Yep, that's a very
so
good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity. But you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the
says,
quantity
"Good
of currency.
question."
It increases the type,
Yeah.
the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you
So,
don't care
yeah.
about like whatever transmutes are
Transmutes.
dropping.
Good point.
You only care
Yeah.
about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you're not wrong about that, right? That is
Yeah.
true.
Well,
Yeah,
it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that
Hope they dress on death.
having
They
enough
already did.
rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to, say, roll your maps effectively
sure.
and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like,
Right.
that's certainly a problem, in which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looked fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what seemingly the
That's
reality
a great
is,
question.
right?
This is a really good
So
question.
are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Yes.
Oh, sure. No, yeah, well, absolutely,
A lot of
right?
people
Like,
feel that
look,
way, yeah.
if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
but bear in mind that, yeah, I sort of often say, like, when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So, speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into State of Melee / Maces is the next portion of the questions here. So, let's talk about Warrior and Maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of Maces? How do you want Mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, Warrior's in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-game play loop, or Warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys'
Warrior
response as to the
sucks
state
dick.
of Mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in endgame?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
Fucking
I do think that there is a
true.
problem in in-game
there you go.
here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine.
Mine
but I did
was-
hear a bunch of people
felt
talking
like
about that
eating
as if that was
dicks.
not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think,
And not the good
or at least
kind of
I
dicks
can't
either.
reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really,
Just
it is more
watch
of an
my
in-game issue,
stream,
and I don't know that I've
Jonathan.
got a solution for you right now. But
Watch
yeah,
me.
like we do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the Warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. Yeah, I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right?
Yeah.
You obviously have that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed that every other class is getting, and the Warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure, where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right.
Yeah.
And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now.
That's the,
it's very easy to
monk
compare it
shit,
to that
right?
and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end game warriors that are certainly being played, and you know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean mace, people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having to use the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy and I'm going to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down, you know, aside from things like, you know, the Hammer of the Gods, just one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, they're going to die in one shot no matter what.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, I'll just say that there's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say,
there's too many
is
multiples.
that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in POE 1 than it is in POE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in POE 2 and POE 1. It matters more in POE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that POE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, like, white monsters can hit harder in POE 1 and POE 2 than they did in POE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to, like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with. And so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like, have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like that strength characters effectively need to have around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like Wind Dancer's universally just better than scavenge plating as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's in the it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then yeah, a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider, you know, that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, you know, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so
there's
like,
too many
it's not only
multipliers.
armor is weak, it's also
way
that
too
evasion
much.
and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs
That's
that are
the
going
reason.
on. Not to say, you know, oh, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some
I'll type it.
there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, you know, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
That's what
Man,
I think.
That's a brutal
That's my
savaging, but
opinion.
I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
What do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah. I mean, you are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure.
Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
These are good questions. We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But yeah, there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much do ailments matter against the player, and you know, that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. You know, the next time you get slows, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows. And so it doesn't even work against them, and like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
yeah, it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But
I don't think you get enough charm slots. Just like I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had
you
patched
did?
that in since release. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like, you know, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love for sure. So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Good. Very good.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? It feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
That's a good point.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more in the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to.
It's a good point. Very good point.
Because, like, there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah,
Yeah,
there's no
probably.
harm in it now, at least.
All right. We're going to move over to another topic, which is, speaking of belts and trading unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2 is that you're not actually crafting unless it's rog-pog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the
Slot
vendor
machine.
on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
Yeah, it's a little bit too RNG in my opinion.
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now.
Yeah. Just like a little bit more determinism would
Unless
be
you've got
really
any particular
nice.
thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like
Well,
one
this
thing,
is-
of course,
talked
is that
about in-game a
PoE
lot.
2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like, I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively, what you're saying is people want more determinism, right?
Yeah.
Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line.
They don't want to
there,
get to
and
harvest. They don't want
we're
to have
not-
harvest again.
We're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
No.
Bad
design.
I mean, before we released, we would
an ARPG.
we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that like there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over. That's like determinism, and so
not
that
enough.
like.
Which has a lot of room to expand.
Yeah,
over time.
sure. So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the like without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then
That's
just
it.
immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because you crafting would always get you something better.
True.
Yeah, like that is a concern for sure.
Harvest
but
is
yeah, I
too
guess that's
good.
kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to
Well,
want
that
to say
being
about
said,
it. but,
if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is
Sure,
necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now.
There's not that many of them.
And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like the crafting is too slot machiney. Is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, But I feel
It's
like
not always good for the
I
game,
might be
though.
out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se. It's lack of options to craft with. Because the slot machine crafting, we have that in POE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's divining, and whatever we're doing.
But nobody
with the
does that.
It's not
Cheers,
deterministic
chat.
crafting. Yeah, exactly. Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items. Because right now you drop an item, and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind the omens, that's a different topic, which we're going to tackle a little bit here. We talk about trading. But the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNG and then X-Slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will just be will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
Okay. But we'll make sure that, like, I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. But because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So
what a good fucking company, yo.
Problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome.
Yo, I hope you have a good one,
Metal.
Metal.
Let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
Okay.
That's fair. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community.
It's
and
a
since
fiat
there is no
currency.
natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now cost 50 divines if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price of the divine is going up. The value of a divine is going up.
The item value,
Sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, we just have to look at this and
maybe
work
the
out what we're
players
going
are
to
stupid.
use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like,
here's the problem,
things where you want to reroll mod values on, which like is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well,
Maybe
I mean, we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
We don't. We need a lot more.
We
which
do.
is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for
and of course, the thing in POE 1 where things were priced in that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose.
Brass Stone and POE 1.
I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know if people are even really bothering with that. Like,
hey, chat.
Are people actually bothering to reroll unique?
They're talking about divines.
Some, but not many.
Right, not many.
Not many.
Astromentus.
I popped a divine.
Yeah, those are like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's going to pop a divine orb on Avengers Gamble, so it's like that's literally gambling.
Yeah.
But like in POE 1, we have the option of metacrafting being a currency sync for divine orbs. Former exalted. It creates this natural flow, but also
that's what I thought.
crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for right now. They're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening,
That's a
they
big
are
one now with
so
stat
far
stacking,
away
isn't
from
it?
most players that like even players that plays a lot. I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot.
I haven't played for like 3
subathon
weeks.
and everything. Like I haven't touched an omen
Yeah.
because they're too
It's probably
pricey
the big
to
one,
use.
yeah.
Like it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about you're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though
you got
that would be, that would be
We
the
are
issue.
at least making omens more common, so
Yes.
hopefully.
Yes,
that-
yes, there's a
I
balance
have
to some
never
degree.
dropped
we,
a
I think we
divine.
then also need more
I've
uniques
never had
and
one.
a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine sinks. And then I suspect the answer also is additional sinks of currency.
No rarity? I have two rarity.
I suspect it's a bit of everything.
Two
here.
rarity items.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most. Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes
It's
down to the
fucked up.
relative
Okay,
lack of
got
testing
it.
that in-game had before
That's
launch
fair.
compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like let's say the ritual expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel
It's
bad.
fucking
'cause
annoying.
You're like, oh,
You gotta sit there and
fucking
wait for
this,
it.
and then you just want to run away. So
yeah,
look, it's safe to say that those
I
failed at
pop
achieving
it,
that goal,
run
hence
away,
why we
and
have
then
to
go
make
back
some
to
improvements
it.
to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the things, stuff you predict is coming. You can see the icons, you can apply them with the you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. You can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really, it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
Like
about.
hundreds.
Yeah.
So actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So yeah, like that there was a joke if we could reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it because it would just result in less error messages for us. So You know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want
Yeah.
what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And yeah, they just need to be better.
I think it'd be
and
cool if
yeah,
they
it'll
added
just
more
come down
breach
to
bosses.
us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like
Okay.
right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments.
That's more
from
about
there.
the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? Simple as that, really.
Fair enough.
I just want
How do you guys
bosses.
feel
I
about
do.
the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in POE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with this.
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like we're not happy with how the quest. The quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like it just needs more of a
and
feeling
I don't
of
mean random ones.
Yeah.
I mean like actual ones.
Yeah.
Still along a series of objective-driven kind of
Right.
narrative
Big
involved
dicks.
things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions.
Kinda like
and I'm just
Shaper,
rambling
There just
here,
needs
it's
to
not-
be there just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one
Exactly.
element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to end game and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there. I would say.
Fucking exactly.
And then I did have a
Yes.
third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was
Yeah.
covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like in order for us to
That's
fix that,
'cause
we
of
kind of
map
need to make
boss
each tier more
drops, I
meaningful with
think.
regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. And so there'll probably just be more there at end game just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a more. Like and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more, basically, just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to end game. Of like, it doesn't really feel like it. It really does feel very different. From campaign to end game, and as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better, and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here. Because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression, at least. We have to go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask Claire, but it seems a good time to
my
ask it
opinion.
now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's
True.
almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually. I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like, there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying and it's not
I
like
was
you
a
get to
god
endgame
in
and
the
all of a sudden you're
campaign.
ultra powerful.
By the way.
But you certainly,
That's
a lot
just
of people
me,
are getting to endgame and then are just lost
That's
as to
just
what
me.
to do. Right? Like, a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps
Am I warrior?
is not a fun objective,
He's
right?
level
That's just
13.
like, okay, sure, I'll do that. You know, where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things we can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. and you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going. Sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and you know, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff, and then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard, and they're dying, and so yeah, it's not as friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE 1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just, like, obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those, like, story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just, like, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But, yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're, like, getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So... yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what.
Yeah.
They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that, like, very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, you know, kind of random stuff. You know, what am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And, yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, you know... But again, PoE 1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later.
Like Delph,
we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people like know how to blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the game, that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, you know, one Porto? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one Porto feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much?
Sucks dick.
But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one Porto state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in a previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one Porto defense. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided like because we discussed we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're gonna try like that, and that's kind of where we came to. Like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something because you know that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve.
This is logical.
So it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing. Like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like one death
My
thing.
Wardloop build it did.
As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, you know, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think it's there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together.
Yes.
Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit, and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but you get all these monsters you
Use
haven't
the
seen in
things on the map
ages, and they
mode
all
too.
combine
Yeah.
together, and so you have to kind of like generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next
Exactly.
map because it's a whole different set of monsters.
Fucking exactly, bro.
So there's nothing to really take
Oh
from
my
one map
God.
to another, aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully, or like not being so overzealous and
Oh.
whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more.
He's right about everything.
But I need to
Like-
think about it certainly a lot more and actually see.
He completely
Get a little bit more
understands the
analytics
issue.
on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that. So I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map. We remove the extra content
Yes.
from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. So for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where like you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for
personally
that.
want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out.
I really
before
think that's a
compromising
mistake.
on the one portal. But yeah.
I
It's a
really
bit
think
tricky.
it's a
It certainly
mistake.
is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like
Sure.
it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right, like for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can because there is a section that
Is
I
that
care very much
intelligent?
about.
No,
It's
they
minions.
yeah.
So let's get there, okay? Let's just dive into it. And we're going to talk about ailments, damage with time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in POE 1, because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from POE 1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Now that one.
Well, I can't remember the history of POE 1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters, and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the POE 1 route where a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't,
It's
and that more
annoying.
normalizes it so you can play
complicated.
any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, again, I
Asymmetry is
mentioned the
also
bleed
easier to
hammer of the
balance.
gods thing earlier,
I
where it's
bet.
just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and,
Yeah.
you get into that kind of situation, so there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
It's tricky because generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid. I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things, and I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in you know, you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE 1, and it's like this is a thing you do
Bro.
to solve a balance problem. Like this is
Bro.
unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we
Nice.
have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're gonna go and we're gonna normalize everything, and I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like we started with in PoE 2 with a lot of things having like going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE 1. And ideally we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. You know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE 2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding.
Mhm.
Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
Oh, that's a
You're
good
running like
question.
You can,
unless you're breaking the energy shield.
Yeah,
your
that's a
hit's
good
not gonna
question. That's a
apply
really good
bleed on
question.
energy
That's like
shield.
that's narrow
I
too.
thought that
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that
Is
the
that
thing
not?
with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
No, it doesn't.
It does,
Yeah,
but you can only apply a bleed
Wait,
if
it
the hit
does?
deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially
I-
immune to
I-
poison, care,
I will-
and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
It
that
wasn't
is
how it was
not
intended to
how
be,
that
how
is
it was.
meant to work.
Yeah, it's
I
supposed to be
only, I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs
Yeah.
talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield.
Yeah,
Look,
I actually don't know about
and,
this.
and then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
bleed was actually supposed to
Not
be like an
supposed- yeah.
anti-mage mechanic, not a like.
Anti.
like, as in,
wait,
like,
what do you mean
could bleed someone
anti-mage
past their energy
mechanic?
shield, so
Well, if,
like that
if
was kind
you
of the
are
idea
right,
That's
there.
fucking
and I'm
racist.
wrong, then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that
Hey,
question.
he did the same thing to me too
well,
today.
again, we'll take,
We could easily be wrong. Like
Yeah.
it's amazing
it also
how
could
yeah.
be that it has
yeah.
been changed internally and not yet externally. That is
Right.
another thing also.
Hey.
Like someone may have fixed this some 2 weeks ago and we never
Yeah.
got it live or something. Who knows? Like,
yeah.
I'll look into it. It's not meant to
Yeah.
work that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving forward here, we are on elements, and now we are into ascendancy swapping. Is the next topic here. So these are kind of
Okay.
going back to conversations
Okay.
we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it, and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Yeah.
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being
I think
said,
it's fine.
I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't be the end, like, that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure.
Okay.
But so, I don't know, it's like,
In my
I have
opinion,
my preference.
that's like a tier
I don't know
9
why I have my
problem in the
preference
game.
that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final. But that being said, we have
Yeah.
re-speaking of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly, and then we feel one way, and we discuss it with those people, and we kind of see where we land. But like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot. You know, just to overrule it, just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure, that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to
Yeah.
argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But I'm also, once again, like other people on the team feel more strongly.
Make a paywall.
I mean, what I
that's
would
a good
be
idea.
open to is like
spend like $50.
I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character,
500.
you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So I don't really think that really holds up.
At least for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information.
Fucking right. He's totally
I don't know
right.
the right solution there, honestly, but
right.
you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
surely we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time.
Fire, Mark. No, I think Mark was right about the deaths.
Questions, and the first one here is: given the current TTK, so time to kill, a pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game. I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended to find something else?
No, you should be able to one-shot.
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of like extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous.
Dev's arguing on
we want to
stream.
actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all. Yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about 1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. Not like...
Okay. Well, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant goal. Like, this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you
Damn, so we're above average.
Map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same thing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and I keep randoming into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work.
How about maybe if there's like a boss in the map?
Currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression.
And then you kill the boss.
The same type of question is in clear conditions.
And then it finishes the map.
To be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
What?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
The pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure. And for each of the contents, but I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now.
Yeah, they can.
There's not a lot going on there, and part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that, and how you acquire the points. Again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away.
All right, let's get it.
Map tab when?
Ooh, good question.
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now.
Yeah.
As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a Yeah.
It'll be done soon.
We wanted it there
Done
for
soon.
release.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be done soon.
Great. All right. Well, awesome. I
Let's
feel
go
like
to tech questions, optimization, some bugs, kind of a little category we
They got
have.
even
And then
more.
I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the sister. And it was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing
these
right
are two
now with
different
this?
modes. Did they
I
address
actually
armor?
haven't
They did.
hugely investigated this, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictor's just not.
Yeah,
it's not
we
that.
only
Okay,
have
yeah,
lockstep
okay,
currently,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. We just need to fix that, right? Yeah. Like, honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet. So, it's just not something that that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working.
Okay.
I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember
Right.
exactly what they were.
But yeah,
there
we
were,
need to get it
there were some
sorted.
things that didn't work in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them.
Yeah.
And yeah, no time.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc.
Yeah.
Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game, and is there any plans around making this a little bit?
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure,
And it's
just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
just a matter of individual
bunch
balance
of
things.
you know, There's still some areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards.
I haven't had
where
any
like after
crashes.
sort of an hour or
Actually,
an
I think
hour
I
and a
had,
half
like,
kind of
one.
thing, you'll get a crash to desktop.
That was about it.
And it's been
Very
very,
rare.
very difficult to track down, and we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good
Yeah,
answer
I
there.
hardly had
At
any
this portion, all we
crashes,
have
maybe
left
like one
is
or two.
some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them, and
Okay.
then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here.
All right, let's get it.
It's going, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty.
Why can't
let's talk
they
about
go through a
Hodor.
wall?
Minion body blocking in doorways.
Yeah, why can't they go through doors?
Let me just add the word, come on.
They're
So,
solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's like smarter somehow that like fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh. So like that at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out. Which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about.
For
With
sure,
the build,
for sure.
I've had that happen
them
myself
rubber
a
banding
lot.
to you resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah.
However, in
'Cause
POE 1,
you get
there's
too
a
far away,
feature
they die.
added as a modifier on
And not
well
teleport
telegraphed
to you.
possibilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them.
Yeah.
POE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking.
I think they have some,
which seems
but
to
not a
be
whole
that
lot.
they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Yeah, just give us convoke. That'd be a good idea.
Are there not minion things in the AI? Or did do some of that?
Not that I've seen.
They didn't even know.
This I can't remember the
All
exact
right.
AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From
thing,
a
I mean, so-
damage perspective, not hugely. No. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions, supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing.
My minions
And
never
so
die now.
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that like that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the?
It was meant to be more of active. What are you doing to keep them alive?
Yeah, that's
actively?
the convoke. Yeah.
And we haven't got that right. Like for sure, we haven't got that
so
right.
all right, there's
So like, I guess boss offering was meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams
Yeah.
coming, and then but also then you got a multi-thread. You got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing. And then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So the problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, I'd say the blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure, like where they just like can't get through.
Well, the fact that they don't rubber band
and they're like running
die.
off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and you know all of that.
I think having a
I
convoke is
understand the
important.
idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets.
Yeah.
You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant use convocation could be a solution to that, which would also help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people.
I think they should just add convocation back.
Give this convocation, and I'm in that category as well.
Yeah,
but
I
moving
think
on
just get
to
it back.
the other question, not wasting much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minions' movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not
There's the
intentional,
answer.
and so we'll just
We'll
fix
just-
it.
we'll just change that,
we'll
yeah.
just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off.
I don't
where it
even
says
know
you have
what
100% chance to
accuracy
hit,
is.
and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damage minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
That
you've
sounds
tracked,
like
or-
a bug to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll fix that as soon
Yeah,
as
I just need to look into what's
our
going on. with it.
developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our
Yeah.
developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot
related
of rushed like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's stuff, even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is, given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release,
Yeah.
I was like, this is a dead feature, like, it may as well not exist.
Yeah, yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was at least something that I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did. So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got plenty more other minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
Yeah.
So soon, fairly soon.
Okay, great.
It took more work than we expected, actually. Like, there was
Awesome.
just a lot of there was a lot
Great.
of specific shit we have to do, but it won't be. It's not too
Perfect.
far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to
It's
go through
probably
and
a
make
huge
spectrable
pain in the
versions of
ass.
every monster.
Yeah.
Which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2, there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a specter come out and then you're like it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a specter, then like it makes it too annoying, and
what
like
was the
just
one
there's
that
all
did
sorts of
that?
random stuff that happens when you turn things into a specter that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
That is
yeah,
still,
it's true.
well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
ideally, the
remnants?
audio team actually gets time to do proper specter mastering, so to speak, on
Yeah.
all their audio for all the monsters.
Yeah.
But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, you know, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot
Yeah.
of stuff that can go wrong with these
Well,
things.
balancing the spirit cost of each of these.
Yeah,
That's
but
gonna be
and
ridiculous.
testing it with every
Yeah.
array of support gems.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
And, you know, monsters can be set up kind of jank where you're like, yeah, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles. And so if you actually put, you know, multiple projectiles on it, it might not affect it in the way you
It's like
think.
making a whole new
And
class.
like from a damage perception of like I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because, you know, with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like, you know, exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a specter of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But you know, it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make specters of all of them, which is you're almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say, yeah, soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5
Hell
minutes,
yeah.
some rapid fires. We'll
All
fit
right,
whatever
let's
we
get
can
it.
in within this 5 minutes, and
Here we go.
we're done at this point.
Here it
Thanks
is.
for going
Oh, good.
10 minutes over at this point.
That's
So
all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like breach.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game.
Tomato
in my
Bird.
opinion, personally. Do you have
I
any
believe that's
feeling-
resolved, and 011 does have changes to
Tomato
that
Bird.
one. I
Okay,
believe.
he's ridiculous.
I
Got
saw it on the
Thank you.
list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills. Oh yeah,
It
sure.
was
there's something.
it was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable.
This tornado is insane.
It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this. In
We'll see
Tornado,
after the
no, you
patch,
mean
and then we'll make more
tomato?
changes
Yeah.
if needed. Yeah.
OP.
Yeah.
Okay, so auction house. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an auction house or in-game
It's a
purchasing
no.
or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
It's a nope, right? It's a
I mean,
no.
I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Yeah.
Sure.
it will.
Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world,
Yeah, yeah.
it's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically
like
in Ultimatum, which
Christmas.
is a mandated ascendancy trial. So,
Is
for-
Christmas ableist?
any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for the stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in POE 1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the
visually tell
intention
the
is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it just,
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. It's just everyone just relies on it. We need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. It's just this freaking it's a cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Wow, does that?
Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
I think other player visual effect calling is a good idea.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just but in my opinion, it should be automatic, and you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. I'm not a fan of just turn off all the effects. I'm just it's kind of lame to me.
No,
Fair enough.
He's right.
Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I think that's why it is.
Exposing him?
I have nothing against adding it.
Yeah. We can probably change that, right?
I think it was more let's do something interesting for Flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem with adding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should probably nerf the drop rate of Flask slightly at high levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps. Backtracking maps.
Yes,
how do you feel about that?
Just do it. Just do it.
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for fast travel.
purposes.
It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
Sure.
He said you want to go play something else for a little while.
Currently, you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
That's a good point.
I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have a gambler in the hideout.
That's a good point.
For instance, like Alva normally does this.
For that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off.
Well,
but
you
I
can't
think we just need to
gamble
fix
with a
one thing
hammer,
and then
right?
turn it back on. We just there was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just disable. It's 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the rewards. So, for instance, you can reselect the Titan Dart with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from Chaos to attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that.
Okay.
Which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change ascendancies? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But
we'll allow you to change.
I'll show differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay,
I love
movement
this
speed
guy.
on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit?
Oh my God.
Or, basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down.
Yeah.
So how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Boots are certainly the case where that's the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that I think it's good.
I mean,
physical
like
on a weapon.
if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like
No,
IPD on weapons?
I don't think they should
like,
make it implicit.
Start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last two, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
Okay. I think people just want
in
to be able to-
general, no. Like,
yeah,
if you're looking at like
like we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there, but yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like,
Okay.
I wish we could do this. Then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of what it
More of
is.
a generic
Yeah.
question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah, yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking your with co-op here.
Get good.
There's something not right about it.
There's
but-
something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it to make things feel more physical. But there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be,
Yeah.
considering that players are actually. No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player instead of changing the size of all the monsters.
Yeah.
And I think that probably results in like a situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. So yeah, that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
Okay.
And you'll
fair.
forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from POE 1 to POE 2, do we
Yes.
have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when
It's
we're going to
gonna
be seeing more of our previous
Um,
purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the
Yeah.
like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can done in the near future. I honestly like. This is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on?
It's probably it turned into more work than we initially anticipated for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in
I
those
would hope
kind
so.
of moments.
Yeah.
And so
That's
now
good.
it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Yeah. So I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but yeah, we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think that pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about,
Bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah, so I figured we should throw it out there, but that's
good.
it. Guys, you want to wrap it up?
All right,
excellent. Let's just say thank you for coming. And, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above. And we very much appreciate you guys'
This
time.
was this was a
sorry for
marathon. How long was
going
this?
so long. But pleasure having you
So
guys
good.
on. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon.
Yeah,
then.
2.5 hours.
Thank you very much.
Bro, this
Thank
is
you.
a bit.
Yeah, I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming
Yeah.
on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but thanks for your
No
time.
problem. We don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I missed my
Oh,
last
we
hour.
don't know how long it's been.
What a dope ass fucking goddamn. That's sick. What a good company. Yo, so much good shit coming. I wonder when that patch drops. Oh shit, I can fix my audio now. There we go. Yeah, dude, open as shit. And not only that, but like they are fucking grinding. They are working hard as fuck to make this game good as shit. Yo, cheers, homie. I've just been running maps while listening to that shit. Non-stop, yo. We're about to hit level 89. We got a boss, they got an elite here and an elite down there. Oh, I also made a T16 with 78 rarity.
None can oppose me. No. I think not.
You can tell they play their own game. And like, oh man, I'm so, like, I figured they weren't going to be doing an economy wipe, and they said they're not going to wipe anything. If they do anything, it's going to be your character gets transferred to the persistent realm and you start a new league character. So you don't ever lose your shit. Oof. They rerolled, but terribly. One exalt. Alright, we got another 15 I can juice up. Ooh, I vowed it and it popped 100 rarity on it. Let's go. Oh wait, we're still running this one. Yeah, I've got a really badass tier 16 to run soon. He's still talking shit. I'll take it. I love it. Oh, fuck it. Augury? I fucking hate Augury. We do a shitty one on Augury.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
Bro, this looks so bad. I have a feeling I'm gonna die on this one. Oh yeah. Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
I need more mana.
Oh. Are they in the wrong difficulty? Tons of issues. I invite, no one ever joins.
Out of mana.
Weird.
Waste of my time.
Or as Tailgate would say, you probably just got to take it out and blow in it.
It's about time. It's my power to wield.
Fuck, not the printer cable. Disconnect the phone line and try again. What I normally do is just leave the phone just cocked off of the hook enough to where it looks like it's on it, but it's not really like connecting the latch. Never get kicked offline.
I will unmake you.
No? How would you handle it?
my plan.
Okay. I think. There's still so many fucking mobs. I'd blame Theris too. Cause that shit was incoherent as hell. You gotta blame someone. Motherfucker, I went to read it like 3 different times and I was like, man, this makes my brain hurt. Yo, welcome back, Theris. Say his name and he appears. Cheers, motherfucker.
Motherfuckers, I'm back. Cheers, motherfuckers.
Cause you guys share a color. Yo, we have a packed inventory. Let me go ahead, empty my inventory, then we'll go fight those last 2 elites.
What is it?
+1 charm slot. Look at that. That's a rare thing.
Indeed.
We got 2 16s now. That one went down to 13. Augury. Fuck, that sucks. Steppy. Do that T16 to test out how we do on a T16. Oh, and we got a shrine right next to us. Ooh, yo, what up, Pop? What's good, buddy? How you doing, man? What's going on, man? What? That's wild. Why is it so windy there? That's like Cat 1 hurricane type winds. Ain't it? Maybe Cat 2. Is that Cat 2? I think it's Cat 2.
Death is my power to wield.
I would expect no less if you're home. My man's just been drinking and drinking. Gotta enjoy it while you can, motherfucker. Son of a bitch.
Take you.
You. Okay.
It's about time.
We had to kite that out, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta kite it out. Just the way it goes. Sometimes you just gotta kite it out. Tier 16 shit don't really play.
I think not.
Son of a bitch. We fool. We're doing pretty good for a tier 16, yo. A 1,000 armor, 150 health.
Indeed. Yes. Go.
Oh no, we're trapped like a motherfucker. Okay, we got out. There we go. Oh, corpse explosion always helps. I got a little rough. Nothing worth a shit in this motherfucker. I get one exalt. Or we can roll again. See what's in it. I think we do that. Yeah, one exalt's not really. The devouring, I think that's probably only worth one exalt. So I'll just take the exalt, call it a day. Do love dropping tier 15 maps. They're just opportunities at more tier 16 maps. Man, I got a skill level to add. That's or a passive point to add. That's rare. I only have 20% increased rarity on this one. I can't wait to run the high one. Son of a bitch, that tornado, bruh. Yeah, I can't beat a tornado. Oh, yeah? Nice. Stone Citadel map failed. Is what it I definitely didn't fail. We killed literally everything. Delirium. That. Then we drop it 16 in. And it's got 3 things on it. Oh, it's got a breach. I don't want to do that if it's got a breach. I don't want to do a breach on this character. Quantity, rarity, Playstone. Two people died in Dire Maul. Blamed Pirate Software, saying he could have saved the party but pulled 2 packs plus a boss and did it when he only had half mana. It's been a day. Asmund farmed an hour and a half of content from it, bro. Damn. Yeah, Asmund's fucking hilarious when he farms those things. That's a crazy map I just popped.
Hello.
On a crazy ass zone.
Good luck.
Hello.
I hope we can live long enough to get good loot from this. Okay, this is outside. That's a good sign. Oh. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a good tank, everyone can die very easily. But that's the whole point of it, is content, and content isn't the end game shit. It's what the fuck? There are bombs going off. God damn, their corpse exploding and I'm corpse exploding. This is a scary fucking map, bro. Yeah, well, that and like a lot of those people don't play classic WoW. They're just trying to get the views, so they're all gonna get fucking murdered on that shit. It's everything. It's everything. Knowing where to walk what path to walk up ramps can be what determines if you don't fall through the map. Remembering to turn off auto run. How many people have died to fucking elevators? And it's like, leveling isn't even the hardest part. The hardest part is when you get into a dungeon with other people. Oh, we're gonna bring this hunter so he can help the tank out and, you know, pull from the tank in case you know, he gets low. Then the hunter just calls his pet to tank the whole fucking dungeon by accidentally pooling everything. Well, yeah, it's all to do that, all to get into that, and then everybody die all at once. Because you got one guy who wants to make a YouTube video and get his fucking minute-and-a-half clip. Yeah, but motherfuckers like that, they do that shit with motherfuckers who've been playing the game 20 years. They in the same guild for the past 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
How useful.
Yeah, I'm good. I'd do that shit if I was a rogue. Cause I could just pop vanish and be the fuck out, dog.
Greetings. Yes. Indeed.
It's the same thing, dude. It's basically the same fucking thing. And yeah, that was happening when the Pulav guy got kicked, and now it's happening. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Anything that involves a bunch of people all together trying to make money is going to cause issues. Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Dude was being weird as hell. Like, why comment on how someone looked? Like, it's literally... What the fuck are we doing? Sequisha, he was just a cheater. That's all it was to it. He cheated the first time, and then the second time he knew exactly what he was doing, and he said he didn't care what anyone said. He didn't care about the guild. He wasn't there for that. He was there for himself. Who else was in it? Like who all died?
Speak. Hello. Time is not on our side.
Yeah. Well, because that's how those things can go. Like, you can do everything right and still be wrong. Because, like, you know what I'm saying? Twitch chat's invested in the character. They're invested in their streamer getting to raid. When most of them aren't even going to get to raid, even if they're the right level and are fully set up and everything and available that day. The sad truth is, like, very few of them will get to raid. Pirate will probably get to raid. But that's because he has, you know, 16K viewership easily. Soda even said he's picking people to raid based on viewership. Like, just the way it is.
A gift from fate. A beautiful murder.
Well, yeah. And that's mainly because it's a big problem with that is like it's a lot of people are like trying to get noticed, so they want to, you know what I'm saying, do whatever they can because they finally got to be, you know, on a streamer stream and shit. It's like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of like so many variables you got to deal with that. It's like it's hard to navigate, and there's inevitably gonna be, you know, motherfuckers dying. I'll have to look at it and see like what happened. See who were the people that died. Oh, Zico's, yeah, he's like, I mean, look up the Zico sweat for the $100,000 OTK Makara. Just look up Zico's sweat for that. Not even the Makara or anything, because you don't even get to see what he does. The dude knows so much about the game, it's insane. Bro only lost $100,000 due to terrible coding by Blizzard. Did you see the clip or the video of the raid boss trying to kill Zico and Amakara? There's a dude that literally spent like insane money to get every buff he could, and then queued up Amakara with Zico. And he was on the other, he was like Alliance and Zico was Horde or something, so Zico couldn't see his buffs. Bro had like 6 rows of buffs. And it was insane, dude. Zico got the dude to, get the fleeing buff. Yeah, and the dude ended up waiting the timeout and dying right after. Did you see that? The dude ends up dying right after he waits out his shit. It's so funny. But yeah, him, Zaryu, Savix, Guzu, Peo, they're fucking insanely good at the game, bro. Peo's so funny, dude. Like if you're like getting in a rabbit hole of content for WoW shit, dude, Peo's so good, dude. And him and Savix and Guzu, dude, so funny. Oh, okay. Ground turkey sloppy joes? That sounds kind of fire. I'm not even going front. Like, just straight up. Sounds good as hell. How's the ground turkey doing? Is it, you know what I'm saying, a little better? At least on ya. Oh, okay. Word. Hell yeah. Shit, let me know how it go, bro.
Another corpse to serve me. No. I will put you down.
What is it?
Bro, this belt has no level requirement, but has plus 42 strength. That's wild.
Yes. They'll be here, waiting.
Hell yeah. That's what's up. did I pop a ton of towers? +1 level. +69 rarity. On a tier 15. Giggity. I ate a little while ago. I had a sub, and he just got his regular.
On with the work.
Nothing crazy today. I'm almost out of tier 15.
I will feast on your soul.
Yo, cheers, motherfuckers.
How you
Grind's going good, man. Actually, we're selling an armor for 10 exalts that I made a while ago. The low level, or I think it's my old armor, the one that I used on this character before. Yeah, so I hopped on this guy. I'm just, you know, grinding some really high tier shit. I completed 2 citadels today. Which the thing you get from them is one of 3 things you need to do a pinnacle boss fight. So I'm working on that. I want to try to do a pinnacle boss fight as soon as possible. Ooh, look at that. That's our second divine orb today.
Oh shit.
Yo, what up, motherfucker? Bro, did you see the POE podcast?
I watched a little bit of it.
Dude, so fucking good, dude. They're not doing a wipe. They're eventually gonna do a league restart, probably in like another month or two, I would expect. But when they do it, they want to have a substantial amount of content for us to go through. So, and they said they weren't trying to like trickle us shit. They're not gonna do like one class a month type shit. They kind of like want to drop us a little bit of shit at a time, like bulk type shit. So that's dope. They're gonna make armor more meaningful. They want to make the game feel more fun. So they're like gonna beef up a lot of the other stuff to kind of make it like kind of like Breach. They're gonna make it to where like you'll want to have those small maps or those like really big annoying maps. Like all of those maps will have like different multipliers. So like if you've got something with real high pack size, if you put it on one of those really big maps, you'll just have like mobs literally everywhere. So it'll, you know what I mean, it'll make that shit more meaningful. I think they were talking about like looking at XP loss a little bit, but they like having the like death is lost, like, you know, you feel the loss of death and don't want to die.
Yeah, but I shouldn't be able to lose more experience than I've gained in that fucking room.
I feel that. I don't.
Like if they capped it there, I would not complain 1 inch, because then at least I'm not going negative.
Yeah, right.
Because like I was 3 bars up and died twice, and now I'm back to 0.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, I feel you, because I leveled like hour ago
But now I'm
ish.
also being proactive and looking at gyms. Because I have a few gem spots that are open, so I can put.
Did you see that they're gonna make it where you can re-socket stuff? So like if you have something in something, you can socket something over it.
No, I almost said that earlier. Like, they just need an item. Just put one more item in to unsocket. That's it.
Well, now you're just gonna be able to throw a new socket in that same slot.
Or do a. Didn't one of them? I think D4 had an item, and then D3 had like a vendor. I can't remember. One of. Oh, excuse me. One of them had a vendor.
Increased evasion accuracy. Increased attack speed while on full mana. 25% increased attack speed. Idle hands section breaker bracers. Yo, these are kind of sick. They're gloves that give you 25% increased attack speed while on full mana, and being 90% of or above counts as full mana. So like if you've got a spell that like when you cast it, it uses almost no mana, it gets 25% attack speed all the time.
That would be stupid, because I have to hold my mouse button down for. Here, let me let it recharge. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds to get below probably 90. If I have that much regen, I can literally just sit here. That would be phenomenal.
I got 2 divine orbs right now.
Yes.
Hey.
Go ahead and hit the currency exchange. I want exalted. I have divines. 115 to 1. That's 231 or 2. Hell yeah. Up to 392 exalts. Not bad.
What? Jeez.
I've been grinding a little.
Yo, I'd say, holy shit. I don't think I've found half that in my career on this game yet. But you play significant.
Yeah, and you know, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, this isn't me trying to be like, you know, like, cocky or anything. I'm playing a part of the game that, like, a very high percent of the community won't even get to. Like a very high chunk. Like, I'm running tier 16 maps with, like, 70 plus magic find. That's tier 15, tier 16s. That's like all I'm running right now. Which is like very few people are getting to that right now. Not very few, but like a small percent of the amount of people that actually play this game.
It ain't cocky, motherfucker. I know how you are in these games.
Yo. No, I mean, how many times did you just come over and blaze and fucking, you know what I'm saying, while I'm just fucking gaming?
I know how you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially Diablo-ish games.
Fuck.
You play the game. I don't really know about your GTA life. I've watched a couple, but like,
Oh, yeah.
with that side, but as far as these kind of games and art, yeah, I know.
Yeah. So that's a pinnacle boss. I think he drops like an item that you can only get from him. I'm not sure. Like, you can only get it from him or trade, of course.
from fate.
Oh, hell yeah. That sounds fire, bro. Some fucking roasted asparagus. Fuck yeah. I don't know why, but as I get older, I like more and more like green shit. Like fucking veggies. Easy clap. Another fucking map done. $42 rarity on a helmet. Pretty nice.
Time is of the essence.
Tier 13 goes in map shit. That and dump. That looks like a lot of stuff. It's the limestone hideout. I think I already got that one. I need the shrine. How's the shrine? Oh, if it's a hideout, that means it's small as fuck. I don't want to do it right now. God damn. These are fucking juiced. Oh, that's a 19 quantity of items. There's more quantity with some rarity. Tier 15, baby.
We're just playing. Yes. Show me what you've got. Too much clutter.
Let's go. I forgot I need to do tier 15 boss maps. Good for me to do those. Double check and make sure that's saved. Yeah. Hell yeah. 4 out of 10 on my boss passives. Wait, did I finish this map? Yep. Alright, next map.
On to the next one.
Yeah, buddy.
What is it?
You know what I'm saying? We out here. Oh, damn, that's nice. It just got projectile speed.
Projectile speed.
What did that go for? 70 last time, I think. To public. Let's see if someone goes for 80 exalts.
Hello.
Greetings. On with the work.
Turn into a 16. Nope.
What can I do for you?
Disenchant that.
Time is
Huh?
not on our side.
All right. Nice. Another map boss. $630 waystone drops at chance on that map. My buffed, it's up to 756. Literally the first thing we kill drops a T15 map. Oh my god. I'm getting lit up though. What the fuck is that? What is that lightning damage coming from? Oh, he's way up there. Okay. Good.
A gift from fate.
Man, I've seen and heard people say they get good stuff out of these chests. Bro, I've popped so many fucking chests, and I ain't get one goddamn good thing from none of them. Yo, we coming back to this thing, but holy shit. Immune to fire, immune to fire. Quantity. Okay. Yeah, that shit. Alright. We got an expedition ready and waiting.
It's about time.
Want some more level 19 skill gems. I've only found like 2. Real endgame skill gems are uncommon as fuck. Kinda rough. How's shit going for you? Let me know if you need me to fucking murder anything. Oh, god damn it. What the fuck?
the essence.
Which hideout do I not have?
Hello there.
Shrine. I need the fucking shrine hideout. That's Canal, aka Sea Anal. Limes. Another limestone. Alright. Our map boss. I like that they're gonna add tablets that you can add more map bosses. That's like huge.
I wonder if they'll have like different in-game maps, or this if this goes on endless.
They're gonna add more map like maps. They're adding loot filtering for console, which is huge. A lot of people really want that. I didn't realize this had a breach on it. That's not good. Like, breaches are cool, but fuck, I'm gonna get shit on. Maybe not. I like that they're reevaluating a ton of the uniques too, and changing them to make them like more useful. Yeah, I mean, Bitter, everybody's gonna see something different when they watch that. Because of their personal experience and shit. A lot of people put a lot of that in that, they weigh that in it too. So, what I would do is, look up Savix's, like assessment on it, and Zaryu. Those guys know what the fuck they're talking about when they're looking at stuff like that. I'm sure Zaryu will have a what the fuck? He'll react to that tomorrow. I can't believe I died on that last map, dude.
Can't believe I just died to a fucking animation. Like, I walked way past that part of the building to see if there's anything, and then I run back, wait a second, then hit the animation, and here comes some snakes.
Motherfucker. Last night, after I got off and went to get some food and came back, I made a hardcore character. I made it to the 3rd boss and died. It's way harder your first playthrough than when you have some stuff to do stuff. Like, holy shit. Bro's name was the Stink Champion. Last thing I want to be is the Stink Champion, bro. Who's that motherfucker? Oh, he the Stink Champion. That motherfucker champions that shit. He got a belt and everything.